All right. Good morning and welcome to ECQ, the Festival of Inspiration. I'm Andrew Beckstrom and I'm joined this morning by Corey Burkhardt. Good morning, Corey.
Hey, buddy, how are you doing?
It's great. So, we are here for the last Eternal Championship qualifier of the year. This is qualifying for the 2020 Eternal World Championships. We've got an expedition tournament on hand for you today, and this is going to be a lot of fun because we've got 64 fine Eternal players ready to go at the top of the hour for all of us, and they're going to put on quite a bit of show. That we've got a lot of exciting new cards to show off today. We're going to be previewing some cards from the just announced campaign Awakening that'll be coming soon. Corey, you excited for people to get their first look at some of the new cards from that campaign?
Dude, there's so much to be excited about. Awesome new campaign coming up with missions, 21 new cards. We're going to spoil off a few of them. A nice little extra teaser. We've got some special things in this campaign coming out. So, stay tuned to Twitter, stay tuned to the Discord. We got some things to show off here for that. But tons to be excited for today.
Yeah, so for today, over the last couple days, players have been playing their qualifying matches to try to qualify for the top 64 of today's tournament. The best 64 records made it. They've got their expedition decks ready to go, and we're going to find out which of them will be the champion of this ECQ and punch their ticket for the World Championships. So to start off the day, we're going to be checking out Popetito. Popetito was the runner-up in last year's World Championships, and they are number one seed today. And they've got a deck that I haven't run into myself when I've been playing on the ladder and expedition. They've got a Xenon mid-range build with a nice little stranger package.
Yeah, a deck after my own heart. So Popetito actually playing a singleton deck in the field. This is not a deck that you're going to see any other of the top 64 players piloting. And this is a player that we see tournament in, tournament out, ECQ. Whenever Popetito shows up, they put on a performance for us. And they're here in our top 64 once again, this time, as you said, Andrew, as the number one seed. And it's going to be Xenon Strangers. And this is a deck that, we're seeing Makar Stranger, Grodov Stranger, The Farm, Magnificent Stranger, all in this sort of mid-range but aggressively slanted Xenon shell. Puppettito may not be going as big as some of the backbreaker decks or some of the Mother of Skies decks that we'll be seeing today, but I think that he has the capability to apply pressure to those decks in a way where they can't really keep up. And as the Stranger deck makes these attacks, you're getting that incremental advantage out of the Grodov Stranger, drawing those extra cards, the Makar Stranger killing non-Stranger units, and the Magnificent Stranger just making Popetito's cards cheaper as the game goes on.
And up against them, we've got Stormguard. They're going to be piloting a Geneb Mother of Skies deck. This is one of the more popular decks in today's field, and it really ties together a couple of nice synergies. So first of all, Mother of Skies, that 1/4 flyer, when you play your first multi-faction unit each turn, you get a 1/2 Cloud Snake, combining it with some awesome multi-faction units, Wump and Mizo, Aurelian Supplier, Strange Gladiator, Kenna Uncontained, into a real nice mid-range package. They've got Helio the Skywinder, still an awesome card at 6 cost to help refuel in the late game. And then From Elements, one of the versatile cards from that From cycle. Starts off as a nifty 1 cost fast spell, deal 3 damage to attacking enemy, and then in the late game, it transforms into an awesome 6 cost unit once you've unlocked 3 influence fire and 3 influence time. So excited to see what we're going to witness today, just because these two decks really are capable of getting off to fast starts, but have some really powerful units and plans for when the game drags on a little bit.
Yeah, I'm also really interested to see. So we have several Mother of Skies decks here today. We have Instinct, we have Menace, we have Skycrag Edge of Uprising style of decks, and none of these lists really look like many of the others. Like, there are many differentiations in card choice. Some are playing Strangers as their subset, some are just going, you know what, I'll figure out how to get my influences to come together, and they're playing symbols of multiple different factions, not just primal symbols. So we've got a ton of different variations in these Mother of Skies decks, and there's several in the field. Maybe one of them will end up taking our crown here at the end of the day, but I want to see which one sort of edge the others out, as this is the queen of the Mother of Skies archetype.
So for today's tournament, we've got 64 players. We're going to be cutting down until we get a winner. It's going to be single elimination after best of 3 matches. And we're going to be starting off with this match. Once we finish this match concludes, we'll look for any other matches going on our field. We'll join them as they're in progress, and we'll keep on doing that until all the matches in the field are concluded for the round. Take a couple-minute break, maybe show a preview card, and then we'll be back for another round. So stay tuned all morning. It's going to be a couple of hours of nonstop eternal action. As our players are just getting started right now, we're getting the feature match set up. We'll be heading down to observe that match as soon as it's ready to go. For these players, there's a couple $1,000s of cash money up for grab as well. So once you make it to that top 8, that's where the cash prizes kick in. But all the players will be taking home lots of sweet in-game eternal loot while it's going on. So our match is getting ready to go, and we are going to head in now.
All right. Well, go ahead,
Yeah,
Andrew.
so we are live here with Popetito versus Stormguard. Both players, no early plays, just getting things rolling, setting up their power base. Looks like Stormguard might be first to the board with a Wump and Mizo. So first there was friendship with Elo and Mizo, but now Wump is my best friend.
Anything involving a snowball is your best friend. Let's be real here. Don't sell the snowball short.
So Wump and Mizo plays a snowball at the start of each player's turn, and once there are 4 or more snowballs in your void, Wump and Mizo transforms into the party pair. So that's going to be a 6 cost endurance. So pretty potent force that Popetito's going to have to contend with. And right now, I don't see any removal in hand that's going to immediately get that off the board.
Yeah, currently in Popetito's hand, they're trying to set up Twin Spitling plus a Predatory Instincts on the next turn to make a killer attack. However, looks like that's not going to measure up here. Stormguard's actually really well set up with a From Elements and an Ice Bolt in their hand to disable any potential removal turns here, but second Wump and Mizo.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And Wump and Mizo is immune from snowballs, so Popetito can't shoot the snowballs at either Wump and Mizo. And now that second one got the party going real fast.
Yeah, this is kind of the struggle here from Popetito's opener. You know, they had all the influences, all the power cards to get things going. The issue was they just didn't really have much to do with their hand just yet. And it looks like here going to try to suit up the Twin Spitling. Does have Deadly, but it looks like this is going to meet a timely end here from the elements. So I don't think we're going to see an Ice Bolt just yet.
Yeah, I love using From Elements there. Save that Ice Bolt for when one of those beefy strangers comes down.
Yeah, and this is just an
I mean, this is going to be a bloodbath here. We're going to see the start of turn snowballs from the party pairs hit the Timekeeper. And then whenever you attack with 1 or more units, party pair each you get to play a snowball for each. And so those snowballs are going to go right at the Timekeeper. Popetito's just getting annihilated here.
Yeah, this is locked and loaded. Stormguard came to game. This is just devastation. Like an absolute dismantling of Popetito's strategy here. But, you know, Popetito fought through 28 matches. They are our number 1 seed. It looks like they might end up falling here in game number 1, but I assume that Popetito's got a plan. You didn't make it through, you know, day 1 of this ECQ field and not have fought against Wump and Mizo, not fought against one of these Mother of Skies decks. How does Popetito make a comeback here? Can he make a comeback? Is there something that he can actually put together?
Wow. So the Popetito had the choice to play Grown-Up Stranger. It was like, I don't think that's going to be good enough. They went searching into their deck with the treasure trove, came up empty, finding anything meaningful, and so they're going to pack it in. But that's a pretty high level play to basically say, you know what, Grown-Up Stranger blocking a party pair there is just not enough. But I guess you are just dead on board to all the snowballs. So
right. Start of turn, you take 2. Attacks, you take 2 more. 9 gets through in combat. I mean, you have your best unit in your deck in your hand, like one of the keys to your strategy, and it's just like, oh yeah, this ain't cutting it, Chief. We're a little bit behind here.
All right, so we will be joining that match again just as soon as players get started on game number 2. Popetito does have some amount of early interaction. They've got 3 copies of Suffocate and 3 copies of Annihilated. Popotito didn't need any time to regather as we're going to get started with game 2 here. How's this first hand looking for Popotito, Corey?
I mean, much better. So you have potentially up to 3 power cards thanks to this time matchings. You have that seedling, and it matches up really well against the Wumpin Mizo, which I mean, that is kind of one of the key things that lines up. And oof, this hand. Man, if I were Popotito, I might have been greedy and actually kept that first one, but
Yeah, so Popotito turns that first hand away, goes to a 7 that can't do anything until turn 4, a Twin Spitling, and we saw how well that worked out the first game with that being their first play of the game.
okay. Now I'm a lot less concerned now if I'm in Popotito's seat. I was really scared of how this hand was going to match up. Like, you have a really powerful hand, 2 Grotto Strangers, Twin Spitling, like, you've got some stuff going on, but you have to get there. Like, you really have to actually, like, fight Stormguard here. Like, you can't just let Stormguard have an early start with a Mother of Skies or a Wumpin Mizo and just kind of get out of hand.
So we see Pesky Seedling come down with its summon, increase the cost of a unit in the enemy's hand by 1. Got a couple of options here. Not really sure which one they'll immediately go after. I guess Strange Gladiator is like the one that throws off their curve the best. You know, it's lovely to play that one on 3.
Yeah, it's also one of those things like, look at Stormguard's influences right now. To get that the Kenna uncontained out, it's going to be at the earliest once they have 5 power. So you're not really accomplishing that much. Like, maybe you're stopping a 1-cost spell being played with it in the same turn. But the Strange Gladiator is a really powerful developing card, as they want to play it as early as possible to buff all the units in their hand. So my instinct would be, let's increase the cost of that Gladiator. But there's certainly arguments as well for, you know, hitting the killer unit.
And, you know, as you mentioned, yeah, Kenna does have some intense influence requirements, but Popotito only got to see 3 cards out of those 7 cards in Stormguard's hand. So it was kind of hard. They had really no way of knowing whether or not Stormguard was going to be able to make the influence for Kenna on turn 4.
Definitely. That's also a really good point.
All right, so Twin Spitling comes down, 1/1 deadly unblockable. Summon, play a Timekeeper, and a Timekeeper is a unit whose strength and health are equal to your time influence.
Kind of a rough draw there from Stormguard's perspective. I don't know when that Aurelian supplier is going to really go off in this game. I mean, Stormguard's kind of in the situation that Popotito was the last one, where, you know, you kept a hand with all the power cards and all the setup tools sort of required to get things going, but there's not really a path of how to get there. Like, you have the end of where you want to go. You kind of have the start, but there's the middle's just all jumbled. There's no picture there. You kind of have to make the painting yourself. And now, I mean, Popotito's just going to be able to start applying the pressure here.
A lot to consider for Popotito. Do they want to get on board a little bit more with Pesky Seedling? If I'm them, the thing that I'm really trying to set up is that turn 6, being able to play Grodov Stranger and Predator's Instinct in the same turn. Right now, with time etchings, they get up to a 5th power, but they'll need to rip a power off the top if they want to get there.
Yeah, you definitely would like to get into your market here if you're a Popotito, but I think missing a power is just too costly when you have 2 really, really powerful Grodov Strangers in your hand.
And they sequenced it well. They played that treasure trove first, trying to, you know, potentially play another time influence source first before time etchings. They just happened to draw Makar's Quiver instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we actually have the interesting situation of, on Popotito's side, do you want to fire off the Quiver? Do you want to just hold it in your hand? And they choose to just pass, and Stormguard's like, hey, I need to get into my market. I need to have a big play set up if I do hit a power card in the next turn. Unfortunately for them, though, they don't find a power. They find another Aurelian supplier, which...
Yeah, Aurelian Supplier was pretty miffed at being put in the market, so another one just came straight off the top of the deck for Stormguard.
Did you forget about me? I was right here the whole time.
I mean, that's the funny thing about Aurelian Supplier is you always see the really good ones from your enemy when they play them, but there's some bad Aurelian Suppliers, and right now this is a bad Aurelian Supplier. Fortunately, Maybluff Huntress with its Plunder ability is going to come down and help Stormguard manage to hit a power this turn. That's pretty nice, and you know, maybe they could even draw a card with Aurelian Supplier. So I was smack talking the Supplier before, but it delivered here, drawing 2 cards as Stormguard manages to, you know, kind of swing the game a little bit back in their favor.
Yeah, definitely heads up use of the plunder ability there. And now, do you want to actually trade off your Huntress for this pesky seedling?
Yeah, it's interesting because Popotito now gets a free eat with their pesky ceiling on the Aurelian suppliers. So
Right.
Stormguard could have broken it up, but what this does avoid, I get. Well, I was gonna say it avoids the corrupted ability from the pesky seedling, but if Popotito really wants to do that, they certainly can by just attacking the Maybloft Huntress. Yeah, I don't like if I'm Stormguard giving Popotito this sort of option here for how to use the killer.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think that the Xenon deck in general has so many powerful ways to use its extra power in the mid and the late games that if you can constrain their power on the key turns, like Popotito has very powerful 5 and 6 cost plays, you can get Popotito to spend their power using the Pesky and Seedling corrupted ability rather than deploying, you know, more powerful units onto the board. That's a situation that you'd rather be in.
So Popotito plays a Makar's Quiver and
Wow.
spellcrafts a Warlock's Brew and takes out the Aurelian Supplier. So look at this, look at all this work. So Popotito's going for the most aggressive attacking line and just shrinking down the Maybloft Huntress by using the Blight Moth on the Cultist and allows them to get a nice attack in. But here's Surso, the Great Glutton. And let me tell you, Corey, have you ever tried to killer attack a Surso? It does not work very well.
You need some really big weapons to make it work. I have
Yeah, that is the trick.
unsuccessfully tried several times in my life.
5 cost 6/6. Whenever Surso attacks or blocks a unit, transform it into a 2/2 pig. So Popotito's got that Predator's Instinct Grodov Stranger combo sort of all rolled up in their hand, but they're just going to play a treasure trove because against the Surso, it just doesn't do what they need it to do.
Yeah, this is actually in a situation where if Popotito can get Stormguard low enough and kind of go around the Surso, that would be a wonderful situation for them. Like, the Makar's Quiver is definitely helping out for that, kind of just like pecking away at Stormguard's health total here. Just keep, growing those units in size, slowly dealing damage over time, and then making one big attack to try to close the door, as we're going to see this pesky seedling prevent the Helio from coming down and drawing any additional cards from Stormguard. And, that time, Popotito got to see 5 of the cards in Stormguard's hand, so they really know what's up here.
Wow. So Popotito's putting Stormguard to the test. Or are they? Because if they attack with the Timekeeper and Surso blocks it, you could just attack with 2 pesky seedlings, and that all 3 of those units with their forces combined could take down Surso. But Popotito's like, I think I'm going to try to find another way out of this situation. Wow, so Surso might be getting imbued here.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, we're gonna make an 8/7 killer here on Stormguard's side, and I assume that's just gonna. Are we gonna knock this? No, we're gonna take out the Timekeeper. Okay. Try to use the Helio on the follow-up turn as the way to block this Blight Moth.
So Stormguard, if they play,
They play both the Crack the Earth. Well, if they play the Crack the Earth first, then the Supplier, they can get 2 cards out of this.
Doesn't sound too bad. I mean, those units could be easy pickings for the pesky seedlings, but yeah, I think Stormguard's going to go that way.
It's a little odd. The only card in Stormguard's hand that they really feel like they can trade in, though, is their Smuggler.
Yeah, that sounds okay. I mean, how many times do you need to go into the market in one game?
Fair.
Wow, Savage Incursion. So 5 cost, nice deal 3 damage. If the enemy has 10 or more units in their void, draw 3 cards. If they have 20 or more cards in their void, you get to play 3 6/4 Overwhelmed Dragons. So Popotito might be getting close to that 10 threshold. I can't imagine they're that close to the 20.
Yeah, definitely not. But that was a nice pickup on Popotito's side now, that curtain call, and trying to figure out how to leverage that. What did Stormguard get out of their market? Players do have access to deck lists, so Popotito has an idea of what Stormguard has picked up here. But, how can they leverage this curtain call? Is this something that they can try to push across the finish line with? Again, they have that Makar's Quiver. They have a big unit in their void. They have the tools here to try to make some powerful and aggressive attacks.
Wow, look at this.
Activated. I love it.
Just activating Makar's Quiver. So pay 6, give one of your units plus strength equal to the highest strength among units in your void. taking advantage of the timekeeper that died to give the Blade Moth +5 or +6 rather.
All right, and now from Popetito's side, I think we're in a situation if the Grodov Stranger hits an undepleted. Oh no, you can just actually kill her attack.
This is just over.
Forgot the
That
Pesky
Helio did not deliver. Yeah, I don't know what else. I feel like Stormguard must have looked for another option. That seemed like that was doomed to failure. But they're going to get another crack at Popetito in Game 3 as Popetito knots things up in one apiece in this best-of-3 opening round match here at ECQ, the Festival of Inspiration.
And Makar Quiver looked really good for Popetito that game. Like, there were, what, 4 units that they increased the strength of. They managed to use the Warlock's Brew off the Spellcraft to kill something off. They ended up using the, the big pump ability, and everything seemed to just matter so much in that game. Like every part of the Buffalo was just absolutely awesome.
Yeah, Popetito's list is pretty interesting in that they have a lot of 1s and 3s and 2s. 1 Makar's Quiver, 1 Strange Navigator, 2 Makar's Stranger, 2 Tovan Skybreak Giant. All right, it's time for Game 3 of this match, and we're going to have Stormguard back on the play. They've got a pretty slow developing draw. They're really mulling this one over, but they're going to keep it. Meanwhile, Popetito's got a fantastic start with Magnificent Stranger queued up for turn 2.
Yeah, I like both players' hands here. I think if you're in Stormguard seat and you're playing, this Instinct Mother of Skies deck, and this is not a hand that you're willing to keep, I don't know. I don't know what you're in the market for, because this hand looks like, risky but powerful to me, and those are the kind of hands.
I like my Mother of Skies deck, Step Mother of Skies on turn 2, but that's just me personally. You do you, Corey.
Not as greedy as you are, maybe.
All right, so Strange Gladiator comes down, and Corey, are you seeing the game currently?
I am not.
Yeah, it says our producers minimized their application, so hold tight, everybody. We'll hopefully be back into the match very shortly here. All right, and we're back. And we're going to see Suffocate take out the Strange Gladiator, but that pump to the hand is done. Meanwhile, Magnificent Stranger is going to reduce the top card of Popetito's deck by 2 costs.
Yeah, but the work from the Strange Gladiator has been done here. They've really set up the ability to pump up both of these strangers and applying pressure back.
Oh my goodness, it was a 2-bot on top, Corey.
Could you have picked a better card to buff? Oh my goodness.
Stormguard is in for a rude awakening if they make another attack.
This is brutal. Like, you're gonna attack, and then do you have to ice bolt it just to save your smuggler? Do you just let the smuggler bite the dust? Like,
well, the real disaster scenario is if the East Annex smuggler comes down, and it does.
Oh
because
my
now
God.
Stormguard might not have Ice Bolt up if they don't have a power in their market. They don't. Oh no!
I don't know what to say. That's just that is a rough one in the seat of Stormguard there. I like their line. I like taking the aggressive approach here of, I've got 2 3-strength charge units. I'm going to put you to 16. I've got a Cerso in hand. I've got 2 pieces of proactive removal that I can get blockers out of the way, getting an Obliterate out of the market. But wow, was that a disaster.
And now Popetito is Curtain Call up too. What an amazing swing.
Yeah, like, can fire it off right here, lifesteal back a bunch of health if they want to, just try to get themselves out of range. They can just hold it up as a defensive option. Heck, they could even choose to not attack here and go get something out of their market with the Magnificent Stranger.
Wow, Popetito's going in. +2 strength and lifesteal. Units can't be killed this turn. Going to deal 13, bringing Stormguard down to 8.
And what's interesting there is that was actually brought about by Stormguard taking such an aggressive line. Oh my gosh. Another great pickup here for Popetito.
So what are we getting here? Are we getting Makar's Stranger? It costs 1 less with that Traverse Farm in play.
That's my instinct. So yeah, you use the petition here as the first mode. Go and grab yourself a Makar's Stranger. Play your power. Now you have 4 power available. Its cost is reduced by 1 thanks to the farm. But
Oh
no,
no, Popetito's like, I'll take a turn off. I'll just maybe do a little time etching and then have Grown-Up Stranger plus Predator's Instinct queued up.
yeah, this is a play that I think that you only really make if you know the inner workings of your deck. And Popetito taking a turn off here, Popetito knows what's up. They've been around the block once or twice, and they have plenty of fantastic options here in their market if they wanted to go grab something out of there.
What are we going to get? I think the first one that jumps out to me is just getting Vara's Choice. Just a way to interact with the board, even if it is something like a Surso. Yeah, that's going to work out pretty great for Popetito.
Take a look at the screen, Andrew. What's in Popetito's hand now?
Yeah, Vara's Choice.
Yeah, heads up grab here, and now we actually have an interesting spot of, do you block with the little seed? You can just let the site fall to 1 health remaining. There are some risks, of course. You do know that Wumpin Mizo could be joining the party at any time.
Yeah, and this is a tricky spot for Stormguard. They've got to certainly plan around. They know that Popetito reunited for a Stranger last turn, but didn't play it, so they know it's probably Grown-Up Stranger, and they know Popetito just went into the market, but they still feel like they've got to play their biggest thing to the board, and so Surso comes down. This does make things a little tricky for Popetito, I suppose. It's not, they can't just immediately slam Grown-Up Stranger and Predator's Instinct. You know what? Here's one line, Corey. What if Popetito just goes Grown-Up Stranger, get an undepleted power, and Vara's Choice the Surso?
Love it. I'd be into that.
Oh, how about a Strange Navigator first, since that only costs 1 thanks to Trevor's farm, and it gets you a power thanks to Grown-Up Stranger's ability.
I might not have gambled the second time, just too terrified if I hit a symbol, what do I have to do with my turn now? But hey, I'm definitely in for the explosive, powerful plays, and Popetito has come to game here this morning. This is a really great performance, and a game that they, it started off on the back foot. It looked tricky for them, but finding that Tuvan, managing to flip the script on who was the aggressor in this game, and then leveraging their position here now at this Travers farm.
All right, so for, I believe the last part of Travers' agenda is Stranger's Mark, so excited to see that little seed become a Stranger. First, we're going to see a snowball thanks to Wumpin Mizo.
Just going to break the Sages here.
Yeah, that'd be my plan.
And I thought that Popetito had a Soul's Rest in their mark. Oh, they do. Are we going to see the Soul's Rest come out of the market, or do you think that Popetito is just going to use their Strange Navigator?
Well, I guess Stormguard could have like another Ice Bolt, but it seems like you could probably kill with the Soul's Rest.
That would be my expectation as well.
Because you'll get to replay some of these Strangers. Because Grodov's Burden. Okay. Always a powerful option. Spellcraft 3, Bury the Past, and we're just gonna see Wumpin Mizo go away, even though it's not the biggest unit. Look at this this nice little attack that Popetito set up. Yep, 3 damage goes onto the Eastanic Smuggler, and then the Blightmoth just gets to finish it off.
And if you're in Stormguard C, how do you play around something like that?
Oh, you can't. When you're that far behind, even if, there was a point in that game where Stormguard probably could have predicted a couple of cards in Popetito's hand that were going to be very hard for them to beat, and that Popetito very likely had, because they went into the market, because they reunited. But at a certain point in the game, you just have to sort of try to do your most powerful thing and accept maybe your opponent made a mistake and got the wrong thing, and you'll be rewarded because you at least have the most powerful play in your dispersal.
Yeah, definitely. You just have to incur some risk in some other way, trying to advance whatever your plan is in the best way.
All right. So Popetito takes down round 1 here. We're going to look for another match, and we will be joining that as soon as it is ready to go. That one was a pretty brisk 3-game match. Both players kind of apply pressure pretty fast with that awesome Lumpamizo draw from Stormguard in game 1, and then in games 2 and 3, the powerful Strangers of Popotito kind of taking over.
Yeah, so it looks like we've already seen Popotito here win their first match. They'll advance to the top 32. They'll be fighting the 20-eyed Crow in the next round. Currently having our producer here, David, try to find us another match, and it looks like we're heading down right now.
All right, so we're going to check out Nico Abba. They're planning a Fire Justice Shadow Backbreaker deck up against Cold Snap. It looks like you know what? We've got another set of Strangers in the mix, Corey. I see Strange Ally and Grodov Stranger teaming up, and it looks like they're giving Nico Abba the business right now, as it looks like they've been missing some power drops this game.
Yeah, so we're watching here Cold Snap on Vision Strangers up against Nico Abba's Ambition Sacrifice deck. And for Nico here, you have the tools to kind of slow down the board. You're at a healthy health total here, and by the looks of that, by using that Combust and getting Lifesteal, I would guess that we have a Shrine to Carvet in play. However, this Makar Stranger off the top is really
no
rough.
Hit a Stranger with the Makar Stranger to keep the good times rolling.
And that also gets a second curse here. That's going to finish off the Blight Moth.
Kindling Carver seems like a fantastic pickup when you take an unfamiliar interloper from the enemy.
Yeah, one of the great things about Makar Stranger is you find out, oh, this card would have been really great in my deck also. And that's one of the things that ends up happening when you get to steal cards off faction, you get to play with them. You're like, oh, yeah, I would love to be able to play with this card. You usually just don't, because you're like, I don't want to venture into a third, a fourth, or a fifth faction. And
Speak
Cold
for
Snap.
yourself. So Malediction looks pretty nice for Nico Abba if they have the time to pull it off. But another Grodov Stranger.
I mean, I thought Nico Abba might have had a shot there with a really great comeback potential. But man, that Grodov Stranger's a rough one into this plan, to say the least. So it looks like we're going to see Cold Snap here go ahead and find Silex out of their deck. And I assume that we'll just see an attack from everybody's. Makar Stranger's going to take out the Smuggler.
Yeah. Yeah, and even so, Nico Abba to even get this going, well, they do find an Argenport Silex, so that's about as good as it gets. They can kill just about everything. Unfortunately, the just about in that sentence refers to a Grodov Stranger.
Yeah, it's a really rough one to leave behind. But, I mean...
Is it because it draws cards?
It draws cards, it finds more Strangers, it advances your game plan as you play Strangers. It
attacks for 6?
Yeah, I mean, Nico has come to the situation now where we are worried about their health total, and wow, this is an aggressive and risky play, and I'm into it.
Yeah, the nice thing about this is that because Strange Burglar is a Stranger, it means Makar Stranger can't kill it. So theoretically, Cold Snap can't attack with the Grodov Stranger. So it's like you're kind of like allowing Cold Snap to get maybe a little bit more value, but then you'll be able to block down the Grodov Stranger and then Malediction, and then maybe the board will be completely empty. Unfortunately for Nico Abba, this plan isn't going to work because Cold Snap off of an earlier Makar Stranger hit a Combust, and that's definitely going to kill the Strange Ally at some point during this awesome combo turn Cold Snap is pulling off.
I am kind of loving this, like, play the Strange Burglar as, like, hey, I need a big turn, I need you to kind of not have anything going on, Cold Snap, please don't kill me. And Cold Snap's just like, well, now I get to rally my team, basically, every time I play a Stranger. Yeah, I can have some fun with this, let's party.
Oh, wow. Did you that one Stranger had Berserk off of the Strange Ally?
Yeah.
Didn't even know that had happened. Well, that's a delightful way to end the game. So it turns out that Nico Abba had actually taken down game one. I'm assuming they probably had a little bit more success in the game where they hit their power drops in a more timely fashion. So that's going to send that match to a game three.
Yeah, I would assume that game probably did not involve a Grodov stranger lingering around for a few turns and Nico maybe struggling to even get onto the board here, but we're going to see a game number 3 here between our two players.
So as a reminder, oh, no more time for reminders. Players are ready to go. Both players had honestly horrible looking sevens and are going to redraw. And these draws are slow, Corey. Seats and silences. I'm not seeing undepleted power for these players, but there looks like Nico Abba's going to keep on the play.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is kind of the worry. Like when you play one of these 3 fraction strategies of if you redraw into a 2-power hand. I mean, these are 2-power hands with petitions. Like these hands still look bad. Like these are. I need something to really come together to get anything going. I think on Nico's side, I do like, actually keeping the hand, as you do have something you're going to do on turn 2 no matter what. With the Kindling Carver, you're going to be able to set up for a Blight Moth. You'll be able to play this protective game, and you have the tools to build. Also, having a Jade Horn there to pledge, awesome.
Yeah, that is nifty. All right, so meanwhile, Cold Snap has a Seek power. They've got an Annihilate. They've got some early tools, but certainly not doing anything explosive.
Yeah, certainly not. And I assume that we'll see their Seek power here. Go ahead and grab a Justice Sigil. Nope, just running out the
Interesting.
Hoping to hit.
Yeah, I would have been inclined to do a turn of get Justice Sigil and From Beyond. But Cold Snap wants to get that value from a Magnificent Stranger attacking in the early game. And, well, given how well it worked for Popetito in the earlier match we saw, it's going to be too hard to question this line.
Yeah, I actually kind of respect this line. Like, this is one of those. I've seen the way that your power has come out. You ended up starting on a Sigil, which there are not many of in your deck, and then you immediately played a Seat to follow up. Okay, I think that your hand is in a similar situation to mine, I think, is Cold Snap Seduction, where it's either you're light on power or you're light on influences, have a lot of depleted power. I think I can get some attacks in here. Running out this Magnificent Stranger, pretty heads up call, actually, and it looks like they're going to be paid off for it.
All right. Yeah, Cold Snap got in a nice little attack there. And
we're currently seeing what's going to get discarded here from Nico Abba's hand.
Yeah. It's pretty tough. I think I would be inclined to go after Siphoner Paladin just because that one's 3/3 relic weapon that it can make. It just looks so good against the Magnificent Stranger.
Yeah, good against the Magnificent Stranger, good against your Smuggler, and you don't really have a great path forward on how you're going to actually kill it. So I do as well like taking the Siphoner Paladin there, even if it does leave that powerful combination of the Blight Moth plus Kindling Carver set up in Nico's hand. So we're going to see Nico fight back onto the board here with a Smuggler. Let's take a quick peek. Gonna grab a Malediction out of their market. Okay.
It makes a good amount of sense to me. It both interacts with the Magnificent Stranger in case your Sunway Smuggler goes down, and it's nice insurance if Cold Snap continues to develop a board, and it looks fantastic. Yeah, we see Strange Ally come down to open up an attack for the Magnificent Stranger, and then after that Malediction, we'll be able to clean up this board.
Yeah, heads up grab there by Nico, just realizing, hey, I can easily lose my position here on the board against the Vision Stranger strategy.
So Strange Ally exhausts, gives a random battle skill to Magnificent Stranger. Oh, wow, Sunway Smuggler did not chump. I was really expecting a chump in anticipation of the malediction. But
Yeah,
Nico Abba wants to drag this out a little bit. That is very interesting. I guess with a Blight Moth, Nico Abba thinks that they can handle this board for a bit longer.
Yeah, this is kind of the greedy line of I think I can get more out of you, and I mean, to Nico's credit, they are currently getting more strangers to come join the fray, and it looks like that they're going to be able to set up here a
Yeah,
pretty
they get
nifty
to
line.
use the Devour well. Wow, Blightmoth does not block. Is this, I think maybe Nico Abba wants to set up like Carver and get the sack there rather than preventing 2 damage. Oh, they're just going to go for the Malediction. Okay. And they wanted to be able to Malediction and still have the Blightmoth Shade in play. Yeah, Nico Abba is is demonstrating a lot of really good long-term planning skills in this game. They're not just going for the lines that are sort of the best over the course of the next turn. Those are the ones as the broadcasters we're most trained to look for, to be honest. But they're really taking a great view about how to maximize their cards over the course of this entire game.
My excuse is I can see the hands. I'm gonna try to play it off that way, but yeah, no, these players are Nico Abba really making a heads-up line here.
These strange allies have been absolutely murdering Kindling Carvers.
Yeah, they've looked really great for Cold Snap here.
So what's Nico Abba going to do to reload? Do they have like a Wyatt's Junkyard in their market?
Let's take a peek. Go to our deck list here. We take a look at Nico. They have an Open Contract, a Ruin, the Malediction, a Wyatt's Junkyard, and Severin of the Dark. So 2 powerful late game options there.
Severin sounds pretty nice. Cold Snap missing some power drops means you've got a little bit of breathing room before some of the maybe like Road Stranger shows up. Wow, what a moment here for Cold Snap. If they go after the hand, they're going to be pretty rewarded to hit that Severin. But if Nico Abba just got a Wyatt's Junkyard, it's a disaster to waste the Vara's choice on that.
Yeah, this was a huge swing. Like, how do you actually end up playing this?
And this is why we have a 10-minute delay on the broadcast. So there's no temptation for Cold Snap to see what Nico Abba got out of the market.
Take that sneaky peek and just find out what your opponent has grabbed. Yeah, we don't allow for that here. That's greatly frowned upon.
Okay. So all Cold Snap is going to do is charge up their strange ally. I believe they now have a double damage lifesteal 1/1. I mean, this isn't the most impressive stranger in the world, but I guess it's doing something.
Yeah.
Tough choice for Nico Abba. Do you play the Severin without an ability to surge right away?
I feel like if I went and got this out of my market over the Wyatt's Junkyard, my plan was to play this. Now, did Cold Snap do anything on their turn that should change my plan? I don't really feel like this play signals to me that they have to have an IL8 or anything of that nature.
Yeah, this is 4 cards and is in the range where it's like maybe they have something, maybe they don't. But they definitely made the play that leaves up some power on your turn. So Nico Abba is going to play it safe. Going to try to get at least 1 piercing grape off this Severin before they lose it. And if I'm Cold Snap, man, I think I'm going to use the Vara's Choice here because we do have open deck lists to make it so there's no, negative incentives for being in the feature match area and all of that. And it's like, what would they have gotten out of their market off that last market exchange? Did they get Ruin? No.
No, I would have slam dunked my Wyatt's Junkyard, which is the
of course, you get the chemical
pick.
rounds, the strange ally. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and then the follow up, I've got a Treachery, or I can follow up with the Smuggler's Dash. Like, everything just looked awesome for me to play my Junkyard that turn.
Wow, the Vara's Choice goes away. I guess Cold Snap just feels like they only have 1 card in hand. You know what? If they have a Severin, I can still annihilate it. It's not the end of the world. And so we're going to see a double search for Kano Silex, about as good as it gets to pair with Severin in that spot.
Yeah, we're going to see the squad goals come in here as everybody in the team for Nico. This is an ace base attack. And one of the great things here about Severn is it's now giving Nico this backup potential of how am I going to get across the finish line even if I lose this. And I've dealt you some extra damage and I'm gaining extra health. I'm getting that extra time. Can they use that extra time and this extra threat of putting some pressure on Cold Snap to get across that finish line? Because now they've, Cold Snap's grabbed this ability to draw 3 cards out of their market with these Distillation, but they're just not going to be able to fire it off this turn.
So yeah, I think if you're Cold Snap, get in this attack first, because we're going to see, oh, Strange Ally does not come down. Interesting. Cold Snap wanted to save it for something a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm assuming that this is just trying to save it for the Grodov Stranger's ability. Assume here, Nico's going to grab another Silex, try to find another Trove. I think if I'm in Nico's seat, I'm just really looking for a way to get back into my market.
Yeah, Wyatt's Junkyard could be a pretty great pickup for Nico Abba.
Yeah, if you can grab that Carver thanks to the Shrine that's currently in play and set up some powerful plays with that, I think that Nico could try to get across the finish line. If they find one of those, a turn that they find the Piercing Grief, maybe doing some finagling with the Sacrifice and set up that whole combo, they can make a huge attack to Cold Snap. Unfortunately for Cold Snap, drawing a Seek Power there this turn, basically drawing a depleted power, still just one turn away from deploying this Grodov Stranger they've had in their hand this whole time.
All right. He's Distillation picks up 3 more cards, 2 more Strange Allies. Could really mow down some of these small units of Nico Abba here.
All right, Cold Snap, you finally have the ability to deploy this Grodov Stranger, but now you have 2 Strange Allies. What are you going to do on this board? What's your plan here?
Sounds like it's Grodov's time.
Yeah, going to set up for the most powerful play possible. And here we go. This is Nico's turn. Can they make something really awesome happen? They've got this extra Piercing Grief. Their units don't amount to much just yet, but if they can find a way to sacrifice at that Shrine in play, they can make a really large attack. Fortunately for them, just finding a Justice Sigil.
Yeah, not the help they needed. So you might as well attack with the Piercing Grief here. It's just it's going to die at end of turn anyway, as Piercing Griefs do.
And I think that we're still 4 or 5 units off. I know that I thought it said 7 on the Kato when it came into play. And I don't think that Nico's lost any of their units since. Yeah, and without a way to sacrifice, even if, somehow both of these interlopers died in combat, that could get you to 9. You could sacrifice them both off to get to 11. But, of course, then you still don't have a way to get the Kato dead to be able to get a Gladiator. So, throwing the Piercing Grief away, gaining that 3 health. And now it's Cold Snap's turn here to start mowing down some of Nico's board, preventing one of those powerful sacrifice turns.
Yeah, look at this. This figure on Kato, Strange Ally comes down. You get to play 2 more Disfigures, maybe one at the Totemite and one at the Kato.
Yep, it looks like you read that situation correctly, Andrew. We're going to see both of those units fall victim to the Disfigures from the Strange Allies. Unfortunately for
and this is where I love using Grodov Stranger and pointing it at the enemy, because, oh wow, first we're going to charge up double damage on Grodov Stranger. Let's see, we're going to get another Strange Ally activation. We sure are.
Any lifesteals?
Oh, flying. Look at that guy go. Yeah, love shuffling on the enemy void. There's all these treasure troves and totemites in the enemy deck, and Nico Abba has seen enough. Cold Snap takes down Nico Aba, advances to our round of 32.
Maybe packing it in a little early for my taste. I would at least wait to see what you hit the next time. But hey, that was such a huge turn from Cold Snap. Really swung, everything into their favor, and Nico Aba there does fall. Congrats to Cold Snap advancing to our top 32.
All right, so we are going to be heading to a break, but before we go, wanted to make sure you knew that the board game Root that Direwolf Digital has produced the digital adaptation for is now in early access. It's a really fun game with woodland critters, so recommend checking out Root now on Steam in early access. We're going to take a couple-minute break, and we'll be back with our round of 32, and we will hope to see you on the other side. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's time for the round of 32. But before that, we wanted to show you a preview card from the upcoming campaign Awakening that'll be releasing soon. So we saw Akantha Ascending the other day, and we have a really exciting power card to show for you all this morning. We're going to be taking a look at Broken Contract. This is one of the most exciting factionless cards I think that's ever come to the game, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unbelievably powerful power card, right? This is, Fate, make a 4/1 can't block, but you're only getting that if one of your units has already hit the void.
So just an amazing new tool for aggressive decks to be able to keep up and get some value off of their power as sort of the game progresses. And yeah, as you mentioned, Fate, that means you're not even having to pay any power for this one. As soon as you draw it, you're just getting that 4/1. So a really sweet new tool that'll be coming to the game that you'll be able to acquire in the Awakening campaign that'll be coming very soon. As for this round, we are going to be starting off with Chiba Monkey versus Pleasing Sky 4. And Corey, I believe you mentioned that is going to be Argenport Backbreaker up against a Skycrag Tokens Edge of Uprising deck.
Yeah, so Pleasing Sky, our number 5 seed here today, has actually shown up with an Edge of Uprising deck focused on, tokens. So we're seeing a full set of Tendaflox, a full set of Mobilization, and a full set of Katos with a Kindling Carver sort of shell, trying to turbo out this Edge of Uprising and go wide against their opponents here.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, and so we're going to be heading down to the game in just a moment now. Okay, we are off and running. Pleasing Sky. They've got no units in play, but they've got some coming with a Mobilization and a Bladecrafter queued up. Meanwhile, Chiba Monkey, about what you'd expect from an Argenport control strategy, some early removals into a Backbreaker.
Yeah, this is actually going to be an interesting matchup here as, the Chiba Monkey, their deck matches up really well against one really powerful threat. So a lot of the Stranger decks that we've seen in the last couple of matches, the Backbreaker can just mow those things down. And generally, these various Backbreaker decks, they can gain enough Justice Influence that they can have enough armor such that it can survive attacking one of those things. Here, Pleasing Sky doesn't make one big unit. That's not their plan. Their plan is to have a lot of little units and build up a large relic weapon of their own that is really well protected. It's really well fortified by all of these units. And, we're going to have to see if Chiba Monkey can figure out a path forward on how to actually, attack at all these units, protect their backbreakers, and maybe deploy some powerful units of their own that they can actually apply some pressure here to Pleasing Sky.
So Annihilate takes out Kato, and the shade immediately goes away. Building up to a turn 5 Backbreaker. Meanwhile, Pleasing Sky, they got a couple of Stampeding Beasts, and they're going to Bladecrafter. And are we going to see an Edge of Uprising? We are.
Definitely. A little early for them still to go grab their Singleton Corrosive Dagger. Not enough fire influence. Not going to get enough rustlings just for their style just yet. But that is another great option to decay down one of these Blade Breakers that Chiba can muster.
Fire Etchings going to that market. Pleasing Skies market this weekend. A Slag, a Soul Drain Smithing, a Fire Conjuring, a Kenna Uncontained, and a Flash Fire. So Pleasing Sky knows what the game's about. They know Backbreaker's coming, and they go and get Slag. 2-cost spell, kill a Sentinel or kill a Relic. So, melting down the big things.
Yeah, grinding those things to dust here. And, if you're in Chiba's situation, I think you still have to play this Blade Breaker. You don't love it. But this is going to be a bit of a rude awakening, as no matter what they kill, Pleasing Sky is going to be able to drop this Edge of Uprising that they went and got and still hold on to the Slag that they grabbed out of their market.
So goes after the Stampeding Beast. Didn't want to let Pleasing Sky corrupt it right away with that Bladecrafter. And here we see Edge of Uprising, 8-cost, 6/6 Relic Weapon. Costs 1 less for each of your units with 1 strength or less. And whenever you deal damage to an enemy, you get to draw a card and discard a card.
Also a nice little combo with that Seer in their hand right now.
Absolutely. When you have a relic weapon that cares about hitting things, that applies to you as well.
And don't forget, there's also a mobilization that's waiting with Destiny looming in Pleasing Sky's top few cards here. So, Pleasing Sky with access to maybe potentially 2 or 3 cards that they're going to draw off the top of their deck just in the next turn, we might see this board just be filled up with beasts really quickly.
So Chiba Monkey had the ability to play a Svetya. They wouldn't have been able to surge it this turn. They wouldn't have been able to protect it from the Edge of Uprising. So instead, they just go for a Treasure Trove. And this is not how you want to fight back against the Skycrag token stack. I mean, just trying to kill all of their units one by one. They're well built to withstand that.
No, this is a rough existence, and we're, suffocating the Stampeding Beast, suffocating the Blade Breaker, but now that Blade Breaker can just go find a Corrosive Dagger and fill the board up with more units. With Pleasing Sky, let's start off with another attack here on Chiba, dropping Chiba down to 10.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Pleasing Sky is going to corrupt it with the Blade Breaker, with the Blade Crafter to get another Edge of Uprising. I'm not sure if I love that play. You've got a 6/6 relic weapon. They're at 10. You have a lot of cards in hand. I'm kind of interested in that spot and maybe potentially applying more pressure on the board so I can finish off the game before Chiba Monkey can get any more set up.
Yeah, I'm with you, Andrew. I want to apply more pressure here. Get onto this board and definitely not end up in this situation now where, sure, I can kill this Svetya and I'm happy to do so. Like, I don't want my opponent to have her sitting around, but oh, interesting.
So this line, the advantage of that, oh no, they hit the Destiny mobilization, but because Svetya's effect is still around, can't play units, so the Stampeding Beast will not appear. The nice thing about that line from Pleasing Sky is it means that all of the Svetyas are done for the rest of the game, and you preserve a bunch of armor on your Edge of Uprising. The downside is if Chiba Monkey were to be so fortunate as to draw something like Rollant Iron Tyrant, well, you don't have a turn to see to deal with that anymore.
Yeah, and it has received those 2 buffs from the Surge on Svetya, so now it's actually out of range of this Edge of Uprising. Are we seeing Chiba Monkey actually about to pull off a pretty miraculous comeback here? Like, is this the start of something?
Ooh, well, Seer's going to be quite a helpful pickup for Pleasing Sky. In combination with their 6/6 relic weapon, they can now potentially get Rollant Iron Tyrant off the board.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see the Seer come down. We'll see Jet come down. Oh, interesting. We're not going to blast away the Seedling? Okay, so choosing to deal 2 less damage to ensure that they had this Trove in their hand. My instinct would have been to put Chiba there to 4 to make sure my Jet was also a lethal attacker, but very valid. You want to make sure you have that extra card in your hand when you have access to this Edge of Uprising, drawing you through extra cards in your deck.
Pleasing Sky definitely showing a lot of respect for the Argenport deck's ability to come back in spots like this. And with cards like Defiance and Rollant Iron Tyrant, you can certainly understand why this deck can swing a board position really fast. And Pleasing Sky wants to make sure that no matter what happens in the next couple of turns, they sort of have the tools in hand to be able to deal with it.
Totally, and here it looks like 6 no real different than 4, as that marketed for Slag earlier in the game coming down, blasting away that relic, and the Edge of Uprising getting Pleasing Sky across the finish line here for a Game 1 victory.
Yeah, definitely seems like well-prepared players this weekend had access to Relic and Attachment Destruction. Backbreaker, certainly a hot card coming into the tournament, showing up in a variety of places, whether it's Argenport shells with time, sometimes with fire to be able to recur the Backbreaker with Wyatt's Junkyard. But players like Pleasing Sky, packing cards like Slag, able to get Backbreaker off the board and finish them off for a Game 1 victory. So we'll be joining Game 2 as soon as both players join that match. And we'll see if Chiba Monkey can make a comeback with their Argenport deck.
Yeah, as you were talking about of prepared players, we've seen Ruin, we've seen Slag. I thought I saw Burglarize at one point when I was scrolling through lists this morning. So players knew what was up. This wasn't a secret to anybody, and looks like we're ready for game number 2.
All right, so Chief Monkey's going to be kicking things off, and they're going to throw back their first hand. Their second hand has a Crown Patroller, Devouring Shadow, some Carvets, and they're going to keep. Meanwhile, Pleasing Sky, they got a trio of cards that we've seen do good work together in the past. Tota Pioneer, Kindling Carver, and Kato Arena Herald.
Okay, so if you're a Chiba here and you're going to plunder on the first turn, wow, trading in none of the cards, just wants a 2/1.
They kept both Carvets. And you know, I respect it in the sense that Carvet is a really powerful card against the Skycrag deck. They've got lots of Seers, an Edge of Uprisings, and Carvet does a pretty good job at least trading with some of those cards.
I'm kind of into this. I didn't know that Chiba's deck actually had this kind of aggressive potential. That, hey, I'm down a game, I get to go first this time. Yeah, I've got a Patroller, I've got an Evangel. Let's go. Let's apply some pressure. I didn't actually see this coming from them.
Well, if you want to talk about pressure, they can straight up Devouring Shadow at Kato and get in there for 4.
Wow, and that is some respect from Pleasing Sky. Like, hey, I'm not gonna cash this thing in for a totem line on next turn. I'm not gonna sacrifice it to a Carver. Yeah, I'll gain 2 points of health.
Yeah, I think the thing that really makes this line make sense for Chiba Monkey is you have those 2 copies of Carvet in your hand. So you have a reasonable suspicion that if you can force Pleasing Sky to react to your early aggression, potentially put themselves out of position, they're going to be much less prepared to be able to handle the oncoming Dragon Onslaught.
Did you see that draw there, Andrew?
I did. Blightmoth could take out both of the Totemites, but actually, Chiba Monkey's going to hold off for a second.
There's a full house of Totemites in hand, too. It's a Pioneer, two Carvers. I mean, yeah, that could be a really big swing here. If Pleasing Sky does go for their explosive turn, but Chiba gonna fire off now, wanting to stay aggressive here. And actually, you know, a heads-up play also, they're taking away a lot of the sacrifice fodder that Pleasing Sky has, and you know, now there's not really a potential for an Edge of Uprising setup even this turn.
So yeah, I think if you're Pleasing Sky, you could go like Carver and Tota Pioneer. See what you hit off the Carver. Oh, wow. Not even going to play it. Not even going to use the Carver. Potentially just using it as a blocker. Oh man, Pleasing Sky, I hope you've got a plan because you are getting beat up right now. Carvet Redeemed comes down. At the end of each player's turn, it'll deal damage to them, and whenever Carvet Redeemed deals damage, you gain a Fire, Primal, and Shadow influence.
Interesting playing the Sigil there first. Okay, that wasn't a bad hit, so that'll let this Edge of Uprising take out the Carva. Let's pitch that Jack that we're gonna lose anyways at the end of the turn. Oof. Alright, well, you know, if you're in Pleasing Sky's seat, sweet. You know, you've answered the most immediate threat. You're still kind of getting beat down by the ragtag squad of bandits that Chiba Monkey has sort of set up here, but you don't really have a path forward anymore. You know, you have these 2 Kindling Carvers that can help you dig through your deck, but you're not applying pressure. You're not going to utilize the Tota Pioneer to actually get Chiba dead in any ways, and you don't really have any sacrifice fodder left. So now all these cards that you trade off with the Carver to get deeper into your deck, you're paying a real price with them right now.
So Pleasing Sky, giving up on the Tota Pioneer, trades it with the Crown Patroller. Carvet number 2 shows up. And yeah, Pleasing Sky is going to really need something like a Turn to Seed, I think would be the ideal draw. I can get one more look at it after they use Kindling Carver. They hit a Jack.
That does do it. You can do 4 damage to the Carvet by pitching a Sigil, and then you have 2 units in play. You can Steam Blast to finish it off. All right. I mean,
Wow. And they have exactly enough resources to do all of these things.
I mean that was kind of a great pickup there for Pleasing Sky.
A phenomenal pickup. I think the one potential misstep is I guess if you have, do they have Kenna in their deck? Because
I
otherwise,
think it's in their market.
Okay. That explains getting the 4th primal, but otherwise, with the Corrosive Dagger in your deck and Fire Etchings is your market card, you might want to have the 4th Fire Influence first.
Yeah, Kenna is in Pleasing Sky's market here this weekend, so foregoing the 2 additional damage, as you pointed out, Andrew, that you could have gotten off that Steam Blast to, you know, unlock the ability to potentially get her out of the market, and it looks like that's kind of what Pleasing Sky just set up here. They did find that the Fire Etchings here.
Yeah, so they managed to find both the Fire Sigil, so they could actually use the Fire Etchings, because that's the thing. They needed to hit. If they didn't hit that, they would have been in trouble. All right, Kenna Uncontained comes down 4/5 Flying Killer.
All right, they kind of need to fade this one turn. Devour. All right, some sweet redraws here for Chiba. I mean, they're pushing Pleasing Sky down to 5 with this attack. Wow, not even firing Devour off.
I am stunned that Chiba Monkey didn't devour the Blight Moth.
Oh my word. Okay, so that allows this Blade Crafter being a huge draw for Pleasing Sky. So now that's something that you're willing to sacrifice potentially twice to this Carver.
Yeah, I'm down to use a Carver. Chiba Monkey, or Pleasing Sky doesn't have that many cards, but wow. Pleasing Sky being very conservative with these Kindling Carvers. They do not want to take the risk of not being able to use it, and they hit
3 Defiances?
Goodness gracious. So if you're Chiba Monkey, do you just take out the Carver now? Yeah.
Definitely. I'm too terrified of that activating. And it also, you know, it increases the cost of this Edge of Uprising.
Yeah, and now because Pleasing Sky didn't sacrifice the Bladecrafter last turn, if they had, they would have a Shade that would get the Edge of Uprising down to 7 cost. All right, there's Defiance number 1. We're not going to use Defiance on the 2/2, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely too much of a risk of the exact line that you talked about, Andrew, of reducing the Edge of Uprising's cost. You just can't afford for that to come down just yet. And wow, both players just missing here.
Just hitting symbols when they need undepleted power to play their massive relic weapons.
Yeah, all right. So now Chiba, they're gonna play this great sword. I guess you don't have to, because you're still worried that Pleasing Sky's gone and grabbed an Edge of Uprising. It definitely seems like it. They didn't play a Corrosive Dagger or any of the last 2 turns.
But like, yeah, you don't have a great plan for the Edge of Uprising. Either way, right, I think I like just getting Kenna off the board and accepting that you're gonna get beat up by the Edge of Uprising here.
Yeah, she's too terrifying to keep ticking up towards her ultimate. But now that Edge of Uprising comes in, let's get that seat out of the way.
All right.
Oh, Shadow Etchings.
Shadow Etchings, but without a Shadow unit to make it work. They're just going to run out the Evangel just to soak up a little bit of damage from the Edge of Uprising. But I don't think that's even going to work. Jack Mercenary Hunter comes down, discards Primal Sigil, and deals 4 damage.
The not often used part of Petition to grab a Sigil for your Jack, but awesome pickup there for Pleasing Skies. Their seat's going to hit the bin.
Yeah, you get a Silex, you get a treasure trove, you get a Sigil, Jack gives you a treasure trove. It's all good either way.
All pass lead to Rome is now Pleasing Sky actually just has, you know, lethal damage on the table, 6 strength worth of units and 6 damage in their relic weapon here. They're gonna have to fire off these Defiances to stay afloat.
Yeah, Chiba Monkey sort of has one more turn to either find something really good or find a Shadow unit that'll allow them to go into the market with Shadow Etchings.
Let's take a look really quickly here at Chiba's market. They have a Silverblade Menace, which would be huge here. That might actually just be a straight up kill. A Timepiece, which not going to be great because your unit will be exhausted. Pleasing Sky here, just trying to dig, seeing if they find another Seer. Check their 1 power off.
Other Jack shows up, ditches 10 the flock, puts Chief Monkey down to 2 with a Seer in hand. Backbreaker.
That puts you up to 7 armor, 9. If you play that, Defiant 6, Seer in hand from Pleasing Sky, it looks like that's going to get them across the finish line here.
Yeah. Looks like Backbreaker's not going to be enough to back Pleasing Skies to break their back today.
Actually, kind of a wild thing there. Had Sheepa fired off the Defiance just to stun the Bladebreaker on one of those turns to preserve 4 points of health, they could have got another shot at it, but Pleasing Sky with that Seer going to get across the finish line and not have to fear any longer a Shadow unit off the top of that Silverblade Menace.
All right, so kudos to Pleasing Sky, demonstrating the power of their Edge of Uprising build for this tournament. We're going to try to find another match in our round of 32. We'll be joining another match in progress hopefully shortly here. But yeah, that was an interesting one. We're going to check out actually ZDCH. They're up against Never Shadow, and Zach is up a game. Love seeing what Zach's brought to the table each week, and looks like they've got Instinct Mother, so a Genève Mother of Skies deck. And they're up a game.
They're up. Sorry, my bad.
No, they're up a game, but Newer Shadows looks like they've got the Shrine to Carve It build of Mother of Skies.
Definitely lying to us with their name. They said that they were.
They're Newer Shadow.
I couldn't read their name. That's on me. I apologize, Newer Shadow.
So Newer Shadow's got a Mother. They've got a Shrine. Kato plays a Praxis Totemite, so that'll work with their Mother in a couple of turns.
I was all set to make a cool joke on their name and just got.
Kato Arena Herald comes down, makes a Cloud Snake.
We're finally getting to see the namesake card here in action.
Desert Alchemist comes down, blocks absolutely no one in the air, but you know, it will plunder and give CDCH a little more power.
So we swirl the sands to pick up here to combat the Mother of Skies. It's gonna have a lot of Mother of Skies to tangle with here, though. If you're a newer Shadow seat here, Andrew, what are you thinking about? What's your plan?
So I kind of like getting down some additional Mothers of Skies this turn. It uses up all of your power, makes things a little more efficient. You know, it's always nice when you have a revenge card like Mobilization to potentially play that first, so you can increase the odds of getting the second half just by doing it a little bit earlier in the game. But I think given the East Annex Smuggler on ZDCH's side, definitely makes sense that you're sort of willing to concede the ground for the moment.
Definitely makes sense to me. So we're actually going to see ZDCH. They're attacking their Desert Alchemist, handing over a Kato Shade, which can turn into another Totemite, which will then make, you know, 3 more hatchlings here. That's a risky trade-off.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I like that from ZDCH's side. You know, they don't have any sort of sweeper for flyers at the moment. And by waiting on that Swirl the Sands, Newer Shadow's going to get yet another Cloud Snake. It's not going to take much from Newer Shadow to finish off this game at this point. If that Shrine to Carve It ever comes down and ever sees a sacrifice, the game will basically end immediately.
Yeah, not seeing any sort of primal smuggler action here from ZDCH. We saw the Praxis version, so unfortunately for them, no aerial battle or anything like that in their market to sweep away the skies. As this lowly swirl of sands now, taking away one of the mothers, but oh boy. Alright. If Newer Shadow can get to their next turn with that shrine in play, Andrew, you may have predicted this finish.
Yeah, and Newer Shadow, sort of held the shrine for a while. It's possible ZDCH was looking for a shrine first, before playing this World of Sand. So it's possible Newer Shadow out-leveled ZDCH this game. Because, yeah, it's not like Swirl of Sands is that good against Mother of Skies. Certainly not that good against 3, but it is good against trying to carve it.
Definitely. Yeah, heads up there by Newer Shadow. Just, what could you have actually grabbed here out of your market, ZDCH? I'm looking at your deck list. Just none of this really makes any sense. None of it's adding up. I'm going to believe that it's got to be a Swirl of Sands as you saw that I had a Mother of Skies. And, protecting that shrine. It's definitely going to match up here. Is now the Air Force might be slightly halted, but yeah, never mind. Not anymore. Strange Burglar off the top, a huge pickup here for Newer Shadow. That's going to grant the ability to buff up every single one of these units to be a potent attacker.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Strange Burglar's sacrifice ability to draw 3 cards, but sometimes that when you play Stranger ability, all of your units get +1 strength this turn. That ability can just be an absolute monster. And on this board, it looks phenomenal because it makes it so instead of Helio holding back all of the Cloud Snakes and blocking the Mother of Skies, it means that Helio won't be able to block any of those units. Interested to see what Newer Shadow is potentially considering here. It's possible they're thinking about getting the Shrine down first and, trying to save the Strange Burglar for a turn where you have Shrine, you have the power available to sacrifice, but with CDCH only at 13 and you having 6 flyers, I love the idea of just playing it and making a giant attack in the air.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. Where, yeah, you could play the Shrine, and if you hit a power, you basically locked up a kill on the next turn. What can really go wrong? But if you do this also, what can really go wrong? Plus, I think you're just killing most of Zach's units. Like, alright, not actually sending the units on the ground to put ZDCH here to 1.
So does ZDCH have any kind of miracle card that they can get with a Crack the Earth? Doesn't look like it.
Not. Yeah, I would have been first looking for a Crystallize in the market, but unfortunately, Crystallize is one of those awesome tools where when you're applying pressure or you're in a race, that can really turn the tide. When your opponent has 11 units in play, you've got 1 unit in play, and they're still at 25 health. Crystallize is not exactly where I want to be. If we take a look here at ZDCH's list, they have a Swirl of the Sands, a Surso, a Grodov's Burden, a Shatterglass Mage, and a Nahid's Distillation as their 5-card market here this weekend.
And Newer Shadow's going to tie this matchup at 1 game apiece. ZDCH will be on the play for game 3, and hopefully they can do something a little bit more against Mother of Skies draw. I mean, I think that was the thing that stood out there is that one player had 3 Mother of Skies, and until the very end, ZDCH only had 0.
Yeah, it also looked like one of those where ZDCH's market was set up to take advantage of the longer games, maybe when both players have a Mother of Sky going. It definitely did not look well set up for you had a Mother of Sky and made some sort of advantage out of it. Now here's how I'm coming back. There wasn't that sort of setup, and 1 Mother of Sky, sure, the Swirl of Sands, you're gonna fall a little bit behind, but you can catch back up. Having multiples, or in that case, having 3, for Newer Shadow, way too much for ZDCH to come back from.
All right, so we're going to get game 3 started here in just a moment. Zach Hillen tweeted yesterday, you can find him on Twitter at ZDCH, that they had 4 teammates in the top 16 players. They had a player seated 7th, 10th, 11th, and 14th. So They really like their Genève killer. He called it Genève killer. I call it Genève Mother of Skies, and just because of how strong that card can be.
And I'm still over here calling it Instinct based on the display name.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun ways to refer to your Fire Time Primal decks. And we're
Yeah.
excited to see if ZDCH, they've made a lot of appearances in ECQ top 64s this season, and we're eager to see if they can finish this tournament off with a win and get their way to the World Championship. And if they want to do so, they're going to have to win this game 3 that's going to get started right now. ZDCH redraws down once, and they like what they see. They've got that nice little primal symbol to pair with the time sigil that will allow them to play a turn 2 Mother of Skies. Meanwhile, Neuroshadow, they redrew once. Their second hand had no primal influence, and they're going to go down to 6.
Not a bad 6 though. If I'm in Neuroshadow seat, like certainly I was hoping to draw a sigil that turn to turn both of my seats on, make them undepleted, but solid hand. I've got a path forward. I've got this Nesting Ravens with my Mother of Skies, and if my Mother of Skies doesn't fall victim to, a swirl or a turn to seed, I'm pretty happy with my draw here.
Yeah, Nesting Raven, 0/4 that sacrifices to play a Primal Shadow Crow or Raven, and that will immediately proc the Mother of Skies, so that's a nice little bit of synergy there. Also, it's a sacrifice trigger, so it works with Shrine to Carve It. So a lot of nice synergies is a nice way of saying that Nesting Raven is not the most powerful card in Eternal, but it does do some solid things for Neuroshadow.
Yeah, I'm really into the synergies that Neuroshadow has brought to the table here. A lot of little things that you can appreciate. Are they going to play this other Raven this turn? They will, and I assume that we won't see this one sacrificed. Hope that the Mother of Skies lives to the next turn.
Yeah, and next turn you can pair it with a Shrine to Carve It. So some good things happening for Neuroshadow, despite being relatively low on cards this game. Meanwhile, ZDCH plunders to get a Primal Sigil. They're more than willing to trade off a flyer with this Desert Alchemist. I mean, these games are just not won on the ground for the most part, so if you can successfully trade Desert Alchemist with even a 1/1 token flyer, it's at least doing something.
And I love the no block there by Neuroshadow. Just, no, you're 2/1 deadly. Yeah, I'm not like a Sandstorm Titan Siege Train style deck. I don't care about your small little deadly unit. We're going to fight in the skies. I've got air superiority here. I've got more flyers than you. I'll keep my 1/1 flyer around. Thank you.
And if your plan is to do the whole Shrine plus Nesting Raven line next turn, because that 1/1 Raven would be getting +2 strength and lifesteal, you're going to be able to get back the health that you lost to the Desert Alchemist on your next attack.
Very good point. Now Neuroshadow here just contemplating. Doesn't have a power card to follow up with. What 2-cost options do they have access to in their Blazing Salvo market here? So we take a peek. They have a Backlash, a Defile, a Devour, a Petition, and a Slag. So they do have the ability to find a power kind of the hard way through a Petition. Slag is potentially that nice way to deal with relics we've seen all weekend. But nope, going for the powerful play. Charge, lifesteal, +2 strength.
And just willing to sacrifice one of these Ravens to the Mother of Skies to ensure that some of these other 3 strength units can get in. If you're ZDCH, contemplating a block, potentially a double block on one of the Cloud Snakes to take that down, since the Raven's a little bit more blockable. And first we're going to see a Crack the Earth. It plays a Xenon Cultist, so that's going to proc Mother of Skies, making a 1/2 Cloud Snake. They go and they get Shatter Glass Mage out of their market to kill the Shrine to Carve It. And yeah, I like this double block here. If you just single blocked one of the Cloud Snakes on the Raven, the other Cloud Snake wouldn't have anything useful to do on the block since all of the 1 health units will be blocked. So you might as well double up on one of the 2 health units, and now you're trading for a slightly more powerful game piece.
Yeah, that definitely puts you in a situation further down the line. Also, you can end up using the 1/2 now to hold back the enemy Cloud Snake, or just completely nullify the Raven here, should your Mother of Skies be removed.
An absolutely phenomenal pickup from ZDCH and Maveloft Huntress. That combined with one of the 2 strength units will allow Maveloft Huntress to kill or attack the Mother of Skies. And when we look at Newer Shadow's hand, they do not have much else going on. The hard thing for ZDCH is figuring out which of these other units do you want to imbue with the Maveloft Huntress to get it up to 4 strength, and do you want to plunder to ensure that you can actually play one of these 5-cost cards in your hand next turn.
Yeah, definitely a tricky spot. I think if I'm ZDCH, I'm at least holding my Mother of Skies back. Looks like Zach actually choosing here to hold back both of their flyers.
So critical decision, are they going to plunder and get a sigil? The 2 cards in ZDCH's hand are uber powerful, but if you don't plunder, you risk never being able to play either. And they choose not to. So they are willing to accept the risk that they might not be able to play the Shatterglass Mage and the Heat Distillation for a while.
That would be my instinct as well. It is really rough if you end up drawing something like a Helio or another Crack the Sky on the next turn. But I think that both of these market options are just such huge swings that you want to be able to, if you draw a power card in the next turn, be able to disable Newer Shadow's ability to keep applying pressure to you into that shrine with your Shatterglass Mage, and then make sure that you can continue applying your own pressure. You still are the one with the Mother of Skies. You have this Maveloft Huntress that doesn't really have a path to be blocked just yet. Make sure that you can keep applying the pressure here to Newer Shadow and get yourself across that finish line. Put them on the back foot.
Well, if you want to put them on the back foot, getting down the 5-3 overwhelm immediately has to be the way to do that, right?
Definitely. It's also, I would prefer to get down the Shatterglass Mage first, just because I don't want to run the risk of something crazy happening with that trying to carve it in play just yet.
I think really these kinds of decisions are the classic hardest decisions that you have to make when you're playing a strategy card game like Eternal. When your opponent is a little bit lower in resources, when they're on the back foot, to what degree do you try to sacrifice your own resources, sacrifice your own powerful endgame to apply more pressure early and sort of topple them while they're sort of stumbling? The other way to go is to just try to build up and say, it's okay, I'll give you a little bit more time to dig out of this, but I'm not going to sacrifice any of my endgame. I'm not going to plunder away my awesome expensive cards. And these decisions, there's no like right or wrong answer to them in the sense of it's not consistent which way you should choose. And oftentimes we see this is a moment where players' personal preferences and play styles are the most expressed in games. The players who love being aggressive tend to play those spots one way. They would tend to plunder there, get the Shatterglass Mage down the next turn. And the more pondering players who like to outgrind opponents, they don't like to plunder. They don't want to give up power for the long game.
Interesting spot there. I was wondering if Newer Shadow was going to burn their Blazing Salve and just backlash that petition.
I mean, you got to try to do something. I mean, it is funny that Newer Shadow didn't do anything on their turn. I assume that does mean we are going to see a Blazing Salve for a 2-drop.
I would assume for the Devour here is you need to get something going.
That's funny. I don't know if I've ever seen Devour from the market before, but yeah, it certainly makes some amount of sense given what Newer Shadow's up to.
You've played against so many of my decks on design. There's definitely been a Devour out of the market at least once.
Look, I'm not saying Devour is the most ridiculous card I've ever seen in the market. Obviously, you are still outclassing in that regard. I'm just saying it's more common that when you build your deck to be able to support Devour, you want to be able to draw multiple copies in a game and have access to them early in the game to help smooth out your draws.
In general, yes. I agree with what you're saying, though, yes. Looks like we're going to see Newer Shadow here with that Shrine proc. Hey, let's get in. Let's gain some health. I don't want to throw away my flyer just yet. An interesting pickup here from ZDCH. Do you just make the power efficient play here and either play this Distillation or play the Shatterglass Mage? Well, answer that question pretty quickly. Trying to carve it down. Newer Shadow now. A little worse for wear is One thing their deck is very good at is getting into the sky and having these really powerful turns with their units when they're going wide. One thing that they've really looked like they've struggled with is I don't like how their deck matches up when the opponent's got some big units in play. This looks scary for newer Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, Newer Shadow is just kind of behind on a couple of axes right now. They're ahead on health total, behind on cards and board. Sorry, units on board. And given the nature of the matchup, where both players are trying to go wide, you're definitely opening yourself up to something when the other player can go wider than you. And right now they're both wider than you and bigger than you, so you don't have the added flexibility of dealing with bigger units by gang blocking them.
All right, so ZDCH gonna take this time now, fire off the distillation, and not a bad set of pickups here.
Yeah, I mean, ZDCH, this is exactly what we were sort of expecting. They did sacrifice at a moment in the game some tempo, but now they are rolling. Look at their hand. Treasure Trove, Silex, Petition, Turn to Seed, another Mother of Skies. They've got so much going for them in the next couple of turns, and when we look at Newer Shadow's hand, their hand is fine, but they're going to do one thing a turn for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, like Newer Shadow has a bunch of their more powerful options in their hand, like having the backup trying to carve it after their first is now fallen, a Strange Burglar, the Tattoo Dragon. I mean, I'm in love with Newer Shadow's hand. I really like where this is potentially going. It's now just a matter of can they get all the tools lined up such that they can build one of these comebacks?
All right, well, that might have been an absolutely key card for getting Newer Shadow back into this game. Combust offers the ability to potentially do multiple things in a future turn, and it can combine nicely with trying to carve it to get a big lifesteal attack going back the other way.
Yeah, so if you're here on Newer Shadow's side, you just end up running out this Tattoo Dragon, try to set up to go even wider, to maybe, if you happen to hit the mobilization, you get those 2 more beasts, you've then drawn an additional card, you get the Oni Grunt, like, you've got the whole wide world, or do you just play the Strange Burglar, which is something that you could theoretically trade off for this Mavloth Huntress or the Shatterglass Mage should they attack on the next turn and kind of stabilize the board? Looks like it goes for the latter option here.
So Strange Burglar comes down, no attacks from Newer Shadow, and for ZDCH, is this the unit that's going to get turned to seed?
Yeah, this is a tricky spot for ZDCH, and it just got even more complicated now. Is you initially had the option of, okay, do I turn to seed this? Can I get the game over with in enough time where I don't lose control of the ground to that seed becoming a 5/7, potentially ultimating that way? But now you've picked up a multi-faction unit. You already have one Mother of Skies in play. Do you play a second, then play your Wump and Mizo, and just risk what does the Strange Burglar do? Like, what can your Shadow put together with that? Gonna play it safe though, gonna turn to seed all those Strange Burglars, not have to worry about that down the stretch of this game. Certainly not on the next turn. Looks like Zach's still just gonna take the passive option here, just pressure with their one safe Mavloth Huntress attacking. If you're ZDCH, okay, gonna deploy the second Mother here. I think if you're Newer Shadow now, you've baited out one powerful removal option here. You've lost access to your Strange Burglars. I assume that it's time to get this Tattoo Dragon down and try to make a big turn happen following up with the Shrine, because you're really starting to lose control of this board.
Yeah, and this is the tricky thing. It's like killing Mother of Skies is really good against the Mother of Skies decks, but kind of when you're not so behind on board. It's like at this point in the game, ZDCH doesn't need the Mother of Skies to do that much, and it's like, do you want to just kill a random 4/4 or 5/3 on ZDCH's board? And it's like, it's fine to do that. It's not like they're providing any sort of awesome ongoing value like Mother of Skies is. So this is a tricky spot for Newer Shadow, and they're just going to go for Tattoo Dragon and sort of punt on the decision.
Yeah, trying to set up for a really powerful turn down the line. Again, it's not like ZDCH knows this Shrine to Carvet is coming, but ZDCH has also been playing very passively with these Mother of Skies. They haven't made any attacks, and that's a huge, huge pickup there off that treasure trove.
Another turn to seed, so you could downgrade all the Stampeding Beasts down to 0-2s, but I got a feeling we're going to see Tattoo Dragon become a little seed.
Yeah, the menacing dragon there, it just turned into a cute little adorable plant.
So you could triple block down the Shadowglass Mage. The problem with all of these like triple block lines is that it turns your Shrine to Carve It from being a potentially awesome tool into something pretty anemic.
Yeah, and I think that's a really heads up no block there by Newer Shadow. You're just not getting across the finish line without these units in play.
So Stampeding Beasts come right off the top. Now we've got some real potential for a Newer Shadow. There's another Shrine to Carve It. Oh my goodness, Corey, can you delay the Shrine to Carve It one more turn so you could get down the Combust one more turn so you get down double Shrine to Carve It?
5 flyers, you take a hit from a snowball, that would put you to 7. If you don't have to chump, you go to 2. You definitely have enough blockers now.
It looks pretty bad.
It looks like you just lose so much of your board. I think that we're going to have to see a Shrine come plus Combust play this turn, and then just making some attacks to gain some health back. It's not going to be a great set of attacks either. I think that you're still going to lose a bunch of your board.
All right, Mother of Skies goes down.
So let's see, we have 5 blocking units on ZDCH's side, so they can end up pairing the Mother with the Cloud Snake, 2 more Cloud Snakes to take out a Beast. Potentially the Weapon Mizo can trade off for a Beast or even a Seedling, but I think ZDCH is likely going to want to be able to try to hold that around. It's, you know, can you afford to take 11 points of damage here? I mean, Zach is only at 16. I like this line by Newer Shadow. It's definitely going to get you to stabilize here for a turn or two. And, you know, now you have that Shrine in play. At any moment, you might have a big turn. It's just a matter of, are you going to get enough time to get one more big turn? Like, you know, is ZDCH going to have to pump the brakes a little bit and stop attacking with some of their units such that you can get another one of these big attacks in? Tough side of decisions here. All right, ZDCH finalizes their blocks. Does choose to throw away their Wump.
And yeah, look at the health totals now, 25-8. That Combust was just an amazing swing back for a Newer Shadow. Now their board is still so far behind. I'm worried about their ability to continue to follow up from that awesome turn, but it definitely helped quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that Newer Shadow has bought themselves a couple turns here. If ZDCH doesn't find a powerful follow-up, like if they don't find a Helio or something in the next couple of turns, like Newer Shadow can use this mobilization, maybe Destiny it back in you know, a timely fashion. Find a sacrifice outlet, you know, double Shrine to Carve It. I think that they could get across the finish line. This could be a great comeback here from Newer Shadow. They need some things to go right, though. And, you know, ZDCH has kind of bricked off this turn. There's just a turn to seed in hand. And I'm not really fond of turn to seeding these Stampeding Beasts. I don't know about you, Andrew.
Well, it could certainly go very badly in the long term, but if another, oh my gosh, no attacks from ZDCH. They are really concerned that Newer Shadow is another way to sacrifice, and Newer Shadow's like, thank you. I didn't have any way to sacrifice, but I will make some more beasts.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Newer Shadow needs right now. They just need to kind of slow things down. And, okay, this is a nice picker from ZDCH. You know, you can finish off this seed. I think that seed's only 2 turns away from ultimating and plundering away one of these silly power cards. Like, I don't know what this Primal Sigil's doing for you. This Primal Symbol's not doing much else either.
They didn't imbue. They just wanted to make sure they had as many units as possible. That makes sense. Okay, Aurelian Supplier. You can draw 1 off of it. It's going to be hard to imagine you'd be able to draw 2, so I kind of like firing it off if I'm ZDCH.
But I think I'm still pretty happy to pick that up. That's just another unit that I can block with right now. It makes me another Cloud Snake, and Not gonna complain about that either.
Tense moments here for ZDCH.
Can you
They've
start getting
definitely
in with
got
some
the upper
flyers?
hand. What was that?
Can you start getting in with some of these flyers? Like, what I'm worried about from ZDCH's position is Newer Shadow's deck. Yes, you've currently overpowered them. You've certainly won board position here, but you're so far behind on health totals. You need to close the door. Newer Shadow has the more explosive turns than ZDCH. As a part of playing the menace strategy here, getting the sacrifice sort of options, you're better at playing these big combo turns. You can steal games out of nowhere. Zach kind of has to close the door. Can you start making some attacks? And all right, we're pushing through for 4 damage on ZDCH's side, and what a pickup from Newer Shadow now.
Yep. So Kindling Carver going to be able to carve up a beast. Draw a card off top of the deck. Just a Shadow Sigil.
Okay, not the best thing there for Newer Shadow, but at least it's something that you can get onto the board here. You're not just going to have to discard it on a turn.
So if you play the second Shrine, this is where we're going to run into issues of Newer Shadow just being kind of down on cards. All of those like Nesting Raven, Unfamiliar Interloper plays, while ZDCH was playing Aurelian Suppliers and Silexes and all of that, has just left them in a position where they just don't have that much to work with. You know, they can play the second Shrine to carve it. The beast will be 5/2s. They'll get blocked down, and then it's just like you're just working with nothing. You potentially will have nothing to even sacrifice to the Kindling Carver. But that said, it's kind of tricky because it's like, do you just want to gain all this health right now while you still can to ensure you have enough time to draw into the cards you need? Hard decisions if you're Newer Shadow, and they're going deep into their time bank now.
Yeah, and it's also a rough spot if you do play. You do want the Shrine down because you do want to be able to play all the cards you draw. But if you play the Shrine and then draw a way to go into your market and not have something to trade, all right. So we're gonna see the Shrine played. Oh, interesting.
the single attack, and we'll see a single Aurelian Supplier trade with it. So Newer Shadow found a middle ground there.
Okay, and again, we've been talking about what does Newer Shadow need from ZDCH, and it's kind of like ZDCH just needs to brick on powerful plays. And if you're in ZDCH's position here, I feel like you have to turn to see this Kindling Carver. It's just too terrifying with 2 shrines there.
Absolutely, and there is another mobilization coming for Newer Shadow, so the fact that trying to carve it gives lifesteal and charge an uber relevant line of text if you leave Kindling Carver around.
Okay, I really like this attack here from ZDCH. Of course, there's a risk. There's that mobilization with Destiny looming, and everything could go horribly awry by making such an aggressive attack, but you have to get Newer Shadow dead. And this deals 13 points. It puts them in a situation where you can conceivably kill them on the follow-up turn.
So we see turn to seed, heading the 1/1 Kindling Carver, an Unfamiliar Interloper off the top, and yeah, these sort of weak enabler cards are awesome in the early game, but they are bad top decks. And what's a good top deck, Corey? Helio the Skywinder, draw 5.
6 cost, 2/2, flying, draw 5 cards. That's double permafrost. I assume that's got to be able to allow ZDCH to get across the finish line here, right?
I think if you chump the 4/4, you are taking 12.
Wow, is this 1 short?
Yeah, but I don't think Newer Shadow has a deal 8 for 6 power in their hand or in their deck. So, I don't see Newer Shadow getting out of this. Their play's pretty forced, but they do have. Oh, ZDCH is figuring out their blocks. They're figuring out like this is one of those classic spots where if you're only getting them to like 1, why attack with everything? Because if you're so far ahead on board, you certainly can get them over the finish line in the following turn if you just deal some damage this turn.
If I make my most powerful play this turn, how does it go wrong for me on the turn after? Can you actually win? Newer Shadow, unfortunately, drawing a Fire Sigil there on their final draw of the game, unable to use their 2 Shrine to Carvets to push through. Fortunately for ZDCH, that puts them through to the top 16. Really fantastic game there.
Absolutely. And so that is the last match for the round. We've been fortunate enough to kind of get thrown into the exciting Game 3 match in both of our first 2 rounds of the day. So one thing I wanted to mention before we go to break is if you enjoyed the playmat that those players were playing on, that's the Skycrag Glacier playmat. So definitely go to the store and check it out now. There's a bunch of sweet bundles available for you if you want to pick up that playmat. So real nice, having fun up in the mountains with some Yetis on some ice. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with our round of 16. So stay tuned here at ECQ, the Festival of Inspiration. We are back live, and Corey, we are here for the round of 16 here at this ECQ. We've got another exciting match queued up for us. We're going to get to check out Dirt Cheap's Mono Shadow mid-range list, and I think if you've been playing the ladder this expedition season, you're a no stranger to what's going on here. We got 3-cost 5/5s and Marionette Cross and Prism Golem, and then following it up with some really nice looking shadow flyers like Impending Doom, Aramot, Mind Splinter, Akaria First Reaper, and the power base. Well, it's a dirt cheap power base, 27 shadow sigils.
Clean and simple, just the way I like it.
They're going to be going up against Earth's Overseer, their knowledge control strategy, and really it's a Felon looking mid-range control list that's splashing from below the mono time version of the from cycle that turns into a plasma primordial.
Yeah, a sweet option here this weekend as a way to, potentially take out one of those Marionette Crosses, a Backbreaker, an Edge of Uprising. But then, yeah, in the late game, you just get a really, really powerful unit.
All right, it's game time, Corey. Let's head down to the match.
Let's get in there.
So Kyriak's welcoming us to the game. And Earth's Overseer kicks things off with a primal symbol. They've got a Rindra Infiltrator in their hand. That 4-cost 2/3 might look small on stats, but it packs a big punch with its ability. Summon the enemy player discards a card of their choice, and +4/+4 in lifesteal as long as you've played a spell this turn.
Oh yeah, Rindra does not mess around, and it is one of the things that Dirt Cheap does not want to see Earth Overseer play many of in this match.
And Earth's Overseer backing that card up with some classic Felon control cards. Wisdom of Elders, Annihilate, Black Sky Harbinger. You've been playing Eternal for years now. You're very familiar with what that setup looks like.
But I mean, this is your classic mono shadow start here. Dirt Cheap just, you know what? My Blight Moth, I don't need to get any extra action out of this. I just want a flyer pecking away. And Prism Golem actually lining up really well here as it gets around the Annihilate there in Earth Overseer's hand.
The big issue for it is that that's the one that you have 2 of, and that means that both of them are going to get hit by Turn to Seed. You know, I think if I were Dirt Cheap, you might have wanted to consider the fact that a Turn to Seed on Marionette Cross would not be nearly as punishing. Marionette Cross is a fantastic card against Turn to Seed because it's the relic that plays the unit. It getting hit by Turn to Seed doesn't really affect you at all.
Wow, brutal. And there is that from below, and that could just take out the Marionette for 1 power here.
Well, it's tricky because as soon as you play the Xenon Silex to get the time influence, From Below is going to immediately transmute into the Plasma Primordial.
Good call. I
Earth
totally missed that.
Overseer wishes they had 1 less Shadow influence right now. And unless they have a Time Sigil in their deck, which they don't, they do have an Elysian Silex. So if they go petition for Elysian Silex, that would get the time influence. It's a really roundabout way of doing it. It's not the most efficient way to play your turn, but it does work.
They might be doing that here. Yeah, wow, you called it, Andrew. Heads up call there. Nicely done.
All right, so we're going to see. Well, From Below, I believe, is fast. You know, it's always funny working on these cards. We work on them, Corey, so long and so far into the future that sometimes, yeah, it is a fast spell.
Spoilers, you called it.
Yeah. I don't like to say things unless I'm like 99% confident. In that case, I was like, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, it is. Well, second Marionette Cross fortunately comes down after attacks, so Dirt Cheap avoids the full blowouts.
I assume that this one's going to bite the dust here and annihilate, as that one's not going to be held off there by the Black Sky Harbinger all on its own.
Sacrifice the Marionette Cross, and now Earth's Overseer could go for a Black Sky Harbinger off of the Silex, or they could just do a little like Wisdom of the Elders plus Blight Past Smuggler turn and try to get a little more set up.
Two can play the big Flyers game. 1 power away here from just absolute glory for Dirt Cheap, being able to activate the Makar's Quiver with some 5 strength units in their void. And I mean, 2 awesome follow-ups here if you can ever get these Icario First Reapers deployed. Gonna choose to hold on to all of that just for now as the Elysian Silex. This one will be enabled. Wow, a great pickup here by Earth's Overseer is now they found a Uello. That's going to actually allow them to build out wide here on this board with the Black Sky Harbinger making an attack.
4 cost 3/5 whenever you attack with 1 or more flying units, get a 2/3 wolf. So pretty nice. All right, Dirt Cheap hits the 6 power. They're going to get to play Icaria.
And do you take out the Harbinger or do you take out the Uello here? I think this is actually a tough choice.
I think you just take out the Harbinger just because if another flyer comes down, you could take that out with Icaria. And given how big the flyers are in Earth's Overseer deck, you don't want to get overwhelmed in the air. I mean, I guess you do have the Icarias to block, but definitely a tricky spot. So Earth's Overseer is still missing that 4th Shadow influence to be able to play the Rindra Infiltrator. They get an attack in with the Footpack Alpha. They were able to bluff, I guess. What were they bluffing there that the Icaria didn't block? Ah, Malediction. Very heads-up play by Dirt Cheap to not block there.
And still firing off the Malediction there, just wanting the seeds off the board because I think those seeds were on 3 and 4, so I think that those were ready to turn on. So now we're seeing here on Dirt Cheap's side, do you just fire off this second Icaria and now you're this Uello and, you know, you've basically got all the pressure at that point.
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable.
Some Makar's Quiver still. You can start activating it now, but of course you're going to need to spend the 2 power deploying it onto the board first.
Hey, Corey.
What's up, buddy?
Do you want to? Can you just check our chat real quick? I think our producer could use our assistance with something for 1 second.
Of course.
All right. So meanwhile, Dirt Cheap gets in with their Icaria, still contemplating this move. They've got to be careful about how many of their cards they play out from their hand. With that Rindra Infiltrator potentially coming down in the future, could be an issue. And yeah, we see Dirt Cheap not play out that last Shadow Sigil. A really heads-up move. So the Treasure Trove still fails to deliver that 4th Shadow Influence, but a Blight Moth is going to come down and finish off the Blight Moth Shade. And because it is a Nightmare and a Karya Nightmare, First Reaper is a Nightmare, Karya is also going to get the stat reduction.
And now paying the cost here potentially. You know, actually shrinking that to a 4/4, it does actually meaningfully change the clock by a reasonable amount too. The Blight Moth actually doing some serious work there.
I'm kind of surprised we didn't see a Permafrost on the Ikaria.
I am also, but it's going to line up a lot better here for the Earth's Overseer, as now they're going to have the Permafrost on the larger one, and they can hold on to this Annihilate longer if they still want to, you know, potentially use that at a later time, maybe fast when the Makar's Quiver has spent most of Dirt Cheap's power for a turn.
So that Champion of Cunning has Flying in Aegis thanks to the 6 Primal Influence, but won't be pumping up units yet with its Shadow ability, not for another moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Dirt Cheap here, was really excited to hit that 6th power. 7th, 8th, and 9th, not something that their deck utilizes well.
Wow, Earth's Overseer going to take it all. Not willing to chump with the Blight Moth. But things are going pretty smoothly for Earth's Overseer at this stage.
I guess if you're on Earth's Overseer side, like, you're still safe from, you know, any cost or anything like that, granted that you have that face Aegis and being able to use the Smuggler here, grab a Feeding Time, you don't have to discard that Annihilate, you can hold that up for any other risky scenarios, and unfortunately for Dirt Cheap, finding a 10th power there and a swath of good attackers in the other side with only 6 health remaining. Earth's Overseer are going to take game number 1 here with their Knowledge mid-range deck.
Yeah, and I love what Earth's Overseer did there. I mean, what a throwback deck. I mean, what's the way that Feln decks deal with Entomb units going back to the beginning of the game? That's feeding time, baby. You transform that unit first into a 2/2 pig before killing it, and then the Entomb doesn't fire. So nice stuff from them. And yeah, that, you know, it's something that we've seen a little bit of exploration with, but with regards to what they're doing with From Below in their deck, but definitely a really potent way to potentially use that cycle is, you know, you give up maybe some of your ability to work with an insignia to be just a straight 2-faction deck, but the tremendous amount of versatility that they get from having that 1-cost flashable effect, being able to kill a Marionette Cross, I mean, that was one of the biggest moments in the game. Dirt Cheap is really relying on their big, strong early units to be able to outmuscle the opponent before they can get set up, and a 1-cost kill spell like that is exactly what Earth's Overseer needed to swing the momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. It was kind of the turning point in that game of the 2 5-strength units that came down on turn 3 and turn 4 were just completely nullified, and because of the turn to seed, the additional one that Dirt Cheap had in their hand was also just completely turned off.
I love Spirit Weaver in these mono shadow decks. Just does so much work in terms of allowing your big units to gain you health, to stop people from racing back against you, being a 1/3 body, and then just giving you what you need, whether it's more power or more cards. That plunder ability is so... you know what, I was going to say it's underrated, but the community loves it. They play a ton of plunder. Clearly, they don't underrate it.
No, I mean, it's kind of the perfect little mixture of everything. It's the blocker that holds back some of the early Skycrag units, like your Pyro Knights, for example. It, you know, turns your large units, which in the case of Impending Doom, for example, is dealing damage to you, to say, nah, we've got this. We'll just gain additional health off the Impending Doom, off of those marionettes. You know, you're set there. And all the while, this is a deck that needs to hit its 4th power on turn 4 and would really love to hit the 6th pretty often on 6. And then afterwards, I don't really want to draw any more power. I don't really need any more sigils after that. Start turning them into treasure shows, trying to find some more of these large nightmares to, you know, terrify your opponent with.
So Earth's Overseer probably calculating how they want this game to unfold. They see that there was no Marionette Cross on turn number 3 for Dirt Cheap, so maybe it's time for Blightblast Smuggler to come down and cash that in. But, you know, anytime you're going into the market, you got to think carefully about what it is that you want. Instead, they're just going to actually play a Silex and delay the decision and hold up Annihilate. I think that's somewhat wise. They know that Dirt Cheap's deck is all units that basically die to Annihilate, so they know they're going to get to use it here, and this will allow them to have a nice empty board going into their turn 4.
It's a heads up play because Dirt Cheap didn't play a Prism Golem, and if they had a Prism Golem, they would have just slammed it on turn 3. Like, it's one of their best threats, especially in this matchup where Ursa Overseer, a lot of their removal happens to be in the form of Annihilate or some sort of small damage dealing spells like Vara's Favor. That, they've got to have something follow up with on the 4th turn. They couldn't have just kept a hand that just does nothing. So,
all right. So now Dirt Cheap picked up another 5-drop, so they got some options here. They're going to go for Fear Tracker first instead of Makar Stranger, valuing the fact that it hits a little bit harder, can actually attack easily into this Uella, whereas Makar Stranger could get tripped up if another unit's played.
Gain a little fancy 6 health there off deal 3, gain 3, and you're dealing 3, having lifesteal there.
And so we see from below transform into the Plasma Primordial. 6 cost 4/8 at the start of your turn play, 3/1 killer. And whenever the enemy plays a spell, they discard all copies of that spell from their deck.
And here we go. There's the 6 sigil on turn 6 for Dirt Cheap. They now have the ability to play this Ikaria, move the UL out of the way, and make for some good attacks here for the Fear Tracker. But Dirt Cheap's just going to offer up the Fear Tracker. Or are they?
Yeah, I think they thought they had a clean attack because nothing's big enough. Then they saw the double block, and now they're like, yeah, let's just stop that double block. And a pretty heads-up attacking with both units. Sure, the Blade Path Smuggler gets the free block on the 1/3, but just in case Earth's Overseer had aims of chump blocking the Fear Tracker, then you would still get an a point with the Spirit Weaver.
Great pickup for Earth's Overseer there, picking up this Permafrost. If you don't have to kill these Fear Trackers and these Ikarias, you don't want to. You really prefer not to. I mean, that's why you use the Ursa Overseer going and getting this feeding time proactively out of their market to try to, hey, I want to make sure that I don't have to deal up with whatever the follow-up is. And now having 2 of those options here for both of the 5 strength units, should they want to do that this turn, or they could Permafrost plus play Champion of Cunning. All the while, you could just play the Primordial.
Yeah, that line is pretty greedy. A 4/8 looks pretty good on the board. Unfortunately, the Plasma Primordial doesn't interact with Akari. You're still ultimately going to need probably another card to do that, since it would take multiple 3/1 killers to take Akari down.
Oh, wow.
Wow, really? Okay. This does accelerate getting the 3/1 killers going, and against Dirt Cheap's hand of no removal, it does look pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it's really bad if Dirt Cheap had an extra Ikaria here. Fortunately for his Overseer, there's not a second Ikaria in hand.
Yes, that is the big issue. Another Ikaria would have been a huge blowout. All right, Makar Stranger comes down, steals a card from the enemy deck, and it's a Petition.
Not many great options to go fetch out of Dirt Cheap's deck. There's Shadow Sigil or Shadow Sigil, and if you're really greedy, you could get a Shadow Sigil.
Yeah, not even no copies of Amethyst Waystone. Sometimes you see Mono Shadows players adding that one in, so they can deploy it when they want a little extra fuel, have a little bit more flexibility in terms of which power they plunder away. And we see a Turn to Seed show up for Earth's Overseer. And these primal cards just giving Earth's Overseer the flexibility to go into their market, to draw cards, to kill things and not get the Entomb in terms of feeding time. Really doing a lot of work against Dirt Cheap's deck. Dirt Cheap goes big and goes hard, but they kind of only go in one direction.
Yeah, and if you look at the damage that Dirt Cheap has access to now, these 2 Fear Trackers, like, you could theoretically do 6 more points of damage. Man, I'm really wishing there was just like one Amethyst Waystone that I could go find for this exact moment.
Exactly the spot that you'd love to have it, because in this spot, yes, the enemy gets to draw first off of the Nightfall, but they already have a lot of cards in their hand. There's diminishing returns on that, and you could certainly benefit as well from them taking an extra point of damage.
All right, so the render is coming down. That's a potential lifesteal option in a future turn here for Ursa Overseers. Dirt Cheap's just going to drop their Shadow Sigil into the void and That could have been an Ikaria. Unfortunately for Dirt Cheap, it's just a little seed.
Could have been a Ikaria. Instead, it's just a little Mandrake.
And the defensive transpose here, you know, not really to try to shields up, let me gain an Aegis, but pumping up that Rindra. Brutal here for Dirt Cheap. Thinking that maybe one of these Fear Trackers was going to be a good attack, and now, unfortunately for them, you know, you're just sitting here with these Fear Trackers that are easy pickings for the tiny little plasmas. I think we're still a couple of turns off from that Ikaria's little seed growing up and ultimating, but even ultimate form, it's not big enough to get through this plasma primordial. And I love this here from our Overseer. Starting to turn the corner now. And defile the pickup just against these 4-cost units, not really what the doctor ordered here.
Tough stuff here for Dirt Cheap, and they are going to pack it in as Overseer advances to the top 8 with their nice-looking Felm Splash Time deck. And Plasma Primordial, I mean, boy, it came down and it really took the game over. Those Fear Trackers, they were draining for 3, they were being 5/4s, they were doing good work, and then Plasma Primordial came down as a 4/8 and said, "You want to attack into this mess?" And Dirt Cheap said, "No, I do not."
Yeah, there was, you know, one really big risk there that we saw taken by our knowledge player to play the Plasma Primordial out, and it was kind of a fingers crossed. I don't think you have another Ikaria, and maybe that was just based off of the Fear Tracker thinking to attack, and then, you know, pump faking, and okay, let me play my Sigil, let me play my Ikaria. Maybe that was kind of the giveaway that there's not a second Ikaria in hand. And, you know, taking that risky line to play the Plasma Primordial, it certainly paid off. I don't know how many 3-1 killers were played, but there was a handful of them, and they were certainly too much to handle.
All right, so we are back up here, and we're going to head over to Popetito versus ZDCH in just a moment. All right, top of the screen, we got ZDH, CH. We saw them on Instinct Mid-Range, Genev's Mother of Skies win earlier, and we saw Popetito and their Xenon Mid-Range Brew earlier do quite a good work, and now they're up against each other. Checking out this board, we've got Wump has transformed into the party pair. And for Popetito, you know, they got some good stuff going on. They got a twin Spitling, I guess, that's about to bite the dust. Nope, it's the Makar Stranger, which already had a snowball put on it. So just catching up with all the action here. ZDCH is up a game in this match.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation here for Popetito, not actually having a way to plan on depleted power to get this Tuvan into play as a follow-up just yet. And now even bigger worries for Popetito. 3 more cards coming off the top for ZDCH thanks to that Helio.
Wow, and ZDCH takes down the match. ZDCH is now on to the top 8, so congrats to Zach. We'll be looking forward to checking out their top 8 match. We're going to see if there's any additional matches going on for our top 16.
You know, sometimes you join games and you get awesome, you know, awesome back and forth, and sometimes you join the game and, you know, unfortunately for Popetito, they're just in the moment they're packing it in. So, see if we can find another match. The games are battling.
All right, so we're going to check out, sounds like Pyrese versus Portage. Portage will be up 1-0 in this as we head and check out their game number 2 in just a moment here. Pyrese is going to be playing the Menace Shrine to Carbate deck, so we saw a little bit of this earlier in the tournament. And Portage is another player on Geneve Mother of Skies. And Pyrese has definitely won the race to the board, as we see 6 units in play for them.
Yeah, if you were looking to fight for board superiority, Pyrese is definitely crushing it on that axis right now. They're gonna have another nesting raven and a little seed here join the fray. Choosing to hold on to both the nesting ravens though for right now. Looks like just valuing the ability to make those Shrine of Carvets a devastating force should they draw one.
Also a nice hold if you ever find a Mother of Skies, you'll get an extra Cloud Snake out of the deal.
Definitely.
All right, last time I said that we were going to see Aurelian Supplier unable to draw any cards, it actually managed to. This time I feel pretty confident.
You're pretty certain that they won't be able to either, Portage won't be able to either deploy 9 units or get down to 3 cards in hand?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Nostradamus or anything, but I feel good about this prediction. So Portage at this point, they're like, do I play the Treasure Trove, try to find something more impactful, or do I just get this Desert Alchemist down, maybe make another Treasure Trove and then do a little bit of blocking? And I like the blocking route. Just, you could potentially trade with this Kato, and then you're honestly not taking that much per turn.
Yeah, I think I agree with you here. It's just kind of clean up the board a little bit. Maybe get another Treasure Trove in your hand. You can try to figure out what direction you can actually go on the follow-up turn.
And Pyrese found another depleted power that turn, so they can't play a Strange Burglar, but it's going to be pretty good when they do get to. Just giving all of their units +1 strength.
Yeah, I'm actually interested now in how close Pyrese is to getting this first little seed going. As we'll see on Portage's side. Treasure Trove, unfortunately for them, into another power. They've definitely got that all figured out. And now we're just gonna see an Aurelian Supplier come down on blocking duty to hold back all these stampeding beasts.
Yeah, and I think we might see a Combust take it out. I don't know. It's going to open up some attacks.
Farewell, Totapop, and hello, Strange Burglar, and here comes the squad. This looks like 9 coming through, so I think Portage is going to fall all the way down to 6 off of this.
Yeah, Strange Burglar kind of doing a little Bandit Queen impression there. Giving all your units +1 strength, and Pirates just said, all right, I don't need any more value. Let's just get some birds. Let's finish you off.
Yeah, if that was good enough to open up the door, then the little 1/1 Ravens, they're ready.
So I think we're just another turn or so away here from Pyrese tying this matchup at 1 apiece. We'll be heading to a game 3. Give Portage a chance to play another defensive Aurelian Supplier before we end this one. But I guess they're not exactly dead. The little seeds are going to turn on at some point, though. That's the thing. It's like, even if Portage were to stabilize against the beasts and the flyers, the little seeds are going to take over this game.
Oh, definitely. This is one of the games where you play that turn to seed, and then you look back at the board in a couple turns, you're like, oh, wait a minute, what am I in store for? What is that plant going to turn into? And it is a terrifying Mandrake.
Yeah, and despite being a heavy primal deck, the Geneve decks don't typically play with anything like a Lightning Storm or a Cerso's Choice to get all the little seeds off the board. They kind of rely on the fact that, they're going to be going pretty big with Mother of Skies and Wump and just hoping that that'll be enough.
And a Combust there off the top for Pyrese, and that's 5 coming through, and with that snowball that started off the turn, we're going to see a game number 3 here between our 2 players.
All right. So,
all right.
Yeah, what's up, Corey?
No, go ahead, please. Lead me in here. What's your question? What are you thinking?
I was thinking about Display of Menace. That was a card that I noticed is in the Fire Primal Shadow Shrine decks, and that one seems potentially really nice for this metagame. I mean, it's just another good tool against some of the heavy attachment decks that we've seen, the ones relying on things like a Backbreaker to be able to stop them from recurring it and get one with a lot of armor off the board.
Yeah, it's definitely that, and just also the ability to deal 1 damage to everything. Like, we haven't seen a Skycry aggro deck yet on camera here today, but the ability to clean up like those Pyro Knights and those Champion of Furies, that really does go a long way. And should these decks ever actually play with something that could increase their spell damage, I think that could become a really awesome option in these Mother of Sky mirrors, just taking out all the Cloud Snakes, maybe taking out, all the other just units that exist on the ground is just a way to kind of break surf. All right, so taking a look here at opening hands, Portich, not the best of hands. You don't really have a plan of where you're going, but really, really powerful draws potentially set up. You find a Mother of Skies here. Crack the Earth's not too bad of one either with this many power. You can really figure out, hey, where can my hand really develop? Where can I go? On Pyrese's side, you're set up now with the Mother of Skies. You got a Smuggler. You've got a Kato. Kind of the opening that you're asking for, and really, World is their oyster here.
All right.
Another great option there in a Combust. Can Portich handle this Mother of Sky somehow? Will they be able to dismantle this? Whew. Do you we saw them pay the cost last game. Do you just fire off the turn to seed here?
It's tough. It's a tough call.
Like, I hate giving my opponent a little seed this early in the game when I just have no plan for how the heck I'm gonna, fight through the little seeds long term. You do have a pesky seedling, so you can kill off this first one.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I think that's gotta be.
Helps a lot. Ooh.
Not too
Talk about
shabby
a 2-for-1. Wump and Mizo off the top.
You get the snowballs and a giant monster. What's more to love?
You get a dinosaur and a Yeti.
2 great things. And on Pyrese's side, choosing to not play their Smuggler out there, wanting to figure out later on exactly what it is that they need sort of help with here. Interesting choice here from Portich, because you're not really ready to play this Crack the Earth. Yeah, certainly you could play whatever 5-cost card you get out of your market on the follow-up turn, but you don't really have a card you want to put away. Every card just looks so awesome in this matchup that's in your hand right now. Like the Pesky Seedling is taking care of the Little Seed. The Permafrost can deal with some sort of later large unit. It might actually be the worst card in your hand, though, in this matchup. And you definitely want to keep playing your power cards because you'd love to still be able to play like a Helio should you draw it. Alright, Wump and Mizo joining the fray. Snowball will break the face Aegis that Portich managed to get off their Cobalt Wastestone. And look at this, that is, trying to carve it, great pickup, but also just massive respect there for just how big the Wump and Mizo can be in these games. Just using the Combust there, and why are we going to see an attack here?
No attack by the Kato.
I applaud that.
Sniffed out the Crack the Earth and did not want to give up their Kato at this moment. Really, really heads up play, understanding the range of what fast effects might be available to a Genev Mother deck and not attacking there.
Yeah, really, really well done there by Pyrese. Unfortunately for them, because there was that Crack the Earth, you're still going to lose your shrine here to the Shatterglass Mage. But they didn't end up losing their potential sacrifice outlet, maybe even a giant somehow later in the game. And now Pyrese also in the awkward situation of, I don't really have a great card to get rid of that I want to let go into my market. So are they going to actually play a Smuggler this turn? Taking a quick look at Pyrese's market here, we see an open contract, a Backlash, a Caleb's Choice, a Wyatt's Junkyard, and Edge of Uprising. So, no unit-based threats that, we're going to see Portage potentially get punished for throwing away that permafrost with, but definitely a wide array of choices that, you know, if they can get the Shatterglass Mage locked down, maybe off the table, getting that Wy's Junkyard could really go the distance. And Edge of Uprising looks pretty great here too, given that now you have 2 units that are reducing its cost. You're only 1 away here. It's kind of up to Portage here to figure out, okay, what did you get out of your market? Because there are several good options there that you could have grabbed.
Well, they're going to know it wasn't a Blight Path Smuggler, and they're not going to get to see the other card, as Pesty Sealing gets to see a unit in hand and increase its cost by 2. And look at that. By killing the little seed, it gets the Edge of Uprising pretty far away from being playable.
Yeah, unless Pyrese makes a really kind of aggressive block here with the Kata to turn it into a Shade, that Edge of Uprising is not likely to come down here on this next turn. But not willing to risk having a double block occur in the event that it's a Wyatt's Junkyard, it looks like. Wants to keep the attacker for their next turn.
Flamemoth comes down, kills the cultist. So Portage does not play the Desert Alchemist. Picks up a Maveloft Huntress. Is there anything they want to kill here? There is not, so they're not even going to play it. They're not even going to plunder with it. We might see Desert Alchemist come down and plunder that Maveloft Huntress into a Primal Sigil. It would give Portage the 6 power, and it would give them a 6 Primal Influence. All lines up perfectly with Helio.
I think that's got to be a giveaway now for Portage to say, hey, I know that that's got to be an Edge of Uprising, given that I know that you have a Smuggler in your hand. That Seed of Fury you would not have played unless you needed the power for something. So we're going to see a double turned on Supplier come into play, seeing if they can find any way to disrupt this Edge of Uprising from coming down in the next turn.
They found 2 more cards that can go into the market in East Annex Smuggler and Crack the Earth.
Yeah, lots of options here for Portage. So we take a look at their market. That's Swirl of Sands, the Surso, the Grodov's Burden, the Shatterglass Mage, which is already in play, and an Ahid's Distillation should they need extra cards as the game goes on. Definitely a tough spot here for Portage. And actually going to choose to not attack at all. So Little Seed will come down basically for free.
So which of these units do you go after first? You go after Shatterglass Mage, it's got Overwhelm.
Yeah, my instinct would be to go after the Shatterglass Mage, is I can hold back the rest of these with what I have. And the Overwhelm is the biggest variable of the bunch.
Wow, Pyrus turns down the Skycrag Silex that would have been kicked. They really want to be able to go into their market because it's going to take a couple turns for that to pay off, but...
Well, I mean, you know what's great after your Edge of Uprising dies? Drawing it and 2 of these units that have died also back with that Wyatt's Junkyard Smuggler stash ability.
Definitely true.
All right, so now on Portage's side, how do you break through this board here? You need this Edge of Uprising off of the table, right? You just can't allow Pyrese to have that on their next turn. Is that true?
I mean, as a 6/1 relic weapon, it's probably going to trade with 1 more card either way. So, you know, if you make bad attacks to get it off the board, it's like you might lose 2 of your units anyway. You might lose units to unfavorable blocks.
Sure, that's a good point. But are you willing maybe to play Maveloft Huntress and kill or attack down the Little Seed and then play your ECNX Smuggler and just attack out with all of your units to just get that Edge of Uprising off the board? Is that something that you're willing to do here?
I'm willing to play Helio and draw 3 cards. Thank you very much.
Fair, I was going to say, that's probably the backup option here, right? Is we just play Helio, we use that, and Okay, Portage might be taking the other line here, which is go get the Swirl of Sands. Do you just put the Edge of Uprising on the bottom, given that you know there's that Blight Pass Smuggler in their hand?
Yeah.
It's definitely weird. Like, you can just kill this Relic Weapon if you wanted to. And it looks like that might be what we're seeing, is they're just holding up the power here for that Swirl.
Yeah, and this is a smart move. When you have fast removal to kill a Relic Weapon, it's really good if you can wait until your enemy's turn to do it, because that means once they make the attack with the Relic Weapon and you kill it or remove it, if they have a second Relic Weapon in hand, they can play it, but they won't be able to attack with it since you only get one attack with a Relic Weapon per turn.
Yeah, now we're gonna see, hey, I'd like to kill your unit. Alright, well, we'll put this Edge of Uprising away for a later date, and a wonderful pickup here for Pyrese.
This is the downside to Portage's line. They delayed drawing the cards with the Helio. They potentially don't have the removal for the Strange Burglar right away. And now it's like they're going to have to play Helio and try to find the removal to deal with the Strange Burglar. And meanwhile, it's going to draw a lot of cards for Pyrese.
Yeah, now Pyrese gets to leverage an attack here with his Kato, and should it trade off, immediately cash in that Shade for 3 more cards, given Pyrese is at a really healthy 26. They can afford to take some damage and draw some cards here.
Mobilization, Display of Menace, Blight Pass Smuggler.
Wow.
Looks like some fine draws to me.
Wonderful set of cards here. Yeah, potentially might be able to do something at the Display of Menace, plus the Blight Moth on the next turn.
So for Portage going into their market, they have a Surso, a Grodov's Burden, and a Heat's Distillation left. We've already seen the Swirl of Sands and the Shatterglass Mage.
Correct.
Heat's Distillation, you would be able... Oh, no, you can't get Heat's Distillation, right. Heat's Distillation costs 7, and Crack the Earth can only get cards that cost 5. Now, Heat's Distillation only typically spend 5 power on, but you still can't get it with Crack the Earth. All right, so Helio shows up.
I assume that we're just going to see a depleted power follow up here, as unfortunately for Portage, that was not a great set of cards to pick up. Like, yeah, you have a planned answer. Sorry, go ahead.
If you play Skycrag, Silex, and you Crack the Earth, you could get Grodov's Burden, and then if you draw undepleted power, you'd be able to play it and spellcraft it, but that requires you to rip really well off the top, and your Silex would not give you a treasure trove. So I agree with Portage that that's a little bit too risky of a line to take.
Yeah, no, second Display of Menace here for Pyrese. Looks like they're gonna go double scheming here as the cost is sacrificing the Shade. Turn to Seed is not a bad pickup against these Instinct decks. Love to turn off these Helios. One thing the Helios are really good at is you play one Helio, you draw enough cards, you end up finding more Helios, and those Helios, you don't actually just lose to the 2/2 bodies, you just lose to all the answers that they end up acquiring, and especially from these Mother of Skies decks, just then able to build out a small air force that pecks away at you slowly. You just say, no, not going to deal with any long-term shenanigans in that facet with these turn to Seeds. I could really love that player from Pyrese as they find another Blight Moth. Get rid of that Alchemist. Wow, and just going to pass the turn back and hold up this other display. And not even offering up an attack there, so...
Yeah, for Portage, I would guess you're sort of longer... You could do something this turn, like go Crack the Earth and get Surso, and then Crack the Earth again at the end of Pyrese's turn and get a Grodov's Burden that'll be all ready to go for the following turn. Looks like we're going to see an East Annex Smuggler come down and just get an Hates Distillation and do that now. Okay. Sure, this draws you 3 cards, and if you find undepleted power for the following turn, you can still do the Crack the Earth Grodov's Burden play. And yep, 3 undepleted power come off the top, so that won't be an issue.
All right, Pyrese has just got to be looking for a shrine. There we go. They found a shrine.
Oh,
Now,
boy.
what can they do here? Not finding a power there, though. A little bit unfortunate. Would have loved actually an 8th power to be able to go shrine, burglar, plus potentially use like a carver or this nesting raven.
I think I want to go like Shrine Mobilization, Nesting Raven, sack the Raven, and then you could just attack with everything. I guess they have a couple of 2/3s, so you might have there might be some unfavorable trades. Like,
yeah, I think if you just hold back the little seed and the blight moth and just don't let any of that happen, that you've got so many resources in your hand. If your opponent wants to trade off their pesky seedling for your carver, so be it. And I think that Portage is in a really rough situation here where they just have to double block off the stranger.
Totally agree.
So this would, in theory, push through 9 damage and, gain Pyrese 19 points of health. We're going to see Portage's board decimated here. Pyrese shown to a really healthy 42, and there's no more answers to relics in Portage's deck. They've used that Shatterglass Mage. They've used that Swirl of Sands. The Shrine to Carve It is here to stay for a while.
Well, they could get Grodov's Burden and bury the past.
That is true.
Put a unit or relic on the bottom of its owner's deck, and I think we see that coming. Grodov's Burden, 5 cost, legendary relic, spellcraft 3, bury the past. Goodbye, Shrine to Carve It. All right.
I'll eat my words. I was wrong.
It's okay, Corey. That's what co-commentators are for. Meanwhile, Pyrese picks up a Caleb's Choice to kill a single faction attachment. And we've seen attachment kill be about as relevant as I think we've ever seen in a tournament, Corey.
Yeah, and it's not like these decks are running, dozens of attachments. They're very key. They have these moments of absolutely shining, or they're like the single sort of centerpiece of these decks. And it's been really, really important for players to have the ability to kill these relics. And I mean, we're seeing, relic kill on the starting decks, and as Portage has played here this game, 3 ways to kill attachments out of their market now. Transformed from the elements here. Transmuted, I guess I should say, but
Lovely Visitor is pretty sweet. Plays a Ravenous Worm on summon. And whenever you play a spell, your units get +1/+1 this turn.
Your Portage here, do you just fire off this trove, or do you try to hold on to those troves for the visitor?
I mean, you've got the Desert Alchemist to like plunder one of these other powers into a trove. And Little Seed pops. All right.
It's all grown up. And now...
Oh, Backlash,
Ooh.
Sure. What happens if you just deal like 1 to each enemy?
I think that's what's happening here.
Yep.
Nice.
Sure.
Yeah.
Berserk attack. Oh, you can't backlash a Desert Alchemist. So that will trade with the Little Seed, I assume. We'll see East Attic Smuggler probably eat a Stampeding Beast.
It looks like Portage will fall to 5 in that case. Portage in a rough spot, though. You can't really afford to play any spells, given that Pyrese has grabbed this backlash out of the market, and it's gonna be risky, because if I'm Portage's seat, I definitely want to play that Treasure Trove, see if I can find any like Helios or any other ways to kind of stabilize things here. Portage just counting it up one more time, making sure.
Yeah, you don't want to block the way that just kills you. You got a Ravenous Worm and a Mother's Guide coming, so you're going to make a big board presence on the next turn. The goal of Please, I hope the map doesn't kill me here. It makes a lot of sense.
Not a bad pickup there for Portage either. End up picking up just another blocker here to just fortify your defenses.
We see Mother of Skies first. Now the otherworldly visitor, I imagine, will follow suit.
Just your casual 11/11 worm. And we've actually...
This is a really tough moment. So what does Portage do with this Maveloft Huntress?
I'm actually wondering if you even need to fire it off. I might just hold on to it. Just, hey, if I get into an unfortunate situation, I draw another power card, I need to find another trove. I need to, dig myself into a Helio or some other answer to whatever the next threat is that Pyrese finds.
Yeah, that certainly looks really smart to hold on to it with a Strange Burglar. You could just play it and imbue it and not plunder. Using the killer here would be pretty loose, I would guess.
Yeah, I mean, what do you really want a killer attack down from Pyrese's board? There's just...
Oh.
Okay.
Portage is really going to regret that in a moment when they see this Strange Burglar show up.
Okay, the Primal Sigil's not the draw they were looking for. I assume that we're going to eat this Reckless.
Definitely. Oh, not the best givings. Fortunately, Pyrese has a lot of health to work with, and without removal for it in Portage's hand, that Strange Burglar could definitely take this game over.
Yeah, and I actually like holding on to this Blightmoth here. You don't want to let Portage know if they do end up playing another multi-faction unit. You want to be able to, one whole turn, go play the Blightmoth, sacrifice the Blightmoth to the Stranger, and then eat up the rest of your Cloud Snakes.
Wow, and we didn't see Backlash on the Treasure Trove, trying to hold it for something more impactful.
So patient.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have been, just so excited to get the Backlash hit on my hand and put Portage to 2, but obviously I can see the hands here. I knew that Portage had not yet found an answer to the Strange Burglar. Pyrese being like, nope, not going to let this Strange Burglar get turned to seed. Fortunately for them, that Permafrost is going to lock out that ability to utilize the Burglar here.
Yep. Can't Backlash Permafrost. One Big Mizo is kind of a liability to play, so Portage doesn't even try it. Yeah, that's tough, but I understand it. So now we're in a top deck situation. Portage might be able to make some attacks with the worms. But yeah, it's going to be hard going for them. They're at 4, and Pyrese is at 39.
Do you just immediately sack this Nesting Raven and just take air superiority so you can just start attacking with your 2/1 strength flyers? Pyrese decides against it, looking to hopefully find a shrine to carve it and I assume end the game in just one attack.
Wow, so here comes Wumpin Mizo. It does make a Cloud Snake, but I wonder if Portage has signed their death warrant. Because I think Pyrese is going to get to play 2 snowballs, and then at some point something's going to get Backlash. So I feel like Portage really has to top deck almost immediately here.
Yeah, if you're Pyrese, do you just immediately Backlash this snowball?
I don't know. I don't know how much that does. Like, the thing is that it's not like Wump doesn't keep playing spells in future turns too, you know?
Sure, definitely. It's going to attack at some point, but...
Wow, all right. Backlash on the snowball. I mean, it does close the window really fast. You can't turn to seed your own units, and right now, Portage needs to find a way to get their Wump off the board, but I don't think they have a way.
Yeah, and even if you play these 2 spells... I mean, I don't see a way for Pyrese to take 39 points of damage, even through that Visitor giving +2/+2 to all of Portage's units.
Pyrese is about to advance to the top 8 off of 2 of the most exciting words in Eternal. Snowball lethal.
Oh, maybe it only you and Louise, but I do appreciate a good snowball from time to time.
Don't kill the Wump. Pyrese sees the line. Portage can't believe it. Their own Wump Snowball is going to get fired back at them. The little seed looks like it's about to grow up, and Pyrese wins off Snowball Lethal, advancing to our top 8 with their Menace Shrine to Carbon deck. Wow. So
I love these
another
games.
exciting end of the round. So once again, for the third round in a row today, we got to see the exciting Game 3 finish to conclude our round. That is the final match. We're going to be back in just a few minutes with our top 8. Before we go, in case you missed it, Direwolf Digital had a really exciting announcement in the last week. The Dune Imperium board game. We've partnered up with the makers of the upcoming movie to make a new board game. This is from the team behind Clank, and beyond excited for the world to get to experience what they've come up with for the world of Dune. So keep an eye out for that. You can go onto the Direwolf Digital website and sign up for updates on the game as more information becomes available. Corey and I are extremely tight-lipped. Fortunately, they've given me almost no information about the game, so you don't have to worry about me revealing anything untoward. All right, with that, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with our top 8 here at ECQ Festival Inspiration. Stay tuned. right, welcome back here at the ECQ Festival of Inspiration. Andrew Beckstrom, joined once again by Corey Burkhart. And before we get started with our top 8, wanted to mention that we're going to be back on the air again next weekend. And for the first time, we're going to be covering draft. We have the Eternal Draft Championship, and we've got hundreds of the best Eternal drafters in the world qualified to compete for that event. If you have 5 draft championship points or more, you're qualified to compete. We'll be back on Sunday of next weekend with the top 64 of that event. But for now, we're going to be checking out ZDCH, aka Zach Hill, up against Watchwolf 92. And Watchwolf's got an awesome looking Kilo Bold Innovator deck. Lots and lots of sweet Justice Primals, Shadow units. Corey, this deck looks right up both of our alleys.
Yeah, Jonathan Sukenik, so Watchwolf 92, is really grown fond of Eternal over the last few months, and what John really loves to do is come up with pretty out there wild decks. And even if, his friends and his teammates are like, yeah, I'm not really feeling it, John will keep working on it. He'll find the sort of thing that makes the deck tick. And I think that he's really found something special here this weekend. This is kind of one of the best backbreaker shells that we've really seen in terms of preying on the Skycry decks and preying on the Mother of Skies decks. And yeah, we're waiting for our players here to kick off, but I'm really excited. This is, 2 of our well-known players. We've got a rogue deck versus kind of one of the decks of the tournament, and this is fighting to get into our semifinals. If you win this one, you're already in the money, but you're 2 matches away from getting that last coveted ECQ slot into the World Championships.
Yeah, a lot on the line. My favorite piece of deck building technology in Jonathan's Sukenik's, aka Watchwolf's deck, is they've got a Wyatt's Junkyard in their market. Corey,
Yes.
the amount of fire influence in their deck, I'm going to tell you. They have a Rakano Silex, 3 Unfamiliar Interlopers, and 3 Carvet Redeemed. And so they're just hoping that in the games where they manage to draw some of those cards, that then they will want to go get Wyatt's Junkyard off of a Wasteland Broker. I mean, it is just absolutely wild. But, sometimes that's what you want to do with your market, is be a little greedy in case the game goes in a certain way.
Yeah, and when I woke up this morning, I opened up Twitter. I immediately saw John posting on Twitter his deck, and I'm looking at it. I see this Wise Junkyard in the market, and I remember just immediately texting you, "Hey, I want to start with their match." And like, we haven't been able to catch Watchwolf 92 just yet, but this is kind of a deck building masterclass, if you will, where it's just, there are the paradigms that everyone sort of operates within, and this is how how much power you're gonna need, or ways to find extra power, or ways to find the specific influences. Now we've complicated that with, well, are we willing to play the symbols in certain spots? And John's just like, yeah, I only need 1 power that makes a fire influence for this fire card in my market. It'll be fine. I'll figure it out. And I remember seeing him on Twitter. Just my plan is I'll find an unfamiliar interloper and I'll get my fire influences that way.
All right, our match has begun, so we're going to head on down. All right, welcome into this top 8 match between Watchwolf 92 and ZDCH. ZDCH has kept their opening hand, and so has Watchwolf. ZDCH kicked things off with a primal symbol, and Watchwolf, well, they found an unfamiliar interloper to go along with a pair of petitions, so both players look like they're on track to be developing their power base and getting all of the influence for. I thought the Genève Mother decks were pretty greedy, trying to do like Helio along with 2 different kinds of Silexes, but Watchwolf's got them kicked up to another level.
Yeah, and here we're actually seeing one of the big standout cards, I think, from Watchwolf's deck this weekend, Bubble Shield. I think that's just going to be absolutely key in this matchup, as Roland doesn't have many answers from the Instinct Mother of Skies decks. I think you mostly just have to turn to seed it. And if Watchwolf's able to pair up Roland with a Bubble Shield here, that's not going to bite the dust to a Permafrost. It's not going to fall victim to a From Elements. Like, I think that you're looking at having to Ice Bolt that or find another turn to seed down the road.
Rallying Supplier is going to come down and get to draw 2 cards for ZDCH. Always a nice little punish for the enemy when they don't play anything on the first couple turns.
Yeah, if you're going to be as greedy as Watchwolf is being here this weekend, you're going to pay in the form of Rallying Suppliers, which ZDCH and company have, come prepared with in their deck. They're really trying to leverage that in their Mother of Skies build. Watchwolf just continuing to play it slow here. I assume that we'll see them grab probably a Seat of Order here. Really love a Primal Influence. Would love to grab that 4th Justice for Roland. Could potentially also see like a Seat of Cunning to grab that Seat of Order. Now if you're in ZDCH's side, I mean, here's where the game starts getting tricky. You now have the ability to play several of the cards in your hand. How do you want to advance the board? How do you want to play this game? You haven't really gained much information from Watchwolf yet. They've just been, moping around, playing some petitions, and trying to get their influences to come together. This is something that you want to pounce. Do you want to play a Pesky Seedling? Do you want to potentially get even more aggressive and play a Smuggler, proactively get something like a Cerso out of your market you could play as a follow-up on the next turn? Where does CDCH choose to go?
Yeah, I think...
Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so we're going to go into the market. East Annex Smuggler. Going to pick up a Swirl the Sands.
Interesting.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what... I mean, I believe Watchwolf is playing with Backbreaker, but there are none to be speak of in their current draw. And wow, we see Purge Driver come down. 4 cost, 3/2. Kill a multi-faction enemy unit. And it's got a corrupted body to boot.
Yeah, this is going to be a really rough card for ZDCH to fight through, as many of their units are multi-faction units here for Mother of Skies, and they're going to certainly pay the price for that. Is that a body that ZDCH can afford to killer attack with a Pesky Seedling? Alright, this is going to work out well for ZDCH. Getting that trade there, they can now play the Pesky Seedling, potentially increase the cost of something in Watchwolf's hand, and use that killer attack to take out the Purge Driver should they so choose. But I think that they might actually hold on to it at least this turn, given they don't have any follow-up multi-faction unit. It wasn't like they grabbed the Cerso out of their market. But they're going to kill it off right away after seeing that Kilo probably in hand. A Siphoner Paladin, a nice pickup here for Watchwolf, but unfortunately for them not having the power to combine with it, so they're not going to be able to get an Interloper and a Siphoner Paladin down just yet.
Yeah, Watchwolf started off the game with 2 power and 2 petitions, but they've been unable to find another one since.
Yeah, tough spot here. Can you afford to just like play a Roland out here without the bubble shield defense? And we're going to see the Iron Tyrant come down, Decay Endurance 2/5, and should any of ZDCH's units die, a 1/1 Deadly Flyer is going to join Watchwolf's team, as well as Roland growing +1/+1. ZDCH. You can see him mousing over the card there, like, let me just make sure. How bad is this actually for me? How badly do I need to deal with this Roland?
These are tough decisions.
Yeah,
ZDCH is going to go for the Helio. I mean, drawing 3 cards.
And this is kind of one of the benefits of playing a deck like Watchwolves, where this is not something that if you're playing, hundreds of games on the ladder like ZDCH is, he may have literally never played against John or John's sort of Keelio deck like this before. Yeah, certainly you've played against most of these cards at some point or another. You play against Roland, you play against Backbreaker, you play against Siphon or Paladin. But all of them in the mix, and how do they all combine, and especially related to ZDCH's deck, like, it's complicated. These are not easy decisions, and these players are playing for a lot. I mean, neither of these players are currently qualified for a world championship, and one slip up and that can be the whole match. That could be your whole tournament, your whole shot at becoming the world championship just just erased.
So Watchwolf got down the unfamiliar interloper, and that makes sense. They're trying to set up, I think that's Siphon or Paladin, so that they can get a 3/3 relic weapon and then start killing some of ZDCH's units to get some deadly Valkyries, thanks to Roll an Iron Tyrant. Whenever an enemy unit dies, they'll get a 1/1 deadly flying. And that really sort of changes the paradigm, Roland just being in play for these Mother of Skies decks. I mean, no longer can they just so freely throw around their Cloud Snakes and just let them die. It'll make a huge difference as the game drags on.
Yeah, that Roland being in play is just this terrifying thing that is looming over ZDCH's head just as long as it stays there. And here we go. We're going to see the sort of the first crack at it.
And ZDCH anticipated a relic weapon was coming, held up Swirl the Sands. They probably were looking to use it on a backbreaker, but will this 3/3 be good enough? Or do you want to start, letting Roland get going every time? Also, Roland gets +1/+1 every time an enemy unit dies. It's a big deal. I think if I'm ZDCH, I don't like it, but I think I need to use Swirl the Sands here.
And then if you're Watchwolf, if that happens, you fire off the bubble shield?
Wow.
Not biting the bullet.
And Watchwolf, respecting the possibility of a Desert Alchemist, does not attack. Both these players are playing at a really high level right now, just taking into consideration a lot of what could happen in future turns.
Yeah,
but burden is a really big deal.
Definitely. Yeah, and with the 8th power in hand, ZDCH is, all set up here to utilize that. She would prefer to not have to use like Maveloth Huntress here on the Roland. Is if you do that, you're gonna hand off another Valkyrie.
So my guess is that ZDCH, experienced Eternal card game player, noticed that Watchwolf had the opportunity to respond to the Crack the Earth that was played at the end of the last turn. And since there's open deck lists, they know that there is potential for a bubble shield. They still feel like that's their best option, though. And I got to imagine that we're going to see a bubble shield to stop this.
Yeah, I think moreover, this is actually just, I need the Exalted from this. That you're building up in deadly units. I need to build up in kind of just like large units that I can try to overpower you with right now. All right, finally a power card here for Watchwolf. Unfortunately for them, it's still depleted. But can this be something that sort of turns the tide and they actually start getting things going?
Yeah, so the critical decision for Watchwolf this turn is, do you play another roll attack with the Relic Weapon and get 2 more Deadly Valkyries, or do you play Kilo and turn maybe the Siphon or Paladin into something else?
Yeah, if you were to play the Kilo, turn the Siphon or Paladin into another 3, you've now made an attack. You could get a Conclave Smuggler, potentially get a Jade Horn, but you no longer have your Relic Weapon. Finding a spot where ZDCH has no available power, that Roland is now able to make its attack.
Yeah, ZDCH is going to be able to get the first Roland off the board, potentially. If they can utilize multiple Maveloth Huntresses, they can maybe get up to a big enough imbued killer, but this is all pretty unpleasant.
Definitely. All right, the Bold Innovator joins the battle, and we're actually going to eat off one of these Valkyries, so that can end up finding a Wasteland Broker, a Carpet Redeemed.
Incredible stuff. So Kilo, when you sacrifice a unit to Kilo, you can get something with the same cost plus the amount of battle skills that the unit had. So the 1/1 Deadly Valkyrie is a 3-drop. Since it had Flying and Deadly, that means you can get a 5-drop with Kilo. So, man, getting a Carpet here, just this thing's so huge.
Yeah, this is just another problem that ZDCH now has to handle.
But this is going to be a pretty good turn for ZDCH. They get to imbue the Maveloft Huntress with the Pesky Ceiling, make it a 5/6. They could now killer attack the Kilo, and then, oh no, I think this is a real big misstep by ZDCH playing the second Maveloft Huntress first. Why don't you want to killer attack with the first Maveloft Huntress first?
I think so, because now this is also going to be shrunk to a 3/3, and I can't actually get this off the board in any way. So now I can't actually make the second killer attack to kill the Kilo. I think that you're right, Andrew. I think that we needed to make the first killer attack to kill Kilo off. Otherwise, now we're in this situation where I think ZDCH also has to burn their Permafrost.
Yeah, I just don't really see what the value is in having the other Maveloft Huntress like that in the state that it's in.
Yeah, I would much prefer having access to my killer unit rather than my opponent dictating when I get access to it.
All right, so these Maveloft Huntresses will combine quite nicely potentially with the Gredov's Burden being able to pass on Killer and Exalted to lots of units. We're going to see a Backbreaker show up, and that is going to kill the Mother of Skies. It's going to pass on a 1/4 Exalted weapon. Right now, all of ZDCH's single faction units have Exalted thanks to that burden.
And the obvious, very goofy synergy of Carvet plus Backbreaker. It's not getting you any Justice influence. It's not like it gains the extra 1 in armor. It's breaking your first Relic weapon sooner. A little bit of a nombo there, but all things considered, the whole pie, Watchwolf willing to take a little bit of an anti-synergy here to build up towards something larger later.
So we see ZDH paying 5, drawing the top card of their deck with Gredov's Burden. If it's a single faction unit, you put it right into play. Yeah, they're just going to keep digging. They don't love the tools that they have at the moment, clearly. Wump and Mizo, well, that does a nice bit of work cleaning up Deadly Valkyries.
Yeah, and you'd really love to start making headway on getting this Relic weapon off the board. So they're going to burn their Swirl the Sands, get rid of the Carvet. But it looks like Watchful's going to get to their turn still with this Backbreaker in play that they're going to now be able to combine with this other Roland.
Interesting. Yeah, Watchwolf's trying to not block the Cloud Snake because they don't want it to just pass on a 2/6 flying Exalted weapon.
Right.
Meanwhile, they get to just block the 1/5 on the 3/3 Maveloft Huntress, and it's all pretty fine for Watchwolf's end. They're gonna still have the Backbreaker as a 6/2, and they could potentially just kill like the Xenon Cultist to get a Deadly Valkyrie after they play Roland, and yeah, we're gonna see exactly that.
And now you have both of the units that ZDCH has sort of locked out. Neither of them have good attacks right now. ZDCH has to have something that they want to burn on this 1/1 flying Valkyrie with which to be able to kill your Relic weapon. And all the while, if they're using something like some sort of piece of removal on that, it means your Roland might be surviving for an extra turn. We see a turn to seed here picked up from ZDCH.
Yeah, so Zach could turn to see the 1/1 Deadly Valkyrie, attack with the Cloud Snake, get the Backbreaker off the board, but then there's still just a Roland and play on the other side. And the Aegis picked up from Bubble Shield many turns ago comes into great effect here. It negates the turn to seed's effect of transforming all of the additional copies of Roland and Watchwolf's hand and deck. So we still see another Roland Iron Tyrant ready to go for next turn for Watchwolf.
Yeah, now we're just seeing ZDCH here try to battle in. Let's say, hey, do you want to lose your 1/1 flying deadly, or do you want to lose your relic weapon here? I would assume that Watchwolf would choose to block here.
Yeah, keeping the relic weapon around has some good value with another Roland about to come down.
Yeah, and I assume now we can use the backbreaker to either attack this Mother of Skies or potentially kill off the 5/6 Mavlov Huntress that is currently imbued onto the...
You got to be really careful before you do that. You're passing along in a killer exalted weapon.
Ah, good call. No, good point.
I think we're probably going to be killing Wump here. It doesn't pass along an exalted weapon. And it stops Watchwolf from ZDCH from being able to just kill the backbreaker with a snowball on their turn. And Watchwolf drew another power this turn and was depleted, but it is important that Watchwolf is making progress towards getting up to, Kilo again, to Severin, Jadehorn. These are going to open up the possibility for some big combo turns in the future for Watchwolf.
Definitely, yeah.
All right, now we see Wump and Mizo doing good work here. It's going to kill that flying Valkyrie, and ZDCH is going to be able to apply some nice air pressure. Oh! Helio off the top for free with Grodov's Burden. ZDCH got a little punished for not playing that Primal Sigil in hand first. They would have drawn an additional card. But since they hit another Helio, it's not going that badly.
Yeah, hard to complain when you pick up 4 cards, one of them's a Helio. You kind of feel like you already got your money's worth.
Watchwolf's definitely got the work cut out for them. Roland's really powerful, but I think ZDCH might be able to get it out of play with this pesky seedling here. Yeah, they definitely are going to be able to. So one thing that we neglected to mention earlier was that when that Desert Alchemist came down and absorbed the relic weapon attack, it passed along a deadly exalted weapon onto the Cloud Snake. Interesting. I think if I were Zach, the line I would have gone for would have been something like killer attack the Roland and then pass along the killer weapon to the deadly Cloud Snake and then finish off Roland. You would allow Roland to ZDC. Oh, actually, it wouldn't be enough because of the K on Roland. Nope.
Roland well, no, if you pass it off to the deadly Cloud Snake, it would still.
Oh well, yeah, it's still deadly. Yeah, of course, yeah. These games are pretty complicated.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot going on with every little skill. I mean, even if you're killer attacking into the Roland, like yes, you're making it larger. Yes, they're getting on 1/1 deadly. The decay shrinks the weapon. You still get the skills. Okay, so the Roland's brawling in. What can this Kilo... Like, how does Watchwolf actually survive this turn? They only have 8 points of health remaining.
Oh, disaster. Yet another Desert Alchemist for ZDCH is going to be able to take down the Roland. Yeah, the options were going to be tough, Corey. I mean, Kilo could potentially turn the other Kilo into a Blight Moth and shrink some things.
That might be.
Yeah, I think Watchwolf just kind of got a little strung up on power in the mid game there, and I think it's going to allow ZDCH to come over the top in the air here.
Siphoner Paladin, you get the Rhyme Conclave, so now you can get a Bring to Justice. A Roland's Warblade? No. More afraid of that Mother of Sky. I guess, yeah, you can't really afford to pass on a 5/9 weapon here. Alright, Watchwolf has made some plays here that definitely allow them... I guess you don't actually survive the turn. I already forgot about the Wump and Mizo just getting to throw a snowball here at your one flying blocker, unfortunately.
Yeah. So Pesky Seedling pops the Aegis. One party pair gets to play a snowball on one of your unit's attacks. And yep, ZDCH is going to take down game number 1 here in this best of 3 in our top 8.
Yeah, and I think we're just going to see the Pesky Seedling get used here just to make exactly sure that this card in Watchful's hand's a unit.
All right. So game number 1 goes to ZDCH.
Yeah, and the Grodaw's Burden passive ability there, just to, give Exalted to all your single faction units there. Absolutely momentous.
All right, so as we get headed towards game 2 of this match, as a reminder, one of these players will be advancing to our top 4. The winner of today's tournament will be taking home a good share of the thousands of dollars in our cash prize pool, as well as a ticket to the Eternal World Championships coming up later this year. Just as a reminder, right now, if you are interested in the upcoming campaign with its 21 sweet new cards and lots of fun missions to play, you can pre-order Awakening very soon. And if you pre-order the Legendary Bundle, you get all kinds of goodness. You get card backs, draft tickets, cards, alternate art boutons, lots and lots of good stuff. If you pre-order, you get an extra draft ticket. If you pre-order it directly from the Direwolf Digital website, you get an extra ticket, draft ticket, and 500 gems. And it's going to be lots of fun stuff going on in draft. We've got the draft championship coming up next weekend. We're going to be covering that. So a great time to be getting some draft tickets. All right, so for these players, to Jonathan Sukenik, aka Watchwolf92, they're up against it now. They got to win these next 2 games with their sweet Kilo deck. It seemed like getting out lots of Rollins was a really good strategy. They just didn't quite have the backup necessary to beat ZDCH's Grodov's Burden in game 1. It seemed like that card did a ton of work.
Yeah, it definitely looked like Plan A was going great. It was just a matter of ZDCH had adapted to Plan A, so it was, okay, how does, Watchwolf adapt to Plan A? And the Grodow's Burden was just not something his deck was well set up to grind through. In what I would generally think is a deck that is pretty well set up to fight these kind of mid-range wars, and not actually having access to something that kills an attachment, kind of fell victim to that this game. I think
sometimes you see players play with Burglarize in these decks to give themselves some kind of access. Display of Purpose is another card which can potentially interact with relics. Doesn't interact with a relic as large as Grodov's Burden, but these players are, taking a moment after that long game 1, and we understand. Don't worry, we're not missing any action. As soon as the game begins, we'll be heading down to the match.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a complicated one. There were a lot of intricate sort of, how do I move around the killers? How do I get enough stats? How big is the Roland going to grow to? There's a lot of different things to consider in these games. So we like to give our players a couple of minutes before they hop back into the battles. If you've ever been a part of one of these tournaments, definitely want to pay the respects to the players in that way. Don't want to just make you have to grind games nonstop for 6 hours as you fight your way to the crown.
So we already took a look at one of the cards from Awakening earlier today. Akantha Ascending was a card that players got to see the other day. Corey, I'm super excited for players get to check that one out. Akantha Ascending was a really fun one to work at. It was a fun task for the design team. We were tasked with coming up with sort of what would an early version of Akantha look like, and it's going to be sweet to see people get a chance to unlock that one's fullest potential. All right, so we are going to head down to the match. It's time for game number 2 here. All right, and here we have game number 2 of our top 8 match between ZDCH and Watchwolf92. ZDCH won game number 1 on the back of Grodov's Burden, just giving them awesome synergy with all of their killer, deadly flying skills. Meanwhile, Watchwolf 92, they had some Rollins, but they couldn't quite get them to maximum effect before ZDCH took over with the burden. This game, they've got a petition to fix some influence, an unfamiliar interloper to do the same, Siphon or Paladin to sacrifice it, and then roll an Iron Tyrant. Seems like a pretty solid curve.
Yeah, it seems like a great mix of things going on for Watchwolf here. I'm still trying to figure out how they solve all their little puzzles. My guess here is that you use the petition to go find either a Seed of Argent Port or an Argent Port Silex. Then you play your Interloper. Nope. Looking for the biggest payoff that if Watchwolf draws a power on their next turn that they can be the most pleased with. On ZDCH's side, they were set up if they could find that Mother of Skies. Ended up, unfortunately for them, bricking off, as I think that we're just going to see a petition from them once they figure out, is there a way I can sequence my power such that I might draw multiple treasure troves off my Silexes this game. Grabbing that Singleton Seed of Impulse that exists in their deck. And a Purpose Chant on Watchwolf's side. Maybe not exactly what they were looking for, but they are going to get to deploy the Chant and the Petition this turn should they so choose. And that's going to, pave the road all the way to both Roland and to Carvet.
Yeah, so you could do something like go Purpose Chant for Justice Sigil, play it, and then petition for an Argent Port Silex, and then you're good to go on playing Roland next turn if you want.
Yep.
All right, well, they did it in the other order, but that works just as well.
Basically all the same. This I like. So it's better if you draw a seat.
Yeah, I kind of like the other way.
But it's definitely worse if you are to draw.
Yeah, it is better if you draw a seat. That's a good point, Corey.
Yeah, should you end up drawing a Silex, I would have liked your ordering better.
All right, so East Annex Smuggler is going to come down for ZDCH. Looking for a fire time card out of the market, and it's just going to get into Heat's Distillation, get that card draw rolling.
Definitely makes sense here. You don't really have a path forward just yet. You don't know exactly what you're looking for. And game's still definitely in the developing phase. Not like ZDCH already has 10 power and a wide board such that they could utilize that Grodov's Burden.
So,
interesting.
Yeah, so the reason why ZDCH or Watchwolf went for this play is they wanted to avoid the scenario of ZDCH having a turn to seed or some other form of slow removal in hand that would just deal with the Roland Iron Tyrant. By sort of going down this road and getting the Relic Weapon down, they're sort of trying to ensure a greater possibility that when Roland comes down, they can immediately kill a unit and at least get some value off of it.
Interesting. Also choosing to play the Chant there. So they're trying to leave up the ability to just slam Carvet on the follow-up turn rather than getting the influence before the Shade bites the dust. Now
so a tricky spot for ZDCH. No obviously good plays to make. Wow, permafrosting the Siphon Paladin. So they can Valiant Fire and kill the Relic Weapon. Anticipating the Roland makes a lot of sense. Pretty heads-up play by ZDCH to recognize what was going on.
Yeah, it's an aggressive line because you're not getting cards off this supplier. What this does allow is for your 2 card draw cards in hand in the Distillation and the Helio to really pay dividends. Like, if you were planning on drawing cards off this supplier also, like, that would be a fantastic spot to be in. But right now, ZDCH is just in a position where they need time. They need the game to slow down. They need to kind of develop all of their resources here. As on Watchwolf's side now, Kilo's going to cash in the Siphoner, grab a Jade Horn. And now ZDCH has bought that time. If they need to say, hey, this is the turn I'm going to Distillation, then they've got that moment that they can do that and try to find the answers to this Kilo that Watchwolf has found.
Yeah, it's critical that Watchwolf does something to take advantage of all this time ZDCH is doing just drawing cards. So here you could do something like attack with Jadehorn, use Kilo, and play Rhyme Conclave Smuggler. If you do use Kilo, since Jadehorn is a 3-cost unit with 1 skill, you'd be able to get a 4-cost unit. In their deck, that means it would be a Roland, a Wasteland Broker, or a Purge Driver.
Yeah, and if you're to play the Smuggler here, options you're still looking at. Can't get the Junkyard, but you've got a Svetya, a Turn to Seed, a Warblade, and a Bring to Justice. So I don't know that any of those are things that I'm jumping out of my seat that I have to go grab just yet.
Watchwolf could also just sacrifice the Rhyme Conclave Smuggler. That's also a 3-cost unit with a skill. They're going to go get Svetya. That's going to be a really powerful option if they get the 6 power. Sacrifice the Jadehorn and just get another Roland. Sure.
Alright, now if you're on ZDCH's side, I think first things first, we need to get this Kilo off the board, right? Like, that thing's just too terrifying to let Watchwolf sit around with and keep turning these shades into powerful units.
Yeah, if I'm ZDCH, I like the same line I like last game. I like Maveloft, Huntress, Imbue, kill a Kilo, Imbue, kill a Roland.
Yep, that is exactly where my mind's at. Huntress #1 comes down, imbues the supplier. Are we going to see the plunder used?
Yep. Turn that Seek Power into a Sigil, and it was probably the one that ZDCH wanted. Primal Sigil, the most valuable.
Kilo bites the dust. Here, now you end up with a 6/4 Maveloft Huntress, kill off the Roland, none of your units die, so no 1/1 deadly flying joining the fray.
So pretty great turn for ZDCH. They got 2 amazing units off the board. For Watchwolf, I think that's a great pickup. Getting an Argenport Silex gives you another treasure trove and allows you to play Svetya this turn. But actually, they're going to go for Carve It since Svetya can't Surge, and its unit suppression effect would be negated by the Face Aegis of ZDCH.
Also, what this sets up Watchwolf for is, should the Carve It be there when it comes back around to Watchwolf's turn, they'll actually get 3 Surges at the end of their turn.
Wow, that's an incredible combo. ZDCH was fortunate enough to pick up a Turn to Seed, so they didn't have a good answer for the 6/6 Flying Body of Carve It before, but they do now. And they'll delay the Helio turn once again.
So yeah, fading a potential 6 Surges there from the Carve It attack plus the end of turn ability. Gonna petition here as well. I assume find an Elysian Silex. Alright. And a Wasteland Broker that has been Warcried up. Still a Fire Influence away from getting that Wyatt's Junkyard here out of the market. No other way, I believe, to get that card out just yet. Alright, I spoke too soon. Just kidding.
So now that you have the Unfamiliar Interloper, do we put the Wyatt's Junkyards in?
I think that we are.
Alright, well, it'll be a mystery for the moment. Watchwolf 92 using the Wolf's Bounty card back. That's what you get when you defeat one of the Direwolf devs. You know, I don't think it was me. I rarely lose, but, you know, it's probably like Luis.
It was probably you.
Alright, so an Otherworldly Visitor shows up, but first we're going to start with a Helio to draw 3 cards. Not the best 3 ever found.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I think if I'm in ZDCH's seat, I'm ready to start turning some of these into treasure troves. Yeah, I think... So if you're going to make this play from Watchwolf, I assume that our plan is to play Severin. No, we're gonna play this fight. Yeah. All right, so this does block out now. The Alchemist. Oh no, sorry, the Face Aegis was still there. I had totally forgotten that had not been removed.
Yeah, the Carvet didn't get a chance to ping ZDCH, so no luck there.
Yeah, it took an untimely end. So it was turned into but a little seed. So I think still has a few turns away from ultimating here. Alright, starting the spell train here. I assume this is going to open up attacks for all 3 of ZDCH's units.
Yeah, it feels like Wasteland Broker should probably block something. Svei is going to want to stick around to enable her Surge effect.
Yeah, now Watchwolf's getting into the situation where they really need to find a way to deal with this journey. Like, need to find a Purge driver. And stat, too. That is not a unit that you can let these Instinct decks sit around with. Alright, the Junkyard was added, but unfortunately 1 turn too soon here as the Interloper has not yet been deployed to gain that final fire influence. Actually in a fun situation here where should Watchwolf go Interloper Blightmoth this turn, if the Junkyard comes down, CDCH might just try to ignore it and pressure Watchwolf's health total. And ZDCH just going to continue going wide here and does find a pesky Seedling and 3 Troves in hand, so they can really buff up their units here. Should ZDCH lead on this pesky Seedling and then play the 3 Troves, they can just killer attack down the Svetya.
Yep, and you get to kick the Severin up to 7. Things are looking really grim for Watchwolf right now.
Buff the squad again. How about one more time?
Well, they didn't find much off the treasure troves, but this attack is going to be just huge. Right now, even if you block the 2 biggest things, all 3 of the biggest things, you are going down to 8. So I guess you could potentially just block the 2 7s and go to 3. The fact is, though, is you're going to lose a lot of health either way. And when you lose a lot of health, it just means Wyatt's Junkyard just gets completely shut off. Its passive effect of at the end of your turn take 2 damage is going to be a little bit risky here for Watchwolf, to say the least.
Definitely, it is one of the sites that you're much better off leveraging when you're ahead than in this situation. You know, Watchwolf with but 2 Shades in play, facing down 6 units, and a 2/2 Interloper to follow up with. Definitely not going to get it done here. As ZDCH advances to our semifinals with their Instinct Mother of Skies deck.
So congrats to ZDCH and condolences to Watchwolf on another awesome finish. That was the last match of the round. We only got to see 1 this round. So make sure you stay tuned. We're going to have another preview from Awakening coming up as we head into our semifinals. We'll be seeing ZDCH there. Before we go there, I wanted to mention our partnership on Sagrada. Sagrada is an awesome dice drafting puzzle game. So check that one out. It's now available on Switch and on lots of mobile devices. So it's a really fun time. We partnered with an awesome team on that one. So make sure you check out Sagrada on all major platforms now. All right, so we're going to take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes with our top 4. Stay tuned. right, welcome back. It's time for the semifinals here at this ECQ. Corey, we have got 4 awesome players ready to figure out who is going to be the world champion. For the semifinals, we are going to be running these rounds sequentially, meaning the second semifinal will be waiting for the results of the first one. Can you tell us who we have to look forward to watch in this first semifinal? Actually, let's skip all that. The game started. We'll figure it out as we go. All right, so top of the screen, we've got Pleasing Sky 4 on Skycrag Edge of Uprising, and at the bottom of the screen, we've got ZDCH on their Genev Mother of Skies deck. These are 2 players we've got a chance to watch today, and both times their decks looked great.
Yeah, we saw Pleasing Sky in an earlier round, I believe, take down one of these Instinct Mother of Skies decks. Maybe it was the Blade Breaker deck, I don't actually remember, but go wide token strategy, using these mobilizations, the Katos, leveraging Kindling Carver to dig deeper into their deck. And then they have a Blade Breaker package of getting either a Corrosive Dagger or one of those Edge of Uprisings, the key card to their archetype here, leveraging a bit more of the fire influences, whereas ZDCH, on one of the breakout decks of the tournament, this Genev Mother of Skies deck, lots of multi-faction units. In this case, not highlighting that in their hand, but building up to a big finish with Helio being able to continue grinding against other mid-range strategies.
So Pleasing Sky gets things started with a petition just to find another Seed of Fury to help them get the influence they need to make their Skycrag Silex more effective. And for ZDCH, I think they might play a Pesky Seedling this turn and see no units.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a head scratcher, because while Pleasing Sky is this deck that goes wide, they do actually a fair amount of it in the form of units. Sure, there's Tend the Flock, sure, there's mobilizations, so there are some spells that's putting a bunch of these units in play, but it's not like playing against, the old Grenadin style decks, which were really, really effective at going wide in a similar sort of way to Pleasing Sky's deck, where it was done through assembly line and manufacture, where lots of it actually was just in the form of spell-based units. CDCH here actually wondering, can I actually take this turn off? Do I actually have to Pesky Seedling you here and just throw my killer unit out there? Eventually does determine that is the best path, and as you said, Andrew, really? No units?
So Pleasing Sky is going to run out the mobilization, make some 1/2s that can get eaten up by the Pesky Seedling.
Yeah, a trade that I think both players are going to walk into sort of happily here, where Pleasing Sky is, stoked with that mobilization back in their deck, start building out these Stampeding Beasts, and ZDCH just happy to make sure that Pleasing Sky doesn't advance toward that Edge of Uprising. If ZDCH can keep the number of units on Pleasing Sky's board low, they're going to be happy to do that. And I like this play from ZDCH, just saying, hey, this isn't cutting it right now. I don't really need this symbol. I don't have a Helio that I'm building to just yet. Let's find a treasure trove. Let's see if I can find something better.
Makes sense. So we'll see Toto Pioneer partner up with the Skycrag Silex to draw a treasure trove. That means we get a Wisdom of Elders, and yeah, we found an Edge of Uprising for Pleasing Sky. They're going to hold back on the Stampeding Beast attack. Want to be able to block that Desert Alchemist.
Yeah, or potentially just let it through. One of the things that Pleasing Sky's deck is not looking to do is to trade off. In general, Pleasing Sky wants to, leave all their units in play, get that Edge of Uprising down. Now let's trade off. Let's hold the fort, protect that relic weapon, try to deal as much damage from themselves as they can to dig through their deck and, keep fighting a longer battle. ZDCH's side here, unfortunately spent all their power last turn, so they weren't able to play this Crack the Earth just yet.
So ZDCH is probably considering whether or not they want to ultimately turn to seed the Toto Pioneer this turn. There are only 2 copies in Pleasing Sky's deck, but certainly the one in play represents a considerable amount of power production with all of the treasure troves and Wisdom of the Elder style action that Pleasing Sky has access to in their deck.
Yeah, definitely. And if another, another Silex gets played next turn, or potentially even a Granite Waystone, how bad could things look for ZDCH? And they're willing to take that risk here.
So we'll see a treasure trove to start. Picks up yet another Edge of Uprising. Still just a little bit short on power, and Pleasing Sky just looking a little bit light on units this game.
Yeah, there was definitely a spot where if Pleasing Sky could find that mobilization, this could have been a huge turn, getting those 2 units for 0 power thanks to Destiny, getting an Edge of Uprising down. But now, unfortunately, they're just one piece away. That deciding that they need to do something with the cards in their hand. They're going to fire off one of these Turn to Seeds here on this pesky Seedling.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for them. I mean, they don't look like they're going to be able to finish this game off super fast.
Yeah, it might be something that looking to point that Edge of Uprising attack into that little Seedling, and that's going to actually prompt ZDCH to say, hey, you just burned a Turn to Seed on a pesky Seedling. I'm going to go get a threat that you can't really attack into well. And they find a Cerso out of their market.
The block works pretty well with Edge of Uprising.
Definitely.
They're going to go for Turn to Seed instead of just killing it with Edge of Uprising. All right, I guess that makes some amount of sense. You want your edges to stick around?
Yeah, I don't dislike this. From Pleasing Sky's side, like, this now gives you 2 things that you're pretty happy to attack into these edges, and I mean, it doesn't really look like your Edge of Uprising is going anywhere now. If you play it onto this board, ZDCH is going to have a pretty strong follow-up this turn, and one of the things that the Genev Mother of Skies deck is really lacking in is individually powerful units. This is not a deck playing cards like Sandstorm Titan where it's these big heavy hitters. There's no World Bearer Behemoth style of unit. It's a lot of small incremental units all trying to build up to one bigger plan, one big crescendo at the end once you've transformed your From the Elements into an otherworldly visitor.
All right, so ZDCH manages to get the Aurelian Supplier online, is going to draw 2 cards with it.
Yeah, nice bit of work there, as that does now build out a pretty wide board here for ZDCH, and having transformed that From Elements in their hand, they now have that otherworldly visitor that, with the Trove and with the Seek power, they can start really pressuring Pleasing Sky here.
Tough decision here for Pleasing Sky. Looks like we're going to see they are going to trade. It's going to increase the cost of that Edge of Uprising, but they'll save him some health.
All right, so where do you start with this Edge of Uprising? You just take out that first little seed? Do you try to take out the Deadly Desert Alchemist? Gonna figure it out after we cash in this Trove.
At some point, we're going to hit that mobilization. It's got to be coming soon. No, that wasn't it. If you Steam Blast something right now, you will get to draw and discard again, but I think for Pleasing Sky, it does make sense to just mobilization one more time first.
Definitely.
So
this looks like a pretty juicy turn to me to play this otherworldly visitor and the Seek power if you're in ZDCH's position.
Yeah, this is... You could maybe Helio and then try to get Wump down too, if you, because you're going to get the... I guess that's going to be hard. You're only drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, so they're instead just going to start with Seek power, and then I assume play this Primal Sigil and play out the Helio to draw 3 instead.
That would be my guess. Alright, they have Permafrost, but that doesn't actually do that much.
Yeah, one of the things that Pleasing Sky's deck tends to be pretty good against is individual spot removal. We Permafrost a 1/2 Stampeding Beast over a Totem Pioneer. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it breaks up the double block. And Pleasing Sky is actually just going to value their armor more than having a 0-1. They know they got these mobilizations coming, so it makes a
Ooh,
fair
both
bit
of
of
them.
sense. Yeah.
All right, 8 units in play. I mean, the Steam Blast hits for a bunch now.
Takes out the little seed to start. That makes sense. You could use maybe the Steam Blast.
Just the Primal Sigil or Symbol. All right, let's fire off the Trove right now. Unfortunately, getting basically nowhere here. And because they chose to take out the Seed, wow, they are going to fire off the Steam Blast right now and crush Helio's dreams. Draw another. Okay.
Corrosive Dagger is a pretty great pickup.
Yeah, do you
They have
fire
run
that
out
off?
of units. Yeah, I think so. Just fill up your board.
Oh, no, don't. Okay, oof.
Yeah.
I was going to say that Toto Pioneer looks like the way to the future here. The promised land awaits for the Toto Pioneer.
Yeah, ZDCH has got the ability to play another Helio, play a Treasure Trove, do a lot of different things, but they are running out of time as Pleasing Sky has now completely filled up their board. And with Edge of Uprising in play, they are going to be able to find, they should be able to find the tools that they need to be able to get through this. For instance, one card they're really looking for right now is Fire Etchings. That Fire Market card would enable them to get a Fire Conjuring, give all of their units +2 strength, and just go wide for the win.
Yeah, here I'm wondering if we might actually see ZDCH have to fire off a turn to see potentially on this Toto Pioneer. You know, Pleasing Skies reached this point where they're ready to let's just suit up a couple of units, maybe suit up the same unit and just start brawling.
Yeah, I think I like turn the seat on Toto Pioneer. That activated ability is going to become quite problematic for you very soon. And you can even get an attack here. It's not clear how good this attack is. You could do something like triple block the Aurelian Supplier with Stampeding Beasts and double block the 2/2 Cultist. So Pleasing Sky is going to... Yeah, I don't think that block was as good as mine, but, you know, that's all right. They still got lots of units to work with.
Yeah, it was alright enough there for Pleasing Sky as now their Edge of Uprising flooded here.
And yeah, they potentially are going to be able to get up to Kato pretty soon. Wow, they discarded the Kato?
Wild. I would have expected one of the Edge of Uprisings to bite the dust, or heck, even that Waystone. Like, what are we afraid of?
Yeah, I don't know.
This is an aggressive attack. So
right.
My worry with making this attack is I don't want to get into a situation where I draw my Fire Etchings, but that can't actually close the door in the same turn.
Sure.
And now I'm actually wondering if you're in ZDCH's side.
Well, Pleasing Sky does also have Flash Fire that they can get with the Fire Etchings, so as long as ZDCH continues to not have a Face Aegis, Flash Fire could deal, you know, potentially most of the remaining damage.
Sure. Is this a spot where in ZDCH's side you actually turn to seed all these Rustlings? No way.
Wow, yeah. They're doing it. I mean, it's
awesome.
If the game goes 5 more turns, this is going to get pretty nasty for ZDCH, but...
I assume for Pleasing Sky, you just... Oh, you're going to block with 2 of the seeds here and keep this edge around? I guess this does get to kill off the Helio, and then you have a new, fresh Edge of Uprising to get played. Okay, that does make sense to me.
But I gotta wonder what happened with that Kato play. It seems like Kato's got to be pretty close right now.
I think it was at 7, so now it would be at 10. Yeah, like, I would love to be able to get a Gladiator here. Let's get rid of one of these Edge of Uprisings. We can't possibly need this many of them.
I'm not sure that Pleasing Sky has many weapons left to get out of their deck. I mean, maybe you just still want it.
Yeah, they should only have one more Edge of Uprising.
Yeah. Man, it would have been funny if they had drawn it there.
Drawn the other edge of, yeah, exactly. All right, so
What do you
here
do
we could.
here?
I assume that we're supposed to Blade Crafter, draw the other Edge of Uprising, and then. Nope, I guess we're mobilizing and then playing Edge of Uprising and killing the supplier.
Well, you already attacked with a relic weapon this turn. It's not a. I don't think it's going to be very good for you to play the Edge of Uprising here.
No, you're right. I forgot that we had already killed the Helio this turn.
All right. Like, continue to go wide. I like holding on to Jack in hand. That sort of surprise burst damage could sort of trap ZDCH into, tactically taking a little bit more damage than they can afford against the Jack.
Yeah, another
So
nice thing of holding on to the
Zach,
Jack.
they, with their Crack the Earth right now, they've already gotten the Surso. They can get Shatterglass Mage, Grodov's Burden, Heat's Distillation, Swirl the Sands. I'm not sure if they've gotten some of those already, but
no, they've only grabbed the Surso thus far, from what I can recall.
This is a tough spot. I continue to wonder with some of these turn to sea decks if they can really afford to get away with not playing some way to sweep up the little seeds. People keep playing with fire, but maybe that's the way you got to do it.
The way of dealing with little seeds is playing my killer units to try to deal with them in the mid to late game is not my first path, but
well, ZDCH has gone pretty wide now, so that's nice. The little seed is just gonna chump. Man, this is gonna be close about whether or not Pleasing Sky can get these last points of damage. The snowballs could be pretty consequential to this.
Love it. Just going upstairs.
So Bladecrafter's going to come down. It's going to get an Edge of Uprising. Where is that Edge of Uprising going to attack? Just the Mother of Skies, maybe, or the Wump and Mizo?
I would assume the Mother of Skies, and then you're using Jack to hit Wump and Mizo plus.
Oh, there's Fire Etchings.
Okay.
Is that lethal right now if you exhaust the Bladecrafter?
So 3, you'll have 6 attackers facing down 3 blockers with the Fire Conjuring. That does look like that's going to put Pleasing Sky over the edge here.
Over the Edge of Uprising?
Yeah, you found it. You found the joke.
Thank you very much. Alright, so Fire Conjuring. They're going to invoke. It's such a fun treat to just invoke with your Fire Conjurings, even when your opponent's just going to die to them. It's just a matter of moments. It's just like, well, why not look at 3 random fire cards? Yeah. Oh yeah, Light the Fuse, absolutely. So
what else was going to be the locks?
Double check the math, but the best possible blocks still have them taking 8 off of this attack, and with them at 7, that's going to send us to a game 3. So I played a lot with Skycrag Edge of Uprising, and let me tell you, you do not really want to play against Wump very much. One of the weaknesses of the... I thought that was game 2, Corey.
Oh, okay. Then cool.
That was game 1?
Okay, good. I was going to say, I thought I had missed game number 1 somehow totally, and I was like, wow, what happened in game number 1? How did ZDCH win? I don't even remember.
All right, so technically that was game number 1. With just 2 commentators this weekend, sometimes your brain can blur together. But getting our focus back down. So for Pleasing Sky, I think it's really nice that they got the first game. Generally, I have found it's pretty tough for the Skycrag decks to deal with Wump. Now, fortunately, Pleasing Sky has I've sometimes played with like chemical rounds. Pleasing Sky is playing with Jack and with Turn to Seed, so they have a little bit more functionality to be able to deal with it. So hopefully won't cause them too much issue. But yeah, generally like early value generating units are not what the Skycrack Tokens deck wants to run into.
Yeah, it definitely makes today's situation where the early starts of Carver or Tota Pioneer are actually not at their best. They're actually almost a liability, where it's too much of a risk to run them out on the first and second turn, just trying to set up for, here's my perfect curve of everything. It's, no, I'd rather hold this back. I've got the information that you could have a lump in Mizo. Like, let me kind of protect these things, unless I can immediately dispatch of it.
All right, ZDCH is off to a phenomenal start with double Mother of the Skies plus Crack the Earth. They're going to be able to do some real work here.
Yeah, this kind of looks like the hand when you sign up to play the Mother of Skies deck. Like, this is really what you're looking for. And Pleasing Sky, I mean, coming to battle with a deck that's also looking to go wide on the boards. We take a peek here at their market, and we're not going to find anything like a Storm Spiral. We're not going to find a Lightning Storm. This is a deck that it's largely looking to be the one having superiority going wide on the board. Not ready to sweep one of those boards up.
And look at ZDCH. So instead of going for something like Grodov's Burden, they just go and they get Sursa. They just want to beat it down. They're saying, I don't even think you tell my units, and if you do, the best way to deal with that is a 6/6 pig.
A little bit awkward, against 10 the flock potentially, but definitely looks great in this situation where, Pleasing Sky just, unfortunately for them, just spending their third turn drawing 2 cards. Five ball coming across from ZDCH, dropping Pleasing Sky down to 19. All right, we got to be able to get something going here for Pleasing Sky, right? Like, we can go Tota Pioneer, play our Silex, then play our Blade Crafter. Maybe we go and grab that Corrosive Daggers. Does that start to get us going somewhere? No, we're going to play our Turn to Seed and turn off these 2 Mother of Skies. Also completely reasonable play.
So another hit for 3 from ZDCH, and I think will we see the piggy come down? Pig giant himself, Surso the Great Glutton.
All right, so if Pleasing Sky can Treasure Trove into Attend the Flock, this could be a really exciting turn. You'd basically get the power back from the Trove. The Tend the Flock would give you 3 units that all buff up the edge of Uprising. And that would also leave you with the units that you could actually, like I was saying earlier, put three sheep in front of the pig giant, and the little pigs will fight down the biggest of them. Interesting to start there with.
Yeah, I think generally if your turn's gonna be Treasure Trove with a Tota Pioneer out, you should do that first before you play anything else.
Yeah, but no harm done there as Pleasing Sky doesn't manage to find any follow-up there. Pesky Seedling, actually a really great pickup here for ZDCH. If you're in ZDCH's shoes here, Andrew, well, what's your plan? What is your plan to attack here? Do you get the Seedling down first? Do you actually A-space and just send all of your units?
I like playing the Eastanic Smuggler and then attacking with all the units. I think if Pleasing Sky wants to chip a block down Surso, I think you can live with that.
All right. Break the Player Aegis. Get rid of that Kindling Carver.
Like, I don't get what you gain by doing the pesky seedling killer deck first. You just give Pleasing Sky some more information, I guess, about how the triple block would go.
Yeah, and I think that you actually lose out on gaining additional information on how your opponent may end up blocking. Like, let's imagine you had made the attack prior to, and the cultist was trading off for the Kato and turning into a Kato Shade. Like, I think that would just tell me, okay, there's definitely an Edge of Uprising. Is there any way I can disrupt that now? All right, 10 to flock. 1 turn late to the party, unfortunately for Pleasing Sky, but they are going to be able to deploy this Edge of Uprising here. And are we far enough behind that this has to attack the pig? It does.
You got to go after Surso, yeah. That 10 to flock was an amazing draw, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Just getting some more bodies and being able to play Edge of Uprising for cheaper. Very much appreciated. Still going to be tough for Pleasing Sky, but kind of gave him some hope, I guess. Like, they could chump block twice more and only drop to 6 here. Though those turn to seeds are coming.
Yeah, I think that we're only 2 turns off from ZDCH's little seeds growing up. As you can already see Pleasing Sky. We saw a little mouse over zoom highlight there, just being like, all right, how close is this? Do I have to worry about this just yet? And yeah, that's a real problem looming. ZDCH looking to stay aggressive here, realizing that the most likely path forward for Pleasing Sky to catch up is having another Edge of Uprising, gaining all that armor, starting to pluck away at their units, is going to grab a Swirl of the Sands right away. Chop Pleasing Sky's health total in half, dropping them down to 4. And now is this a situation where you can go Seed of Fury, Blade Crafter, get the Corrosive Daggers. Yeah, I think that would have worked. I think that you could have Blade Crafted here, gotten the Corrosive Daggers, gained the power.
Yeah, you would have because of the Totem Pioneer.
Yeah, as long as you don't put the Corrosive Daggers on the Totem Pioneer, you would have been fine.
Yeah, because the Corrosive Dagger would get the Totem Pioneer up to 2 strength. Yeah, that's a pretty intricate line, Corey, but I believe you're right that would work.
Like you, this is a deck that I've played a fair amount with and really enjoy, but unfortunately for Pleasing Sky, this is going to be a real big beating as that Swirl of the Sands.
Yeah, yeah, and because you didn't get to draw and discard off of the Edge of Uprising, you didn't get the power from Totem Pioneer, so you couldn't play Blade Crafter. So
yeah, now you have to throw away all your units here on the ground. Yeah, this is a brutal situation now for Pleasing Sky. I'm trying to figure out what can get them back into this. You now no longer have your namesake, piece here to catch up. Jack, what does Jack do for us? I think we're 1 power away from really utilizing Jack.
I mean, Jack's a great card.
Yeah, definitely is a powerful one. Nobody's gonna question you there, but I don't think it's gonna be enough here to do anything for Pleasing Sky. And I think ZDCH is gonna definitely tie us up after dropping that Desert Alchemist. And apparently those little seeds, they were in fact ultimating this turn.
All right, so am I going to get a bunch of criticism this time for saying that we're going to go to a game 3?
No, not at all. Oh, I can speak only for me. Maybe our producer will let you know that no, now we're in fact going to game 4.
All right. So with an accurate game count, we're going to be heading to game 3 here between ZDCH and Pleasing Sky. And yeah, I think last game we saw sort of the problems for the Skycrag deck. If you don't have some of the early interaction for something like Mother of Skies, it just kind of put Pleasing Sky a little bit behind the whole game. They were forced to make some awkward plays. Turn to Seed is, it was not the removal effect that Pleasing Sky needed. It did deal with both Mother of Skies, but ultimately we saw at the end the little seats grew up to become 5/7 mandrakes with Overwhelm. So we'll see if Pleasing Sky can get off to a little bit faster of a start and sort of have a better chance of containing what ZDCH can do with their Wumps and their Mother of Skies and this awesome Genev Mother deck that is, I think, the real breakout deck of the tournament. It's not one that I had seen that I've seen people build around with Firm Elements for a while in this expedition season, but in the last week or two, it's really come into its own in terms of being one of the most popular and dominant decks in the expedition format.
Definitely. Yeah, it's something that a matter of adding these displays and adding the smugglers and, with the help of a few of the live balance changes that have happened since our last expedition tournament, we're seeing a really new landscape here, and one that, this Genev Mother of Skies deck looks solid in. It doesn't look like it's clearly like the absolute best thing to me. It doesn't, it doesn't feel like how some of the Rakano decks were looking towards the end of the last season. But this has been a really great showing from that team. I mean, like you said earlier, they had 4 of the players in the top 16 after the the 28 preliminary matches, and they only have one pilot left, ZDCH, going into game 3 here. Potentially just 3 individual game wins away from making it to the World Championship, potentially joining some of their teammates there. This is a great deck. They've really put together something special here. They really, they pull out all the stops every single ECQ for us. They really try to find what is new and different. We're going to see if ZDCH can make it to the finals here in game number 3.
All right, so Pleasing Sky with a 1 power hand immediately throws it back and finds, well, kind of a 6 power hand. They don't have a fire symbol to get these Silex etchings online any faster, but they're going to keep.
Wow.
They know they believe in their deck is going to deliver. ZCH has got, they're missing fire, but otherwise their draw is pretty solid with some interaction in the form of Permafrost and Turniseed, but they're going to throw it back. Do they like this draw?
This hand's a lot better. This is a turn 2 Wump and Mizo. This is, as you were saying earlier, Andrew, it's something that when you're playing one of these Sky Craig Go Wide decks, the Edge of Uprising style, you are really fearful of a Wump and Mizo just, taking your lunch money.
Oh, it's brutal. You have such a short window to kill it, and then if you don't have the sort of the removal early, the 6/6 endurance body can become a nightmare. Meanwhile, it's still just throwing snowballs all over the place. All right, so the first Fire Etchings gets a Fire Sigil. Primal Symbol comes down to set up that turn 2 Wump and Mizo. For Pleasing Sky, their first draw of the game was a petition. They didn't need more power.
Yeah, and I assume that we're just firing off this petitioner, grabbing another Silex, because we can't, we're not in a situation where we can combo off and make something sweet or epic happen if we go grab a Granite Waystone.
Wow, so things got a little more complicated for Zach. He picked up a Mother of Skies and is actually going to lead with that to maybe potentially bait out any turn to seeds, and also now once they play Wump, they'll get a 1/2 Cloud Snake for their efforts.
Yeah, this is a brutal run out here for Pleasing Sky, just drawing 2 power here in a row, and that was certainly the risk of this hand. You needed a lot of things to go right, and there's currently not a great direction here. And ZDCH on the other side, I think that we're likely just going to see a seat plus a Wump and Mizo, and sure, maybe it's not killing many or any of the units that Pleasing Sky might have right now, but start deploying a wide board. You saw how effective that was in the last game, and this is leading to a potential double Mavlov Huntress follow-up.
I love just seeing in this Sky Craig Glacier playmat all of the elements get destroyed as units take their place.
Yeah, this playmat is really something. I really, really like this one. And it's Pleasing Sky's first play to the board. Yeah, it's just going to be this Blade Crafter. Now, does this grab an Edge of Uprising? I assume that you have to just plan that you're going to get to this at some point.
Yeah, I mean, Edge of Uprising just is is sort of the best way for Pleasing Sky to be able to get off some of these units off the board.
Snowball number 2 hits the void now for ZDCH. Lumpin' Mizo halfway to its lifelong mission of having a party. And here ZDCH is just wondering, okay, is this a spot that I want to use Maveloth Huntress? Do I really need to kill off this Blade Crafter? And actually take the most aggressive route, which is Permafrost plus Smuggler, get another Cloud Snake. I assume that we're going to cash in the Desert Alchemist for maybe a Surso? We're just going to get the Swirl of the Sands.
I think I like... Oh, okay. Well, Swirl of the Sands is nice because next turn you can go Maveloft, Plunder, get the Sigil, and have up Swirl of the Sands. Whereas Surso would take a little bit longer to become useful.
Right. Fortunately for Pleasing Sky, just picking up another power card. Alright, what can this Trove deliver on? Another symbol. We're gonna have to throw this Carver into the dust. What are they actually grabbing here? I guess you grab the Flash Fire? No, interesting. Okay, so the party pairs come into play now is Carver's gonna bite the dust to the Snowball. This is 11 just on the board. Silex picked up here for ZDCH, and I assume that they're gonna, yeah, they're just holding up their Swirl of the Sands here, just making sure nothing too terrible could possibly happen, but, you know, Pleasing Sky, without any 0 or 1 strength units in play, not actually even able to get this Edge of Uprising down onto the board. I think the writing's on the wall here for Pleasing Sky, Andrew. They're going to try to fight the right here, though. The mobilization and hopefully draw it immediately off this treasure trove. Okay, awesome. They're going to...
I think they're still dead, though, aren't they?
I think they're still dead at the start of turn, throw a snowball at you, and then attack with my flying units and throw a snowball at you.
Yeah.
And
so we're going to see yet another match end on Snowball Lethal!
Literally the best thing Andrew could ever hope for.
It's really doing it for me. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you think that just for you, ZDCH will only attack with 2 of the Cloud Snakes so that they could then play a killer unit and attack with that to get the actual Snowball Lethal?
That would be an extremely appropriate thing to do. Yes.
All right.
And if he doesn't do it, it's going to greatly offend me. Oh, greatly offended. All right, so ZDCH is going to advance to the finals of this ECQ, taking down Pleasing Sky in a 3-game set. You know, a bit unfortunate for Pleasing Sky there in game 3. Sometimes you take the chance that you've got the Kindling Carver, an amazing grindy tool, and you just hope that you can get the units that you need to pair with it. This time, their deck didn't deliver, and they'll have to console themselves with a nice chunk of the cash prize pool. But no World Championship invite for them. So we're going to get the next round going immediately. There's going to be no break in between. We'll just hang tight here for just a minute. Did want to mention again that we've got another Awakening preview card showing up in a bit. We'll be checking that one out before the finals of this tournament. Should be excited for you to get the chance to see this one. I'll give you a hint. It is a Grenadin.
Spoilers.
Yeah. Well, just a little something to get our robot friends going. So, Corey, can you tell us a little bit about the second semifinal that we're going to be seeing here in a moment?
Yeah, so battling out of the bottom half of the bracket here, our number 3 seed, Pyrese, has fought their way through. They were playing the Menace Mother of Skies deck, so we're going to see a similar take to what we've seen out of ZDCH, but a much more explosive one. Again, this is the Shrine to Carvet, Strange Burglar. Apparently, we're already jumping down into the match as we're going to see Destruction up against Menace.
Yeah, so this is pretty sweet. So Apple Chips is playing a Destruction Sacrifice strategy. This one was really popular during the last Expedition season. Lost some of the tools, but has sort of been rebuilt. And you could see why with Kindling Carver, Blightmoth, and Combust, why it's still got some ability to compete. Meanwhile, Pyrese is playing a deck we've seen a couple times today. This is the sort of the Menace, the Fire Primal Shadow version of the Mother of Skies archetype. And it's taking advantage of Shrine to Carve It as a way to give a real serious boost to your flyers. All right, Apple Chips starts off with a Kindling Carver. Doesn't seem to be concerned. Pyrese got a little bit of influence issues. They drew a vow and 2 sigils, so not able to get down a Mother of Skies quite yet. Meanwhile, Aurelian Supplier is going to get the draw too. Doesn't hit a 4th power though for Apple Chips. If you're Pyrese, do you just maybe play Kindling Carver and eat that Raven?
Yeah, I think so.
A nice tight technical play. Oh, do you use the Combust?
I mean, you're basically trading your Carver for their Carver, and I think that in general, Pyrese's deck is the one that I prefer to be on the side of if I'm going wide. Of course, had I known that Apple Chips had a Blightmoth in hand, if I were sitting in Pyrese's seat, I would certainly have thrown away my Carver for their Carver.
Ooh, do they have power? They do.
Unfortunately, one card out of this here.
Yeah, we're only gonna get 1 card, but it was a card you got off a Kindling Carver, so that's not too bad. Apple Chips is rolling along quite nicely here. All right, so a Felon Vow from Pyrese is going to allow them to get down a Mother of Skies. Unfortunately, Apple Chips has got a Combust in hand ready to go.
Yeah, and perfectly with a 1 health shade there as the Blightmoth was ready to peace out. Definitely a few different ways here for Apple Chips to play this.
Yeah, it's just kind of tricky to figure out what the rest of your turn should look like. I think I like, if I'm Apple Chips, Combust using the Blightmoth Shade, attack for 5. End of Pyrese's turn, play Display of Destruction for 3 more Cultists, and then with Strange Burglar, that sort of summon style effect, you can just give your whole team a nice +1 strength bonus.
Yeah, that looks like a really heads-up play to me. One of the things that Apple Chips' sort of hand really lacks right now is if you're going to hold on to these Blightmoths to try to get, utility out of their summon ability and potentially even use their shades, you don't really have anything you want to sacrifice to your Carvers, and you need to start getting something onto the board. Like, you've gotten Pyrese down to 13 here. You really want to be able to use the Strange Burglar to finish off the game. You don't really need to spin your wheels drawing all these cards. See, I really like your line, Andrew, here of potentially just flooding the board out with some extra cultists and keep applying pressure to Pyrese. As we were talking about earlier, Pyrese is really effective when they're wide on the board, and that's not at all where they're at right now.
Yeah, I think you get to put them down to like 2 here, assuming the Blood Class Smuggler blocks the Kindling Carver. And you could potentially not attack with the Kindling Carver if you really don't want it to go away, but I think it's worth it to force a little more damage through.
Yeah, with the Display of Menace in hand, given that Pyrese has the way to deal 1 damage to all these units, it is possible we'll just see them say, hey, I'm going to soak up the extra damage, and I just know that I'm using my display on the next turn to sweep away all the 1 health units.
All right, Apple Chips is going to go for it. They're going to attack him with everything, and
down to 1 we go.
Yeah, this is tough. Well, you can kill yourself with your film vow, but
I mean, I'm gonna choose to play it and not not actually get a primal or a shadow sigil, but it's not much better.
yeah, I think Pyrese. So what if they blocked the smuggler? I think they were going to die either way. They're having a little fun with it.
They are, yeah. They're just enjoying their time here. It's hard to make it this deep into the tournament, and you know that you're gonna be one of the camera matches. Enjoy your time in the spotlight. Pyrese, they did already win a match earlier on camera here with their Menace Mother of Skies deck, but unfortunately for them, they're down a game here in the semifinals.
So if they had blocked a Prax and Aurelian supplier instead, they would have been at 2. They would have been able to kill everything except for the Strange Burglar and 2 Aurelian suppliers. They can open contract Strange Burglar. They can block one of the suppliers and then take exactly lethal. So even if they had made a slightly different block on that earlier turn, they still would have died. So now we're going to be heading into game 2 of this match with the Menace Shrine deck down a game.
Taking a look here at the hands, Apple Chips definitely going to throw this one back. You got a lot of different ways to sacrifice units and not a lot of ways to make units. Oh wow, they're going to keep this.
Well, the display of destruction. Oh yeah, I forgot. We haven't even talked about the fact that Apple Chips has got a nice little Totemite sub-theme going on with their deck as we see Tota Circle make its first appearance of the weekend.
Yeah, I remember talking to you before we were getting in our semifinals here, and you were excited for the 4 of Tota Circle here out of Apple Chips' deck. It definitely looks like you kind of just put Apple Chips into a time chamber, and we opened up the chamber here like 6 months later, and out pops almost the same expedition deck. Of course, you update a few cards here and there, like most importantly getting the Xenon Silex to help out with the power base, not like give insignias anymore like we did in our prior expedition format, and Wyatt's Junkyard being a wonderful card in the market here this weekend for Apple Chips as well. Pyrese's side here, getting down that Strange Burglar, and yeah, I guess that you display here, you make some cultists, and you're gonna immediately have to throw one of them to the dust for the combust, but that will actually activate the Tota Circle, so the Tota Circle here being a pretty great pickup here in Apple Chips' hand.
Tota Circle has tribute. Put 5 Tota stacks into the top 10 cards in your deck, and whenever at the end of your turn you draw a card for each Totemite you played that turn. And the Tota stacks are 1-cost 2/2s.
Other Totemites in the deck, we see the Tota Pioneer, the Kindling Carvers.
So essentially what you're doing is you're just loading up your deck with these 1-cost 2/2s that draw a card when you play them. Originally, do you remember when we worked on Tota Circle? Originally, it just drew a card when you played a Totemite, but that caused all kinds of loops issues where the game would just break down with like Azurite Prixis.
Yeah, one of the really fun things that we get to do in design is we play test with several different variations of all the cards that you at home get to play with, and Tota Circle was one that had gone through several iterations of.
Yeah, you could just like loop the game with like cheering section Azurite Prixis Tota Circle. So we fixed that one up a little bit. All right, but getting down to the action, Pyres sacrificing some Katos, playing some Katos, the really living it up their best Kato Arena Herald life. And they managed to find a shrine to carve it. Apple Chips finds their first Tota stack.
I was kind of into the idea of using the display to break up the Tota Circle and just make these like just 2/2s for 1 in the opponent's deck that are overall just kind of crummy. Like Pyrese is just going to end up playing a bunch of much more powerful units than that.
Yeah.
Now as a result, like sure you got to sacrifice your unit, you found a shrine to carve it, like that's awesome, but you're now running the risk of the long game is actually one that Apple Chips is favored in, where in general, I think that I would prefer to be on Pyrese's side in the long game.
Oh, right. They're called Tough Tota.
We knew what you meant, buddy.
I know. Again, playtest names change, but Totemites remain the same. All right, so a combust is going to get rid of Mother of Skies. Makes a lot of sense. You want to contain Pyrese's ability to go wide. They've got that Shrine to Carve It in hand.
All right, what are we going to see Apple Chips grab out of their market? There's a Vox, a Jack, a Furnace Mage, a Wyatt's Junkyard, and an Aramont's Machinations as potential options here.
Holy cow, those cards all sound awesome here.
That was exactly what I was thinking. It was like, dang, I'd be happy grabbing basically any card out of that market with the exception of, I think Vox here doesn't look great in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, Vox is definitely not at its best against other corrupted units. All right, a Kindling Carver is the pickup for Pyres. That's going to pair quite nicely with that Shrine to Carve It.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that upon Pyrese's seat here is Seed of Fury the pickup. Would have loved an undepleted power there. You got a 3 strength charging Berserk unit to join the fray. Pretty easy trade-off there for Pyrese, as we'll then see the Shade cashed back into a Totemite that can be potentially sacrificed the next turn to the Carver. So I wonder now if in Apple Chips' seat, can you afford to run the risk of just running out your Junkyard here and chemical roundsing this Kindling Carver?
Turns out you can.
All right. Quickly and confidently, Apple Chips dispatching of the Carver. But, you know, if you're going to hang out at the Junkyard, you're going to pay the price as Apple Chips drops down to 15 here. And what?
So we get to see a Decimated Menace chant. Let's see if they're going to get to invoke one of a Fire Primal or Shadow card.
Really looking for something with the word sacrifice on it. It would be really nice here to get rid of Ice Bolt. Okay.
It's not amazing. I mean, at least it's going to trade with something, but not loving it. All right, so we're going to have a little...
Junkyard off.
Yeah, and with this Blightmoth putting 1 damage on Apple Chips' Junkyard, the chemical rounds from the other Junkyard could potentially finish off that Junkyard.
I was wondering if the Ice Bolt was weak enough that you actually just play out your Smuggler here because you don't want a unit in hand against a potential Treachery. I assume that Apple Chips is going to fire off their Smuggler stash here. It's just, I think,
yeah, it's... Oh, wow!
Wow!
And Treachery hits sites. So... just unbelievable stuff here.
That's a heads up line from Apple Chips. I don't know that I would have just assumed that Pyrese had grabbed their Wyatt's Junkyard out of the market, but that's a heads up play.
Oh, wow. We're going to see an Ice Bolt on the Blightmoth.
Just try to set up a sacrifice here. Okay.
Yeah, this is a wild line.
This is a sweet exchange. I'm really enjoying this one. Okay, another Menace chance, so we get to go back into the box once more.
Spin it up, Corey. Get a Fire Sigil. And now we decimate.
Yeah, you're still a bit off. Couldn't do the Edge of Uprising.
All right, we got a sacrifice card, Corey.
Unreal. And then now you get to play the other Blight Pest Smuggler.
Ravenous Thorn Beast.
Wait, is this just... You can't just do lethal here, right? No, okay.
If you block the Thorn Beast and 1 Smuggler, you take 9 damage if they all go face. But they are all going face.
Yeah, you definitely can send them all face on the first attack, and then I think on the Berserk attacks...
No, you don't get to change where they're going.
Oh, yeah, no, good call, good call. For some reason, I was thinking, oh yeah, this is just wonderful.
If you kill the site on the Berserk attack, the second attack will go face.
Correct. Yeah, this way now, put Apple Chips down to 6. They do get to go Smuggler, Stash, and grab back.
Apple Chips going to have to find a plan here because I'd be inclined to chump. The Wyatt's Junkyard is going to keep dealing damage to you.
Yeah, and you actually don't want to be in an even increment. Like, you would much rather be at 9 here than 8, for example. There's a huge difference.
All right, let's stash it up.
Okay, so what can we get here? We can get like a Blightmoth. Sounds really wonderful.
I think you just want tough Totas. Okay,
Do
you want a smuggler. Well, the tough Totas get to draw more cards off of the Tota circle.
Yeah, but not till the
And
end of the turn. I guess I'm worried about getting through the next turn, but
I mean, you have
maybe
so
I'm
many
too
tough Totas. I think you're going to be able to do that. I also don't want to Blight Moth and shrink the Blight Pass smugglers. It would right now they're 1/4 recklesses, and I think you're going to be able to eat them. I mean, you might not be able to because if the Shrine to Carve It goes live again, that'll be an issue.
Yeah, my fear was much more not okay. I'm ready to be able to double block one of these. It's more okay. What happens? I don't have enough blockers to actually be able to afford double blocking them. Okay.
Wow, we traded in one of the tough Totas. Okay, so Furnace Mage is just going to take out Shrine.
This is really risky, though.
Yeah, this all looks pretty risky to me. Because Edge of Uprising can take out the Furnace Mage.
Yeah, now you have no profitable blocks. You have to chump block the 5. Take.
Oh my goodness, what if we just combust the East Annex Smuggler? Oh no, we don't have enough power left? Okay.
Yeah, no power available. We did decimate the prior turn.
You could also go after the Junkyard. Wyatt's about to show up.
Yeah, this has been a really wild game.
The Junkyard Dog himself. 5/5 decay. Whenever you take damage, whenever you deal damage to yourself.
Whenever you take damage on your turn.
On your turn, right. That's you get to draw one of the top 2 cards of your deck and discard the other.
So the spike here picked up off of the Invoke, taking damage on your own turn. Wyatt's going to look at the top 2. Apple Chips will get to draw 1. The other will bite the dust. Yeah, I'm with you, Andrew. I think that I would have finished off the site there. I'm really terrified of fighting against Wyatt. Like, this is one that you usually think, okay, I've got my opponent down to 5. I can get the game over with. And Wyatt's just like, no.
I mean, we knew about the Oblivion Spike. The Wyatt's Junkyard would be really working in Pyrese's favor if it weren't for this Oblivion Spike.
Sure, I'm still more afraid of, there's a display that just went to the void that I was thinking of like, your opponent is trying to carve it in their deck. They have Display of Destruction. They have these ways to gain health. Yeah, I want to close the game out as quickly as possible. But I'm also kind of in the situation where if I have my Edge of Uprising and my opponent doesn't have a good way to be drawing cards and keeping up with me, then I'd rather fight that battle.
This is another really risky way to play this turn. I think Pyrese is going to get this one. Well, I guess it's not strictly dead. But man, this is really tough now. Because yeah, you combust, you kill the Wyatt, now Edge of Uprising. And now Wyatt's Junkyard is coming, Corey.
This is such a wild game.
If Apple Chips doesn't find a way to gain health off the top, they're going to die to their own Wyatt's Junkyard. Oh, they found a Display of Destruction. No way.
Okay, so now you can Display Destruction the Mother, Blight Moth the Mother, play a tough Tota, survive at 2.
Oh my gosh.
And Pyrese has got another 6 sweat in it. They could just end up drawing something here. A Blight Moth.
They're still at 2 though. They still have to rip again.
Now you freebie get to kill the Blight Moth. Alright, what gets discarded here? Oh, Menace Chant. No, now we never get to find out what was in the box.
Yeah, Menace. Oh, I think that's it. I think Apple Chips is going to die here.
Yeah, I think that the Wyatt's Junkyard has actually killed them.
What a game by Pyrese. I mean, they took so many aggressive lines to try to get damage in once that Junkyard came down, and that paid off handsomely. Apple Chips has a couple of ways they could go about killing themselves. They could play Strange Burglar and activate it to deal 3 damage to themselves. They could just hit end of turn and take 2. We're just going to play out both Strange Burglars, make an attack.
I respect this. This is what I had. And then I really like going out in style to your site.
Oh, come on! You can't concede. You have to let the animation happen.
There could have been an awesome achievement. You don't know.
That's true. You do, yes. We don't put too many like kill yourself with your own sight kind of achievements in, but there are some of them in there. So don't be so careful to just concede the game when you could lose. All right. So, that's a fun game. So Corey, you're my official game counter. We're gonna get to game 3, right?
Yes, we're getting a game 3. Pyrese has evened up the score here. We're going to see a game 3 Destruction Sacrifice versus Menace Mother of Skies Sacrifice. Yeah, that was just a load of fun. I've really been enjoying these games anytime that one of the Mother of Skies decks is involved, and especially these Shrine to Carbide decks. These games are sweet.
All right. Time for game 3 in this match. We've got Pyrese versus Apple Chips. Shrine to Carve It versus Shrine to Carve It.
All right, Apple Chips is, basically got it all going on except for units to go wide with and units to sacrifice. They've got those tools to play into the mid and late game. Pyrese's side, a similar sort of problem, not very effective at going wide just yet. They do have their sort of power struggles, if you will. They're going to be solved here in just a moment, but a little bit of Shrine to Carve It flooded here with no real units that you might want to sacrifice.
All right, so Shrine to Carve It comes down for Apple Chips. Meanwhile, Pyrese is going to Display of Menace and kill that Shrine to Carve It.
And I'm wondering, oh no. Okay, I thought we were going to see double Toto Pioneer come down from Apple Chips, and they were going to set up for a really explosive turn, and the second Display of Menace would have been absolutely brutal.
There surely would have been. Flight Path Smuggler going into the markets. Yeah, we're going to see Wyatt's Junkyard once again.
I don't think it'll do the full 25, so...
Does mean that Apple Chips could get down a Strange Burglar, and Pyrese would not have removal for it at this moment. But yeah, this is pretty tenuous. We're seeing the 1/1 Toto Pioneer body look pretty susceptible to the Display of Menace in Pyrese's hand.
Yeah, it's one of these interesting spots here where Apple Chips finding another good payoff card for finding any of these, the Kato style of units where they want to sacrifice them, maybe a Blight Moth, but not having any of those at their disposal is, okay, the Toto Pioneer is going to join the fray, and, does Pyrese respond with just saying, heck, you can have all the power? Oh, okay, interesting spot here. Okay, we're going to see the chemical rounds. I was actually wondering if we were going to see a treachery, but I think this is definitely the safer play.
It's pretty dangerous to just let Apple Chips start a turn with double Toto Pioneer in play.
Oh yeah, we've come well accustomed to that earlier this year. One of our ECQs heavily dominated by Destruction Sacrifice, and there were a lot of decks that were not very good at killing off Toto Pioneer, and we saw many turns with multiple of those in play, and players were getting absolutely dismantled by the sheer amount of power that you would generate thanks to the Toto Pioneer over the course of a couple turns. Awesome start here at Apple Chips' turn. Silex, draw the Trove. 2 extra power they might not have thought that they had. Where can they go with this?
Well, Display of Destruction to killing the Junkyard. Or no, sorry, excuse me, that won't work. You could Strange Burglar and Combust and deal 2 damage onto the site.
Oh wow!
Just gonna draw some cards. Corey, as our resident card drawing expert, what do you think?
Am I the resident card drawing expert? I really like attacking. I was kind of into the idea of trying to get 2 damage onto the site here, but too worried about Strange Burglar just lying around not doing anything with it. I think in theory you could also have gone Strange Burglar and just run out a Display of Destruction at the end of the turn.
So
I
we'll
kind
see
of
if
like
Kenley.
having the Toto Pioneer in play.
Yeah, I know what you mean. We're seeing this. Wow, I'm stunned. That did not work out for Pirates. I thought we would use.
That just had to be straight up. There were 4 power, right?
Yeah, I just don't know why you wouldn't want to try to use the display to be able to block and then sack.
Exactly my thought.
Play
Yeah,
through
now
Close exhausted.
Yeah, I think we're just going to immediately see one of those thrown into a combust.
I think I would have liked using the Overwhelm from Toto Pioneer to get the sight off the board this turn.
We can still do that. Well, I guess not the exact way you're saying, but you can just throw one of the cultists, combust, and then attack with the stranger at the site, could you not?
Yeah, that does work. Good call. And now things are looking pretty rough for Pyres.
Yeah, now you're in a situation also, you've thrown away your display. You're not actually in a situation where you can dismantle the Totemite combo that Apple Chips has assembled here of Carver plus Pioneer. And now you're just 100% victim to, there's a Tota Circle, there's a Shrine to carve at, and there's the 2 Totemites that are all sort of the 4-card super combo that Apple Chips can put together of, I'm drawing cards, I'm gaining health, I'm dealing you damage, and I'm giving my team charge every single turn now. But Apple Chips just perfectly content with drawing more cards and trying to make sure they don't get themselves into a situation they're going to die to Pyrese's copies of Shrine, it looks like.
12 damage and lifesteal coming across. Kindling Carver, the pickup for Pyres, with just a combust in hand to go with it. This might be the final turn for Pyres in this ECQ.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, not having anything to combine it with, having lost their board a couple of turns prior, and Apple Chips is going to be joining ZDCH here in the finals of our ECQ.
All right, so great performance from both players, and we are going to be taking a quick break. We will have Apple Chips versus ZDCH in the finals of this ECQ when we come back from our break. Stay tuned, and we'll have a preview card from Awakening in just a few minutes. and welcome back to the finals of this ECQ. It's been a great day with lots of awesome expedition action. We've got a new campaign coming to Eternal, Awakening. It's going to be a sweet look at some of the backstory of some of our favorite Eternal heroes. And right now we have a chance to check out one of the 21 cards you'll be able to collect when this campaign comes out. Corey, are you ready to see the defective Flamebot?
Yeah, let's get a drum roll.
All right, there he is, the defective Flamebot. 4/4 decay. Whenever a spell is played on defective Flamebot, deal 3 damage to the enemy player. So this is a card that is not the most fun to get off the board and potentially combos awesome with some pump effects.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is something that if you can suit it up with the finest hour, or if you can play your own spells on it, you're dealing damage to the enemy. It's not, not just, hey, you played your torch on it, I'm dealing 3 to you also. It's also you can do this. So it is something that is very, very reflective to all of the spells. It's something that's going to, bounce off, but they're all bouncing off and blasting your opponent. This is, not the Grenadin that I want to get in the way of.
All right, yeah. I mean, this one's an explosive little mess. So we'll be interested to see how people can best take advantage of the defective Flamebot. All right, so turning our attention to the finals of the ECQ, one of these players is just one match away from making it to the 2020 Eternal World Championships. We've got ZDCH, aka Zach Hill. They've got an awesome Genev Mother of Skies deck, and we've seen them do fantastic work against all manner of strategies that have come up against them in this tournament, and they're just one match away. Who's their opponent going to be, Corey?
We got Apple Chips fighting their way out of the bottom of the bracket. Destruction Sacrifice, tried and true strategy. Not many big updates. Leveraging that Tota package that we saw in that last round, really using Tota Circle to the fullest of advantages. Going to be able to grind in the late game here with ZDCH's Genev deck, and they really have those powerful swings thanks to Shrine to Carvet being, sort of a key card to their deck, leveraging, making several cultists at the end of the turn, going wide with several units, and then making these huge attacks thanks to the Shrine and the Strange Burglar.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see which of these decks comes out on top. We've sort of seen it go wide strategies be quite effective in this tournament. Relic attachment, when we're talking about ZDCH's deck, that deck looks like it just does a tremendous amount of job about applying early pressure with Wump, Mother of Skies, and then backing it up with some real nice card draw effects like Helio and Aurelian Supplier. On the other side, the Shrine of Carvid has just done phenomenal work at getting these Shrine decks back into the game when their back is against the wall. They even go so far as to have Wyatt's Junkyard in their market just because they can actually use Shrine to Carve it, gain a bunch of health, and then use the awesome grinding power that Wyatt's Junkyard provides to them.
Or sometimes, as we saw in the semifinals, maybe the Junkyard takes you alive with it, and then you're no longer alive.
It can happen. The real advantage for ZDCH in this matchup will be their flyers. Just having Mother of Skies and Helio. If the ground is gummed up with corrupted units, that's okay. They can still potentially just keep getting through in the air turn after turn. But the Shrine to Carvet deck, the Destruction Sacrifice strategy, they have Blightmoth, and that can do a real nice job. Maybe you get out 3, 4, 5 Cloud Snakes, and then all of a sudden a Blightmoth comes down, shrinks them all down to 0 strength. The ability to be able to pump up the flyers. I've seen my favorite piece of technology I've seen in a Genev deck has been accelerated impact. ZDCH doesn't have that this weekend, but 1/2 flyers get pumped up quite nicely by accelerated impacts, health boosting ability, and then making it so your units deal damage equal to their health this turn.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the other things that we're going to see is Apple Chips is really light on removal for that Mother of Skies, but let's head down to the game. Let's see how it plays out in our finals.
All right, here we are for the finals of the ECQ. ZDCH has kept their opening draw. They've got a nice little start with the Mother of Skies queued up. The top of the screen, Apple Chips. Well, they've got Blightmoth, Shrine to Carvet, Strange Burglar, good things in the early going, but nothing that's going to get them out to an awesome early advantage.
Yeah, and on ZDCH's side, I mean, this is kind of everything you ask for. You've got the Mother of Skies. Your opponent hasn't run out of unit yet, so they're going to have to put together like a combo turn to be able to combust it, as otherwise Apple Chips' deck really light on ways to interact with this. We don't see any defiles in their deck. It's not like, you know, you're well set up to just immediately answer this thing before it gets going.
All right, Mother of Skies comes down. And for Apple Chips, they draw that Toda Circle. It's one of the sweetest cards in their deck, but without any way to tribute it this turn, they're going to hold off on it and just play Shrine to carve it.
Yeah, now on ZDCH's side, where do you go from here? You only have one multi-faction unit in your hand. That's the Crack the Earth, which can make a Xenon-factioned cultist. That can get you a Cloud Snake. Otherwise, I guess that you could. I mean, you can't even play the pesky Seedling here and take a look at what's going on Apple Chips' side. You could play the Mavloth Huntress if you really wanted to plunder to try to find an additional time influence.
Yeah, kind of like playing the Huntress, and then you could like plunder the Desert Alchemist.
I'd be into that, and then play the Symbol.
A lot of ways to go. You could also just take the patient approach and just wait and see what Apple Chips' draw is going to be like, and that's what ZDCDH is going to do. So Strange Burglar comes down, definitely gives Zach some information about how they want to counter that. They could potentially try to set up a killer exchange with it, or just turn to seed the Strange Burglar.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the things we've seen this weekend is that, these games can be a little bit grindy at times between these various forms of go wide aggro. And when that happens, the little seed can become a real threat.
Definitely. And against these sacrifice decks, like, if you're just leaving around a unit for them to leverage and play, that's kind of exactly where they want to be. They want to be fighting against these decks that are trying to, permafrost and turn to seed their units, and they're going to leverage it that way. That being said, this is probably the most attractive target in Apple Chips' deck for that turn to seed.
Interesting. So ZDCH is going to hold off on attacking with Mother of Skies. They want to be able to use the Cultist, I guess, with the Mother of Skies to double block in case there's a sacrifice to Shrine to carve it.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what Zach is sort of offering up here, and we might see exactly that as display, combust, but unfortunately for ZDCH, the Mother of Skies bites the dust, but the seed didn't attack.
Yeah, I think that was a misstep by Apple Chips. I'm not sure what the seed is doing. I guess the seed holds back a 1/1, but it could have gotten in there for 2 lifesteal.
Yeah, you definitely just could you have an extra point of health and have dealt ZDCH 2 points of damage here, or I guess in this case, not where you're going to end up, but now on ZDCH's side, I'm assuming that we're probably just trying to figure out, hey, do I want to gain the Space Aegis now, or rather hold on to this? And I can't imagine that you're just going to let Apple Chips keep a Shrine in play. I mean, this is the namesake card to their strategy. This is why you go through all of this work to sacrifice your units, and there we go. Shatterglass Mage comes down, shatters the Shrine. Apple Chips here gonna grab another Shadow Sigil, turn these Blight Moss online. Now, do you
wow. Shatterglass Mage and Desert Alchemist are both mages, so Shatterglass Mage gets shrunk by that Blight Moth.
I should have had a trivia question for you ready. As soon as I saw the chant drawn, I should have asked you, do you know what the type is on Desert Alchemist?
Yeah, it's a mage.
Good guess, Andrew. Good job.
Boom.
So now we see Apple Chips making a really aggressive attack here. I think that we'll see ZDCH trade off their cultist, but I don't think that we'll see the Shatterglass Mage also block. I think that this one they'll be able to sniff out. Oh, interesting.
I mean, there's some value to like getting the Blight Moth out of Applechips' hand, forcing them to have it, so that way you're not threatened in the future.
That's fair, yeah. Like you don't want to. If you draw a Helio, for example, you would much rather actually have the Helio blocking both units.
So if you permafrost and play the Cobalt Waystone, you can draw a card off Aurelian Supplier.
We have
guess
to
you do that.
Yeah,
It's pretty bad
if
because like a strange.
Seed.
Yes, permafrosting the seed is smart. Drew another permafrost.
Again, not the
permafrost the Blight Moth to stop the double block on the Aurelian Supplier, but at this point, I think I might just be content to sit back and try to play for somewhat of a longer game.
I think that's my idea here as well. I'd rather hold on to this permafrost and get to use it on a Kindling Carver should Applechips find one of those.
I mean, you're probably going to be playing a longer game no matter what, so you could try to force the issue, though.
The issue I have with that is that you break one of the Blight Moss, it turns into a Shade when it dies.
Right.
And then they can immediately just shrink the Cloud Snake, and your Cloud Snake just turns into basically not a card at that point as well. And it's really like, okay, where did I get with all of that?
Exactly. All right, so another Shrine to Carpet comes down. There's From Elements, though.
Bit of a ways away.
Yeah, bit of ways away. Needs 3 fire and 3 time to transform it into the Otherworldly Visitor.
So you might think that, okay, I don't really want to combust any of these units, but I think if I'm Applechips, I'm just pretty stoked to get this Toto Circle going. I might wait one more turn, but I think that I'm really into it, especially given that I've drawn the Shrine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay to use a removal spell on something not that valuable here. Just the fact that you'll have Toto Circle online, it just means a lot for your long-term plans.
Yeah, ZDCH seeing, okay, if you're willing to do this, something's up here, realizes, okay, I'm going to burn my From Elements. Try to not allow you to make such heavy headway. Now, the Tough Toto is joining the fray.
So right. ZDCH can use that to get an Elysian Silex.
Yeah, and would really love to, I guess, draw like a Smuggler off of this, a Helio for the follow-up turn. Probably not Fire Sigil.
Is that because Fire Sigil's a power card and ZDCH needs gas and it's not one of the power cards that can draw a treasure trove?
Yes, I think you stated all of the reasons that I could come up with off the top of my head. It also doesn't provide Primal Influence, which could potentially pump up those Helios, and ooh yeah. Boy.
Oh baby. It didn't quite have enough power to use the Blight Moth to turn on the second Toto Circle. Once you've gotten the first set of tough Totos in the top of your deck, you can just play the second Toto Circle and then just rely on its card draw ability. All
exactly.
Right. That was probably a decent draw, at least.
Yeah, definitely. Like, sure, you're going to lose your Cloud Snake, but wasn't really doing that much anyways. Like, I think if I'm in ZDCH's position, I just want to get a party pair going as quickly as possible, as that gives me a way to, fight through all the silly Totos that Applechips is about to start finding, and, potentially put a clock on them. A 6/6 Endurance is no joke.
As we reviewed last round, they're not silly Totos. They're tough Totos.
Thank you. All right, a different Tota for the adventure, and this one, if Applechips is feeling really adventurous, they could.
This could work out nicely because you can just Carver the Blight Moth, and now you can play another Toto Circle with Tribute. This is going to be awesome. So I assume this Blight Moth's Shade gets in there for quite a bit. Yeah, we are going to lose that Kindling Carver, but we're going to get to draw 2. Hell yeah, 2 more tough Totas.
The Tota friends are ready to fight.
So now in Applechips' next turn, they're going to get to draw 4 cards from those tough Totas.
I wonder if ZDCH is actually supposed to snowball the Blightmoth here so the sacrifice can't be made basically for free, because you know you're going to get the Carver on the next turn.
Boy, that's risky.
It is. I don't know if I love this, but...
I guess you could permafrost the Carver.
Oh, I really don't want to... Okay, finally, something to get ZDCH going here. They really needed to find something, and this cracked the earth. Let's take a look one more time. They've already played the Shatterglass Mage, so they could get a Burden, and they can get a Surso. I don't really love Surso against a sea of tough Totas. That just doesn't feel like I'm really getting anywhere.
Yeah, Burden feels like it might be too slow to beat two Tota circles, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you might have to just use the Burden and, unfortunately, take out the Shrine.
This is going to be a draw 6 at end of turn.
Yeah, this is a lot. Yeah, don't sleep on the Totemites. They mean business. Three, 1, 2, 3.
And then next turn, that's 5 more Totas, so it's going to... Oh,
okay.
Wow. Turn to Seed could turn them all into little seeds. Wow, this is going to be so good for ZDCH.
This is pretty unreal. I never thought that I was going to see a turn a bunch of tough Totas into Mandrakes, but I guess that's what I'm watching. Why are we snowballing that? Are we planning to... So you kill this one off now. Okay, I guess this is one last little seed that you have to fight through.
Yeah, it seems fine. But you have to turn to seed the Totas, right? Like,
I can't imagine not. I think that if you're like, okay, I'm going to bury the past off of the Spellcraft of the Grotto's Burden and get rid of the Shrine, like, I just don't see how you're winning that way, unfortunately. Yeah.
Seed all Totas! They're all little seeds.
Okay.
And now we'll see if Party Pair can be enough to, like, wipe them all out in time.
There's a ninth little seed. This is really an adventure. I feel like each game I watch with these, like, Mother of Skies decks is just, what really crazy awesome thing can happen this time?
We're going to hold one back, Applechips?
I think so. I think that you need to hold one back for a smuggler, right?
I guess.
Just too lame for your style, Andrew.
I mean, I don't know. I've never seen so many little seeds in play before.
I can't say that I have either. Okay, Party Pair chucking another snowball, finishing off that little seed.
Oh wow, Applechips is gonna chump here. Huh.
And now it's got to be time that you can let's get rid of that shrine, because that's kind of the way that Applechips can get back into this, like finding a combust and blowing up your Party Pair. At least now you're not under threat of also dying.
Well, there's another shrine. Wow, I didn't think ZDCH had it in him to be able to come back against the double Tota Circle draw.
This is still a wild game, and
So you can use the turn to see to reset the timer on all of them eventually, but I think ZDCH is outpacing him right now.
Is that true? I thought that you couldn't.
My.
I thought you couldn't transform something that was already a little seed into a little seed.
Oh, right. Good call. All right, so not the. I mean, I don't know. The permafrosts are good though. Like the party, because the Party Pair is going to take care of at least a couple more just from all of these snowballs. As a reminder, you get when you have this Party Pair, you get to play a snowball at the start of your turn, and whenever one or more of your units attack.
Applechips blocking off here aggressively is like really weird to me. I
know. I thought Applechips would have gone for trying to like let a bunch of the little seeds grow up and try to take some damage here, but They just kind of want to bridge, it seems like. I'm not sure what they're bridging to, though.
Right, like the thing that I feel like I'd be bridging to are my shrines, and I drew another shrine. But to
Yeah,
use that shrine, I need more units out.
right. It seems like at the very least, maybe you take the first or second attack, just so that way you have the potential for more explosive turns with Shrine. But
Right, and also you lost earlier Strange Burglars to turn to Seed, so it's not like you have that as a direction to take this game either.
the advantage of what Apple Chips is doing is that it's keeping their health total up, so ZDCH is less likely to be able to like finish them off in the air.
Certainly, yeah.
Wow. And yeah, just the total circle ability that was just going to absolutely dominate the game has just completely backfired on Apple Chips with Turn to Seed turning all of these units that would have drawn cards into just little seeds.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. Like, if you're an Apple Chips to see, were you supposed to just be worried about this being a potential and not have put that extra set of tough Totas into your deck?
No, I mean I don't know. They got to like draw. What did they draw? Like 6 at one point. Like it worked really well.
It looked so awesome.
Yeah, I know the ZDCH found the Turn to Seed at the last possible moment. Of the next turn, Apple Chips was going to draw 10 cards, and then that surely would have been more than enough to get them like sort of past this totemite section of their deck.
All right, still a little bit of ways away from that turning on, but we're not going to see ZDCH go and grab, I believe the last 5 cost card in their market is that Cerso.
Yeah, I mean, Apple Chips has run out of enough units to be able to trade with Cerso. I might just crack the Earth and get Cerso, but ZDCH is going to go for an Aurelian Supplier. They're not going to get to draw any cards, but they will get to apply a little bit more pressure this way.
You know, losing off another one of these little seeds. And now ZDCH is finally applying pressure to Apple Chips' health total, dropping them down to 14 here.
Finally, Apple Chips draws a card that isn't a tough Tota, and they pick up 2 more Totemites. They got Tota Pioneer and Greenland Carver, so now their Tota Circle is going to be doing some work again.
Yeah, and that is a sacrifice outlet. So now this is actually a way, you know, maybe there's no good attacks this turn, unfortunately, for Apple Chips, but oh god.
Are we going to do this again?
Oh god.
I mean, you should. Well, I guess you can't play it and Tota Pioneer. If you play the Tota Circle, you'll draw 3, because Tota Circle have seen you'll have 3 Tota Circles have seen you play 1 Totemite, or you could play Tota Pioneer. I'm not sure which is better. The other way, you draw 4 and have a Tota Pioneer in play. The problem is that the Totemites you play are going to get picked off by the party pair.
Right. Okay, this is ZDCH, grabbing their last 5 cost card out of their market. Playing around a potential display here, not blocking with the Wump and Mizo's party pair. All right.
Yeah, so Apple Chips is just going to go for the Tota Pioneer. It draws them 4 cards.
Okay, and that's a real set of cards here. You're going to lose the Kindling Carvers. You're not going to have a sacrifice outlet on the board. That said, with another Shrine, a Kata that makes a Giant, and a Devour, like, could do some serious work here.
That last little seed's got to be close, right?
No, it was played way later. I think it's only at 2 now. Yeah. Apple Chips held on to a seed in hand and then drew what was, I think, like the 11th seed. So that one should only be at 2. It'll go to 3, I think, on this turn. So I think that this is likely to drop Apple Chips down to 8. Are we going to put the Cerso? Yeah, the Cerso is going back to the market. This is great.
Wow, Zach went face with that snowball.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see the turn to see here on the Kindling Carvers just to disable all of them. And then using the Swirl of the Sands to get rid of that Shrine. Is, I think ZDCH is seeing that, okay, how am I falling victim here? And that's, oh, interesting. Not actually killing the Shrine on their turn, huh? Oh, maybe they want to let Apple Chips attack with all their units, have them then shrink because they lose the Shrine.
Right.
That's a heads up line.
Yeah, Shrine doesn't give a temporary buff. It just there's sort of a temporary global buff in effect while it's out.
Yeah, it is more like a Xenon Obelisk than it is like a rally.
I remember we switched that template to make it work better with cards like Urgent Missive and other sacrifice effects, which would put units into play, so that way they would get the bonus.
It also played much more nicely in this case with things like Shades.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. Alright, so that Shrine bites the dust. And now Apple Chips, if they want to lifesteal and gain any health here, they're going to have to deploy the other Shrine to carve it.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that. I think you could just make another Giant and hold up Devour. Ooh.
And again, this Giant did already get charged during the turn, so it gets to still attack. The game now knows, hey, I can attack this turn, I'm ready, let's get in there and battle.
Right. So an interesting decision here for ZDCH as we head back to their turn. The snowball, you could potentially put the snowball on the Giant. Oh, we're going there. Maybe that little seed is close to growing up, Corey.
I think it grows up not this coming turn, but the turn after, so I think we're likely to see just Helio probably attack in the air and kill off that seed. That's my instinct, at least.
I am surprised that Apple Chips used that Devour there. I figured using your last sacrifice outlet when you have a Shrine in hand was a little risky. All right. So let's see. We're going to see a Devourer on one of the permafrosted little seeds. Picks up. I think that's around the 11th or 12th little seed that Apple Chips has come across this game. But Shrine plus these Giants, wow, what an amazing combo.
Sorry about that, I disconnected there for a moment. Looks like I missed Shrine to carve it with another Devour joining the fray.
Yep.
See, huge swing here for Apple Chips. I mean, just a couple turns ago, I thought they were out of it, and now, you know, Kato making 2 8-strength units that you can then pump up with that Shrine, and Apple Chips is right back at 35. I was just thinking the same thing, actually. Andrew decided to ask, wait, is this still game 1? And it is. This has been an absolute roller coaster.
Crazy stuff. All right, Karamat's Machinations.
Another great pickup here for ZDCH.
And I worry that ZDCH, for them, that the Shrine to Carve It is now starting to outpace what they're able to do. But we'll see. Mabeloft Huntress comes down, and we could see some nice little shenanigans here involving Killer and Exalted.
Also a nice thing that if, you know, had the snowball been thrown into the smuggler here, you'd be able to make 3 attacks this turn to potentially finish off the smuggler. You could also then, I guess you can't actually imbue the party pair because it's an endurance unit, but will get to pass off a killer exalted weapon, and you still will be able to make 3 attacks thanks to the Grodov's burden that you could. Oh, interesting. Oh, right, you can keep passing it off this way. This is a really heads-up line from Zach, and I just completely missed with the burden.
Look at this work.
This is
Exalted
awesome.
Killer.
Yeah, this is a really fantastic play.
Where's that weapon going? 6-5 killer weapon going on to Mother of Skies. Looks like we're gonna see maybe the snowball just go base. Yep.
Yeah, now you get to play the supplier, pick up some cards, get a Cloud Snake. Got another killer attack waiting in the wings. Yeah, I assume that's a little bit aggressive. Yeah, okay, there we go.
And so you just put the snowball onto the East Annex Smuggler. It means they really can't effectively block, and you get 2 more damage in.
Exactly. That was a really huge swing for ZDCH.
Yeah.
Alright, Aramont's Machinations. We know that there's... Well, no, the Kindling Carvers got turned to seed, so I guess there's a Tough Toto for a 1, which draws several cards. The 2, I think there's a Toto... Oh, there's a grown-up little seed with the Kato, okay. Fortunately, not getting any of the modes off the supplier, but a 3-3 Overwhelm, nothing to really scoff at here.
So after all of that, does ZDCH have enough to withstand this?
Is this actually just lethal?
Well, the Giants aren't going to be Overwhelm, so you can shrink them.
But now you get to shrink down... I guess none of those overlapping types, but the Blight Moss, another 3-strength flyer. You block the 2 Giants. The party pair is likely going to have to block the 8-8, and that goes into the 5-3. Oh no, I guess you can live at 1, it looks like. No, I think the party pair has to go on the 8-8 seed. That's
a tough spot to put it. It's a multi-faction unit, so it's not going to pass along an exalted weapon.
Right, it's not like you're getting a 7-8 endurance flying weapon getting handed off, but I think it's the only way that ZDCH survives here. Alright, after those blocks lined up, the Giants are both blocked. Blight Moth and the supplier get through. ZDCH falls to 1. Apple Chips up to 64. Alright, ZDCH is going to need another heck of a turn here. Mother of Skies, that's not going to start it off. I think we're going to start off here with Burden, and Helio for 6 cards would be the start of something special.
Yeah, Burden into Helio does sound like, and then hitting some perfects does sound like the only way out. Seek Power is definitely not Helio. I mean, you have to cover how many units right now? You have to cover 6 units because you're at 1, so they're all lethal, and you can only put 4 units into play.
And you know that you have to handle at least a 6-8 and a 3-3 Overwhelm, and yeah, ZDCH realizing, hey, even if I hit a Helio here, that's not enough. And that was a wild game 1.
Absolutely wild stuff. So Apple Chips comes down from that huge blowout on the Toto circles, getting the tough Totos turned to seeded, and we're going to be heading on to game 2 with them up a game in this best of 3.
Yeah, that was a game that involved several Toto circles where the first 2, and then there was the draw 6, and it's like, all right, ZDCH is out of it. This game's over. Then all of a sudden the turn to seed happens, and there's just all these little seeds in Apple Chips' deck. Like, okay, Apple Chips is probably out of it, and ZDCH starts building out a board presence and is able to go wide, finish off almost every single one of the little seeds. But with those 2 Shrine to Carvets just getting over the finish line and gaining enough help to gain time to get to that Aramont's Machinations.
All right, so as we're looking to game 2 of the finals here, ZDCH is on the play. Man, Mayveloft Huntress is by themselves, not exactly what you're hoping for. that ZDCH is going to keep. They'd love to have something like a Wump or a Mother of Skies in their opener, but they're going to have to settle for this. Meanwhile, top of the screen, love the draw from Apple Chips. Kato, Blightmouth, great early defenders, and then trying to carve it into Strange Burglar. They've got everything that they need. ZDCH, we've seen them dig deep before, and I don't want to write them off, but they're going to need to get creative to beat Apple Chips' draw.
Yeah, this looks like a spot where I assume we're just going to see ZDCH petition. Luckily for them, Apple Chips, yeah, they're going to have a Kato this turn, but, not everything's, looking rough here. There's no Kindling Carver in hand. Not everything is set up, and there we go. That's kind of one of the key draws here if you're in ZDCH's side.
Absolutely. And certainly Apple Chips, if ZDCH were to play a Wump this turn, has a Combust to handle the Wump. But these are the kinds of things that you want to do. You want to force Apple Chips out of their comfort zone. You don't want them to just be able to set up and spend all of their turn playing lots of units and then combining Shrine and Combust in the same turn. You want to force them to get that Combust out of their hand early so they have less options later.
Yeah, and again, one of the things we brought up earlier, there's just not that many answers in Apple Chips' deck for these kind of things. It is a very much, I'm focused on doing my powerful thing and not well set up to interact with what ZDCH is doing. It's just a set of displays and a set of Combust that are really going to potentially answer that on this turn. So party time starts off with a snowball hitting ZDCH in the face. Combust will come out. Nice. And then we're going to see the Blightmoth held onto by Apple Chips. No, interesting. They're going to get that unit onto the board, try to leverage here what they can do with the Strange Burglar and the Shrine in their hand.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised.
Nice little pickup here for ZDCH, though.
So you're going to miss your power drop next turn, potentially. Do you do a little imbuing here with Mabeloft Huntress and kill one of these units?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you do that, though, like, you're just cashing in their Mabeloft Huntress, right? Do you cash in the Permafrost? Maybe you just don't have enough information that you'd rather wait till the next turn to figure out which one of these cards is worse. Alright. Cashing in the Permafrost and imbuing. So they're going to try to build out potentially a really big killer unit should they need any hard removal effect like that.
And Apple Chips is not going to expose the Strange Burglar. Given all the interaction that ZDCH has, it does make some amount of sense that you'd want to save it for a turn where you can play it and use it at once.
Definitely.
Devour is going to combine nicely with the Kato Shade. Draw 2 more. Oh, baby, there's a Tota Circle.
Team Tota in the house.
Another Mother of Skies, but not a multi-faction unit in sight for ZDCH. And
yeah, so here I think I can get behind attacking for 3, and then imbuing that Mabeloft Huntress to the new one and turning the Mother of Skies that you've just drawn into a Primal Sigil. Because I think that you just want to ensure that you're playing the Helio on the next turn. Your hand doesn't really do anything. It's not like you really need another 1/4 Mother of Skies. ZDCH disagrees, realizing like, hey,
Mother of Skies is so valuable at being able to fly over. I mean, you do have the issue of it's hard to beat Shrine of Carbit that way, but I respect it.
Yeah, I was almost more concerned with, well, if I do ever get these flyers, through, there's the Blightmoth that's going to turn into a Blightmoth Shade, and all of my flyers will be shrunk, at least for a time being, but I guess that is a fight that you're going to have to get through eventually. It's not something you can just forget about. Alright, running it out without Tribute this time, not going to run afoul of last game. Not a shabby pickup there for ZDCH, so if they want to run out this Helio, they can just pick up 2 cards with it. Alternatively, how important is it to get this Tota Pioneer off the board? Again, the Flyers aren't doing much. I guess making another 3/5 Mayflower Huntress that gets to eat this Tota Pioneer doesn't sound too bad to me. Obviously, it looks like it will match up that well against a Strange Burglar that's in Apple Chips' hand, but difficult for ZDCH to know that that's on the horizon.
Right.
Definitely a tricky spot, and we see ZDCH starting to run out of time here.
Yeah, hard decisions.
Alright, they play their Silex. I'm just going to run out the Helio for 2 cards. Primal Sigil, Turn to Seed. Not a bad set. Not a bad little group there, but... Oh, interesting. Choosing not even to attack at all with the Mayflower Huntress. Huh. What do you make of that, Andrew?
I mean, it would have to be something to do with the Blight Moth. You'd have to be just generally concerned about the Blight Moth being able to sacrifice and shrink maybe the Mother of Skies down to the range where Display of Destruction is killing them. Not exactly sure. Maybe ZCH with this double Mother of Skies draw just wants to be able to get all of the Blight Moths gone with like a turn to seed.
Yeah, that could definitely be something I had not considered. So we're going to see the Burglar come down, turn the Blight Moth into a Blight Moth Shade by sacrificing it, pick up another Shrine to Carve It, another Display, and a second Tota Pioneer.
Combust is going to take out the Mother of Skies that the Maveloft Huntress was imbuing. And, you know, now for ZDCH, they pick up a Crack the Earth. That has got some nice utility in that it allows them to get a multi-faction unit down. It allows them to potentially get a Shatterglass Mage. They're going to start things off with just a Turn to Seed on that Strange Burglar.
Yeah, and I'm wondering here, again, is this a spot where you have to use your Mayflower Huntress to kill this Tota Pioneer? Like, you can attack with everybody for 5, drop Apple Chips down to 16. I'm just going to fire off this first, and then I assume that we're going to imbue the Cultist. Alright. So this guarantees the 5 points getting through. Okay, there we go.
All right, so Apple Chips well behind on board, behind on health totals, but was trying to carve it. Anything is really possible, though. Yeah, where do you start here? Do you just start with the treasure trove?
Yeah, I think I like this, and that's a pretty solid pickup there for Apple Chips. So now you have access to Combust to kill the Mother, and you can play the Display here as well. And then I'm personally not risking this Tota Pioneer. I guess for some reason I thought there was a Shrine to Carve It already in play. Of course there's not. Both of them are still hanging out in Apple Chips' hand.
Yeah, Apple Chips doing a real nice job of holding on to these Shrine to Carve It's until a turn when they can actually get a lifesteal attack in.
Yeah, they've been very, very patient with them, realizing that ZDCH's deck is just, as we talked about before, not the best at actually applying pressure and getting the game over with quickly. It's not like something like a Fire Conjuring like we saw out of the Edge of Uprising decks is going to just come out of nowhere and finish off the game in short order. It's going to be something where ZDCH has to incrementally get the job done. Alright, we're going to have some squad goals here. Is 8 damage is going to hit Apple Chips. Alright.
Shatterglass Mage is just going to take out the Tota Circle. ZDCH wants to finish off this game and get a 5-3 overwhelm into play. For Apple Chips, though, they can potentially get down all these
shrines.
target carpets. If you use the power mode on display of destruction, sacrifice the unit to get +6 power this turn. They're gonna go back up.
I think that it's better to get an extra unit into play here, so I assume that it's better to ECQ Smuggler, get rid of the power, play a display, eat the seed, I guess? Yeah, probably the seed. Oh, I guess a Jet here is pretty good too. I hadn't considered that option. Oh, you're still a fire influence away on that, though.
Yeah, that seemed like a misstep by Apple Chips. If you, all
right, well, you still have the original plan. You can use this display here, deploy 2 shrines, and swing with each of these units. And I mean, you're gaining, what is that, 15, 21? You know, you're putting yourself back up to 29 here, so.
You just got to trade off with this Tota Pioneer, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely putting the Shatterglass Mage in front of the Smuggler and the Cultist in front of the Tota Pioneer.
So Apple Chips is going to get a huge boost here, but you know they just don't have that much left to work with, and if they don't draw a fire source in the next turn, they don't have anything they can play.
Right, and ZDCH, I mean, this is a redraw. This is Petition, get a Skycrag Silex. I guess get an Elysian Silex, that's totally fine also. Okay. I don't think that we need to kill either of these off. I think that if we just leave back a Huntress and a Cloud Snake, we're fine, right? Wow, this is an aggressive attack. We have not seen ZDCH make aggressive attacks like this all weekend long. I don't know if that kata is online. I thought that said 10, but if that makes a giant, that is huge. Okay, 10. So not yet online. Now, if you're ZDCH here, do you just immediately attack? Like, do you just send in some units and hope that Apple Chips will, you know, block with the Kato Shade, or sorry, the Kato to try to get to a Kato Shade where they can then get a giant and they've activated their units? It's definitely risky. Gonna attack with the one that makes it even more attractive to block with the Kato. Respect that.
Tough call for Apple Chips. Yeah, they're gonna take the bait. I think they should give ZDCH more credit than this, but
it's definitely tough. It is hard knowing that, you know, we can see the hands, but I think that I agree with you that if my opponent is going to make an attack there, I mean, I'm playing in the finals of an ECQ. My opponent's got to be really, really good. I'm not just going to assume that they're just doing this willy-nilly. Of course, they could be making a bluff attack, and, you know, ZDCH knows that they have to get this game over with, but, you know, here's another shade, another nice pickup here for Apple Chips that, should this Blight Moth now ever die, this is another risk that ZDCH runs, and fortunately for them, this is just 2 power cards in hand.
Yeah, you really can't attack in a Blight Moth, because if you let the Blight Moth Shade sacrifice, that's another 2 shrines.
Yep.
Just popping off. Tough.
Yeah, and all the while, ZDCH, like, they have not been attacked often this game, but they're down to 11. Like, the one attack that did come through, that was a huge swing. There was 10 damage that got through with those 2 cultists.
And the long-term plan of Jack is going to pay off someday. Someday we're going to hit another fire influence.
Yeah, it does look pretty silly right now, and maybe Apple Chips missed just not having the 3rd fire influence. I definitely did it first, but, you know, the Jack will happen at some point in time, and it's going to kill a unit, it's going to draw a Trove, it's probably going to deal 4 damage, because I can't imagine that Time Citadel is getting played anytime soon, and it sounds like sometime soon might be this turn.
All right, so if you're Apple Chips, I guess we're probably just taking out Helio and sending the other 4 damage to the face.
Yeah, and this drops ZDCH now down to 7. Trove in hand. You know, if this Trove ends up finding a combust, I think we have an ECQ champion, and that's a Kindling Carver. Does that do it as well?
I think so. If you just sacrifice the Blight Moth Shade.
Kindling Carver, eat the Blight Moth, get into a Blight Moth Shade. That is 5 units that can attack here.
Wow.
And
Apple Chips. Yeah, Apple Chips is your ECQ Festival of Inspiration champion and will be competing in this year's Eternal World Championships. Congratulations to them. Condolences on an amazing run to Zach Hill, aka ZDCH. I always love seeing what decks they've got brought to the table. But this weekend goes to the Totemites of Apple Chips, and really nice brew in taking an old sort of forgotten archetype in Destruction Sacrificing, infusing it with some new elements, and it carried them to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Go Wide decks really thrive here this weekend, but the Go Wide deck that was willing to throw away its resources for different advantages, and Apple Chips really put on a show with their deck here this weekend, really realizing when do I need to block and preserve my health total. Like, we saw game number 1, I didn't think there was a chance that they were coming back after all of those little seeds were hanging out in their deck rather than there's Totemites, but an absolute world-class performance, and we're going to get to see them compete at the World Championships later on this year.
And so don't forget, we will be back next weekend with the Eternal Draft Championships. Same time, same place on Sunday. Luis Scott Vargas, myself, Corey Burkhardt will be bringing you that. It'll be awesome. Meanwhile, we've got a pre-release event next weekend for the Awakening campaign. There's going to be a special draft queue in the event section with a special draft format where you get to play with all of the cards from Awakening. We got to see a couple of them previewed today. Make sure you get the pre-order bundle if you want the best value possible on the Awakening campaign. It'll be coming to you soon. Stay tuned to all the Direwolf digital social channels this week. We'll be previewing cards from the campaign. There'll be some developer streams unveiling some of the cards. It's going to be a lot of fun as we get closer to these very impactful 21 cards that are going to be coming to the game soon. But for now, that's going to bring us to the end of this weekend's tournament. I want to thank my co-caster, Corey Burkhardt, for being with me throughout all of the action. I want to thank our producer, David Granger, for doing an awesome job putting this show together. It's a little bit harder for us. We're doing this all remotely now, trying to stay safe, as we hope all of you are, and we hope you and your friends and family are doing the best to take care of yourselves in these times. So with that, I want to thank you all for joining us, and we'll be back next week with the Draft Championships. Thanks, everybody.
Cheers, everyone.